$160,000 per year can be deducted at the end of the year, but that was a very small sub-argument. Do you
I
remember
know
the big
that's the
argument
argument
that
I was
repeated?
focused on because that's the direct rebuttal of the point I was trying to make the whole time.
Oh, okay. So you weren't focused on the other thing that I repeated 7 times? Okay, I'll repeat it an 8th time, but this is going to be the last time. Is that fair? Can you tell me that's fair, just so I don't lose my mind?
Okay, that's fair.
Okay. When we examine the total net impact of all provisions.
Okay, yes, the
included
net
in
impact.
the-
Yes,
in
sorry.
the 1,200 page bill, it is the case that the total net impact is negative for the average American. We understand that there's some positives, like no tax on tips or overtimes, as you're defining. That's fine. But there's more negatives than there is positives, which leads to that total net negative impact. Now, my source for this claim is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. Okay, because the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities has meticulously examined every word of all 1,200 pages of the BBB, and that is the conclusion they've came to. Now, if you want to challenge this conclusion, you'll just merely have to look for other institutions or groups of people that have examined the totality of the bill that would offer a different conclusion on the totality of the bill. But you talking about particular subsections of the bill does not do the trick. Your 2 pages do not combat what the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities has reported. The analogy I gave was saying that we flip a coin 1,000 times, 950 out of the 1,000 times it lands tails, the remaining 50 times it lands head. This is like me saying the total average coin flip was tails. And then you respond by saying, well, 50 times it landed heads. Okay, well, it could land heads 50 times, but still yet the average coin flip would be tails. Just like you could have a few things that benefit you, but the total net impact of the bill is still negative. Do you understand what I'm saying? And if so, can you respond?
Okay, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'd just like to know what sources did you read? I'd just like to do my own research. That's all I'm asking. I want to know what sources you were reading that shows the total, other than the bill, because you admitted you didn't read the 1,000-page bill, which I know I didn't read all 1,000
So
pages.
this is the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities.
Okay. And then who was that posted by?
The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities. The institution itself posted its report.
Okay. All right. And then the last thing, really quick, the last benefit was more tax relief on children. So.
Oh, yeah. Increasing the child tax credit. Guess what? Would have had higher cuts if you voted for Kamala Harris.
Do what? What about higher cuts?
There's more tax relief for kids under Kamala Harris's tax plan.
Yeah, she advocated for $6,000 first year of a child's life, $3,600 through them being 5 years old, and $3,000 through them being 18.
Mm-hmm. And also, I just got to thank a couple people real quick. Godzilla, thank you so much for the $50 super chat over on YouTube. Let's get 500 Godzilla W's. Thank you so much for Love Godzilla. That is so incredibly kind of you, as well as Jay with a $100 super chat over on YouTube. Jay, my man, says roses are red, violets are blue. A toast to the beast of debaters. That's you. Oh, a poet, Jay. I love you. That's so kind. Everybody, let's get 1,000 JWs. Thank you for the $100, bro. That is quite frankly fucking nuts. Thank you so much, Jay and Godzilla. Incredibly kind of you both. I'd also like to thank Brian for the $5 over on PayPal, Nicole with a $1, Ariel and Melissa with the $20 each. Ariel says gift. Thank you for the $20, Ariel. Shout out Ariel. That is ARIEL, as well as Melissa with a $20 saying keep it up, Melissa. I will indeed keep it up. Thank you for the $20, Ariel. Thank you for the $20, Melissa. Thank you for the $100, Jay. Holy fuck. Once again, insane. And the $50, Godzilla, once again, nuts. Guys, thank you so much for the love. And I'm sorry if I'm not giving the donations the excitement they deserve. I am tired. It has been a long day.
How long have you been alive?
Let me tell you. Oh, a little over 4 hours.
A little over 4.
Yeah.
Nice.
So take it away, Jacob.
That's all I had. I'll do the research.
Okay. Bye, Jacob. Parker, would you like a raid? I'm ending and I'm gonna go cry. Just kidding. I'm not gonna cry. That's gonna get clipped, and the whole comment section is
No
gonna be filled
tears.
with
No tears.
Connors and Timothy's calling me a soy boy.
Yes, I will absolutely will. I absolutely will.
Phenomenal. What account do you want to go live on? Oh, by the way, do you remember that guy that came up into your live and was asking if you're attracted to trans women? Well, he came up into my live today, and he called you gay, and then he said that the definition of homosexuality was being attracted to the same sex. I then asked him if he would be gay if he wanted to give Buck Angel back shots, and to which he responded yes. And he got destroyed. So just know that this person that has been targeting you for whatever reason and being an asshole got clocked.
That's funny. That's funny. I appreciate you, bro. All right, I'm about to go live.
Of course, have a good one.
Appreciate you, bud.
Everybody, go.
That's so funny. That's so funny. I remember that person. They were so invasive, bro. They were so invasive. All right, I'm gonna hit this start on this live, and then I'm gonna shut the door. Give me 1 sec. Alrighty, everyone. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone joining in? By the way, everyone, today I was at the beach, so that's what I was doing all day. That's why it took me a while to get on today. What's up, everyone? What's up? What's good, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It'll help get it out to more people. Hold up. Okay. Give me literally 30 seconds, everyone. I need to unlock the front door for my girlfriend. Give me 1 second. All right. That's good, everyone. What's good, everyone? I'm back. What's up, everyone? What's up? We're gonna get some debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. What's good, everyone? All right, let me get this first person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18, bro.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir.
Why so? Okay. Good start to the live. Let's go. Let's go, chat. That's what I like to see. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I am 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I was not of legal age to vote whenever the election happened, but yes, I did support him.
Okay, why so?
So, first of all, I graduate Friday. Can I get congratulations?
Graduate for what?
High school.
Oh, jeez. You're in
I
high
promise I'm
school,
18.
bro?
I graduate Friday.
Congrats, man.
All right, so I actually had a different way I wanted to go about it than just like saying why I would have voted. So I want to lay out like why I personally think is like what are my most important things to me, and tell me like.
Go ahead. Give me those
Well,
reasons.
All right, so the biggest one for me personally is abortion. I'm very anti-abortion, but I think the way that
Why?
Trump handled it and gave it to the states, and I would like to say I do see the argument for abortion, but like for me, I am adopted, so abortion is close to me.
I'm confused why that would mean that you'd have to like support restricting women's rights to legally get access to abortion.
So, my personal rule is like if it is infected the mother's health, that to me is like yes, then we can talk abortion. But I think like say you're 17 years old and you have the chance to get the baby, make it healthy. There are plenty of resources to give it out, and like to hand it off.
Women who have IUDs, are they murderers?
Explain to me what an IUD is.
Not only can an IUD prevent fertilization, but it can prevent implantation, preventing a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing a fertilized egg. Right?
No, sir. I do
So-
not think an IUD is.
So it's not murder? Okay, so then at
No.
what point is it considered a person?
At conception, that is like
I-
the first brainwave. But what I would sorry again. I'm 18. So
Implantation happens after conception, and I was telling you that a conceived egg would die,
so
and
at the
you
first,
said that wasn't murder.
So to me, the first like sign of life is that the first brainwave. Can you tell me when that is?
Brainwave? So 6 to 8 weeks.
Yes,
Okay, why the first
I
brainwave?
would think
'Cause
anything after
thing
6
about
to 8 weeks. And that's where the moral gray area of
so
abortion
you
is.
think
is like,
you think it should be legal to get access to an abortion in the 3rd week?
yes,
Okay, in the 4th week,
yes,
in the 5th week,
yes.
but not in the 6th week.
Anything after 6 to 8 weeks. Yes.
Okay. Well, then here would be my question, right? Do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead? Push that mustache. Push that hand heart.
All right, sweet. All right, cool. No, I don't.
No, but they have brainwaves.
They do, and that's where the moral gray area is.
So
And that's why I said I
is it
do.
a certain set of brainwaves that you would consider to be valuable, or is it like a certain set of conditions within the brain to produce a subjective experience? If that's the case, well, then you're going to hold my perspective. You're not going to hold the perspective of 6 to 8 weeks. Push the galaxy. Thank you so much, Easy. I appreciate it.
Yeah, okay. I will say, like, as I'm 18, so obviously I'm not the most educated on all this. I'm still like very new to politics. So good, yeah. You got me there. I will say, you got me there.
For sure.
So can I move on to my next point?
Yeah. Go ahead.
I promise this is my last one. And that is tariffs.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think Trump's handle of the tariffs has been poor, but I think the idea of tariffs is a good idea.
Okay. What specific tariffs do you think are a good idea?
So I do think whenever we were in the UN, I disagree with the withdrawal of the of us from the UN.
Push the galaxy.
But
Yeah. Thank you so much, the galaxies. I appreciate it.
tariffs on China and Russia and any country that's not in the UN, I do agree with.
What is a tariff?
A tariff is sorry, I'm nervous. So like if you're in a
Push the galaxies.
trying to think of like the right way to put this. So you have things that are shipped in. So like say something's made in China and we take it to America, or China is going to ship it to America. China will have to pay a tariff on the goods that they make to get it in America and to get it into American markets.
No, it would be the American importer that pays that. So you think that it's China that would have to pay the tariff? It's actually the other way around. The American business that would have to pay that. That's the only way that it would increase domestic production, is if it was the case that there was an increased price for the consumer. Otherwise, the consumer would continue to buy those goods. So you're trying to increase domestic production with the tariffs. That means you have to increase the price for the consumer in the United States to incentivize them to buy the American-made goods that are more expensive.
Yes. I mean, again, this is kind of like the weird portion. So let's say Nike has a hoodie, and let's say that China has a hoodie that's just as good, and China makes theirs for $100, and when they ship it here with tariffs, it's $120. And Nike has theirs for $120 based in America. And so whenever they see, hey, we've got the name Nike and like building it, and they ship it, and let's just say Nike's made in America. Obviously they're not, but like, so Nike's gonna boost that money up. We pay the China price, which is higher, which eventually, hopefully, that China will move back. which is
China
why I
will
think
move
that
back.
Trump
What does that mean?
moved back to America. Like the Chinese importer that they make their stuff in China will move back to America.
What if the Chinese exporter was based in China and then they just sell to somewhere else? Why won't they just sell to Europe?
Frankly, Europe, we are what I don't know. Like the whole of American population is a lot bigger than Europe, so the market tends to be a lot bigger. Obviously, they do sell in Europe.
Sure, but like we're talking about offsets here. There's still going to be some selling because of the even if the tariff is implemented. There's still going to be trade, but it's going to be at a higher price.
But that's
It's
why I
going to be worse
disagree
for
with
the consumer.
yes, that's why I disagree with whenever we ship it, like whenever we apply tariffs to like the EU or like to any UN countries, because like we were really good allies with Europe for most of it.
So
especially in,
you
like,
think
UN
Donald
countries.
Trump's tariff policy was bad for our allyship, right?
I do.
Allies?
I think
Okay.
I think Trump's handled the tariffs was bad, but I think in theory that it was a good idea.
Okay. All right. Here, let's put a bookmark on that. I need to say thank you to some people real quick,
No, you're
and
good.
then I want to bookmark on that because I think that's a good point to address. But I really need to say thank you because this is actually ridiculous. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. Dust with the $100. Thank you so much from Dean's Live. Thank you so much, Dust. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. And welcome here. Welcome. I really appreciate it, Dust. Thank you so much. That is incredibly fucking kind of you. Incredibly fucking kind of you. Thank you so much for the $100. I really appreciate it. Tina, thank you so much for the $3. Appreciate it. Juliet, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian for trans rights. Absolutely. Trans rights are human rights. Absolutely. Owen Up, thank you so much for the £2. Thank you so much for sending love from England. Thank you. Mr. Perwinkle, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I love you, Porter. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Mike, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Yo, we got this. We got you. Don't worry. We got you. I appreciate it. Thank you. And then, holy shit. Christian with the fucking $300 on PayPal. Can we get some fucking W's for Christian in the comment section right now for thank you for supporting gay rights. Thank you so much. And thank you for waving for me. No, don't worry. I saw you. I always am trying to look in the comment section. Can we get some fucking W's for Christian in the comment section right now? Holy shit. That is actually insane. Thank you so much. W's for Christian. W's for Dust. Thank you so much. I really appreciate y'all. That is so fucking kind of y'all. I really don't support it. I not support it. Don't support it. I don't appreciate. Sorry, not don't. I do appreciate it. I don't deserve it. That's what I meant to say. I can't speak right now. I'm so flustered because of. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. It's actually unbelievable. W's for fucking Christian in the comment section. Go ahead, Bennett. You where did we bookmark?
That I think Trump's handlement of the tariffs in office have been poor, but I think the tariffs were a good idea in theory.
You think they're a good idea in theory?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and how so?
I'm not an economist.
I have a degree.
Yeah, I would hope not. I'm only in high school.
No, I was saying I have a degree in economics.
You do have a degree in economics. Okay, so you might be able to explain some of what I say a little bit better to me.
Yeah, if you'd like. If we're talking about tariffs, it's not going to be the foreign country that pays a tariff. It's going to be us. And also, they're going to place retaliatory tariffs on us. So there's a few harmful things that really does for our economy.
That's why I disagreed with the EU proposed a 0-0 tariff with us. And he said no, and I thought that was a terrible idea. I think a 0-0 tariff sounded pretty great to me.
Wait, so he's not trying to renegotiate. That's actually a good point. If that's true, then he doesn't want to renegotiate. And he specifically is trying to keep the tariffs implemented.
Yes.
Okay, well then.
But
okay,
I think what he wanted out of the tariffs was a very I don't know. I came from Dean's Live, and I heard a lot of people say that it was a very tactical move, kind of a fear tactic.
Yeah, he just wants people to like concede to him.
I think he wants other world leaders to realize, like, hey, we're America, we're big and powerful for a reason.
No, he wants people to bend the knee.
It depends on the person, I will say. But
What
for example,
it depends on the person.
Bend the knee, like I don't know. If you're president of the United States, you're arguably the most powerful person in the planet. That's just I would argue it's just, America's arguably the most powerful country. Well, not really arguably. It's kind of statistically been proven.
What's your point with that?
And so, like, yes, for example, like whenever Zelensky came to the office, I think, no, I will say I do think that for the most part, the person that kind of ruined that was Vance. I think Trump had a good idea of just trying to bring him in and be like, hey, this is front office. Like, this is all the reporters and everything in the planet preparing this thing live. I think Vance kind of rudely handled it, but I think Zelensky could have handled it better. But I think Trump, like, laying down the law and being like, hey, we've sent you money, but for us, and I'm not saying he needs to side with Putin or Zelensky, but like, it was such a kind of like, hey, we are America, compared to like the Biden Harris.
So then why didn't he stand up to Russia?
That's the thing. That's
We
why
are
I say
America, second to none, except for Putin under Donald Trump.
frankly, I think Putin kind of knows his place with Trump, and I would say that for almost every world leader. Zelensky, Putin, China, it would be.
What's up?
Sorry, I lost my train of thought. I don't know. You've got me. I will say I need to do more research. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Have a great rest of your day.
You as well.
Thank you for the debate.
Appreciate it. Okay. Interesting start to the live. Everyone on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It will help get it out to more people. Hopefully we don't experience some lag today. It would be great if that went away. Yo, what's up? How old are you? James, are you there? I just recommend everyone on YouTube or on TikTok, make sure to go over to the YouTube if you are experiencing any lag. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Didn't accept them.
Necessarily, I'm not able to vote because I'm not old enough, but I just wanted to
How
ask
old
you
are
a
you?
couple questions. I am currently 14. I'm turning.
You got to be 18 to be on the lives. TikTok rules. Maudie, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. You, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? What's up with the name? Interesting name you got there. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. You, what's up? How old are you?
18, October 4th, 2005.
Okay. October 4th, 2005. 18?
Yeah.
Okay. What the hell's the point of doing that? I really don't understand. I don't understand. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker,
How old are you?
25.
You have a little bit of an echo. Is there a way you can get rid of it?
Holy fuck, bro. Parker,
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
yeah. Why are you running from Andrew Wilson, bro?
I'm not.
Why don't you debate him?
Have I debated you before?
No.
Okay, can you fix your little bit of speaker echo?
Hello?
Hello. Can hear myself.
Can you hear me? Parker,
Yeah.
are you running from Andrew Wilson, bro? Why don't you debate
Do
him?
you want to debate me on the topic, or do you just want me to kick you?
Why are you running from him, bro?
I'm not. You want
Are
to
you
debate?
stealing money from all your fans from on Fuck America again, or what?
I didn't steal any money.
How'd that go? How'd that go, buddy?
Do you want to actually debate me, or do you just want to
I didn't
troll?
go that very well for you, did it, bud?
Are you just trolling, or you want to debate me?
I'm from Canada, yeah, buddy. I'm
Okay.
trolling.
All right, you're from Canada.
Ciao, bud.
Okay, all right, interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why you're so angry at me if you are from Canada. That's very interesting. Is that a Canadian Trump supporter? How
Hey.
old are you?
Hello?
How old are you?
27. Why are you running?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Wait, why are you running? That's the real question.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh my god, bro, is running. It's crazy. I can't. And why are you stealing money from people?
You said you can't?
You're stealing money from people and you're running.
I just want to clarify. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I just want to clarify why are you running and why are you stealing?
I'm confused. What's going on, bro? Are you okay?
I want to know why are you stealing and why are you running?
What did I steal?
You're stealing money.
How so?
Why are you acting stupid?
How did I steal money?
Oh my god. There's no way, man. There's no way.
I'm really confused.
I don't know what you're confused about.
Do you think that like people sending me Venmos and Cash Apps and PayPal's like voluntarily is me stealing money?
No, you know what I'm talking about, not that.
I don't know what you're talking about then. What are you talking about?
I don't know. I don't know why you're so confused. Are you a confused kind of guy?
Seemingly here. Would you like
Yeah,
to debate me on the
seemingly.
topic, or
Are you
confused?
why are you running though?
I'm currently sitting still. You want to
Come on,
debate
bro.
me? You want to
That
actually
was
debate me?
fucking
I
stupid
can play you on that. That was a stupid question. You get a stupid answer.
Why are you running from the people who want to debate you?
I'm not running.
Don't shake your head. Just give me an answer.
I'm
Come
not
on.
running. I'm
You are.
currently sitting still. I promise you right now, I'm not running.
Don't run.
I
Don't run from
promise
the
you,
people
dude.
who want to debate
I'm just being real, dude. I'm just being very literal. Like I'm not running. Okay, can you like debate me now? Why are you running from me? Appreciate the head mustache.
you. I'm not a debater like you.
So why'd you join a debate live?
Just to waste your time, to be honest.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll just go on to the next person. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, Parker, wait. I'm not an American, but I have a question.
I'm
that's all
sorry.
right.
I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump. I'm sorry. I gotta keep up the live to be able to get a debater up here. I apologize. I appreciate you coming up though. Let's get someone up here for some debates. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I would have passed, to be fair. So I couldn't.
Okay.
So
Okay. All right. Appreciate you
24.
coming. I am just looking for people who did vote for Donald Trump and support him. What's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, but I do have a question about the MS-13 tattoos. If I could get an answer.
The what tattoos?
You know Abrego Garcia?
Yeah, that's just like a fake thing. That was a fake
Oh,
thing
okay.
Donald Trump
Yeah.
made up. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Donald Trump made that up. It's fake. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello, 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
What's that?
Well, I do have to preface. I've got dual citizenship, so I grew up with the UK, but I just moved to America like a year ago.
Okay. What state do you live in?
Sorry.
What state do you live in?
Cali.
Oh, what time is it?
Shit, I don't know, man. Shit.
You tried, huh? That was a good try. That was actually like genuinely decent try. I got you then. What's up? How old are you? All right. I also live in California, and I didn't call it Cali once I lived here for a while. I feel like that's the way I referred to it. like when I was first moving here. Or like before I moved. Neil, so how old are you? Like if I would stay in a lower way, it's like SoCal or like NorCal, you know? Not necessarily Cali. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Hey, how are you there? Hello? Okay, all right. All right, I am just looking for some debates right now. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay. What's your birth year?
2004.
Said you're 21, 2004.
March 14th, 2004.
Okay, for sure. So why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
Because I know he's not a good person, but I do agree with his policies. Not all of them, but majority of them. I agree with his immigration policies. I agree with his abortion stance.
You agree with his abortion stance? What's that? Why is that?
Because I think I don't agree exactly with his, but I am not completely pro-life or pro-choice. I think it should be at sentience and viability. So my abortion stance is around 20 weeks. I think getting there is kind of a stretch. I prefer it to be around 12, but I think 20 is for sure the cutoff that
Okay.
it should be.
Okay, well then you disagree with Donald Trump and you agree with Roe versus Wade, seemingly. So why are you supporting Donald Trump?
Mostly his immigration.
What about his immigration?
He's putting a stop to people who are not supposed to be in this country or who are not documented.
Okay.
Coming in.
So you think that people who are in the country who have not committed violent crimes or bad crimes that are here for a better life, who are already in the country, should be deported?
Yes.
Let's say they came here when they were a child. You think they should be deported?
It just, if they came here as a child,
Mhm.
if their family is being deported, then
No, should they be deported? They're an adult that came here as a child that's still undocumented. Should they be deported? They haven't committed any violent crimes or bad crimes in their entire life. Why?
well, I think for that, because then it's a clear line of you're papered or you're not. If you are not papered, you should not be in this country.
Wait, why?
Because then anyone could just come in. Then there's no.
Do you know what tourism is?
Yes, I know what tourism is.
Do you have an issue with that?
What are you eating?
I don't care. What
You're
can you answer the
really
question?
No, I don't have an issue with tourism because they leave after they're done. They don't stay here and try to live here
What's wrong with trying to stay here and live here?
because you're not permitted to be here.
Why?
Because you don't have papers to be here. If we just let anyone in, then we'd be way
so why
overpopulated.
not give them papers?
Because we don't know who they are.
Okay, well then why don't you give them a pathway to citizenship?
We do.
It
They
takes
can
you-
go back to Mexico and apply.
Why is it specifically just Mexico?
They can go back to wherever their home country is.
Why'd you
immigrants are
only
not
say
in
Mexico?
Because the majority of immigrants in this country who are not here legally are from Mexico.
That's not true.
That is true.
No, most of the people who are coming at this point, right, are not from Mexico. That's just actually like from Pew Research that would indicate that's false.
The majority of people coming here illegally are from Mexico.
Can you give me a source?
Yes, I grab it right now.
Also, if we're going to talk about this, like I don't see how you would say that when it is the case that it takes 5 to 7 years on average. Right? I think that's heavily ridiculous. But if it takes that long, I don't think someone should have to fall through that. You see how it starts lagging? It got up to 3.2K. Watch, it starts lagging like that. Boom.
Worldpopulationview.com.
The live started pushing out, chat, and it started lagging immediately. Look at that. Look at that. And it's completely fine on YouTube. I hate TikTok, dude.
I just gave you the source.
What was the source? You have to tell me when you're in the app.
Worldpopulationview.com.
Worldpopulationreview.com. What's the title?
The title of the article?
Yeah.
Percentage of illegal immigrants by country 2025.
That's currently in the country.
What?
That's currently in the country.
Yes.
Yeah. That's not what we're asking. We're talking about people who are coming right now, not people who are already in the country.
I'm talking about people who are already in the country.
Okay. So okay. So sure. If we actually look at, wait, let me see the title. What's the title of it so I can find it?
Percentage of illegal immigrants by country 2025.
By country.
Sorry, I'm like swiping and trying to read it. It's a
Did you click on the United States?
yes.
Okay. And where did you see this?
If you scroll down
Scroll down and go where?
here, I'm gonna go all the way back out and give you a step by step where it is.
Okay. All right. I will. Interesting. Demographics. I bet it comes up pretty quickly. Yeah. Again, if you I just don't understand why you can't just give them a pathway to citizenship. Right. It doesn't make any sense. What's the point of the immigration
They
process?
do have a pathway to citizenship
What is the point of the immigration process in the first place?
to make sure we know who's coming into this country.
Okay. So is it possible that we could know who's coming into the country quicker
so we
than
can't-
we are doing it right now?
Yeah, there is a way, but the other reason is to make sure we're not overpopulating the country.
Overpopulating the country? I thought we had a population crisis impending because it is the case that our birth rates are too low.
Yeah, but that's for our birth rates. We don't want, that's talking about other people coming in. If we have too many,
Oh, do you have an issue with the incoming population demographics?
do I have an issue with it?
Yeah, it sounds
for
like
undocumented,
you're
yeah.
okay. It sounds like you're okay with the population increasing if it is the case that it's people giving birth in the United States after being forced to give birth, but you're not okay with it if it is the case that it's people immigrating from around the world.
Okay, don't say forced to give birth because I agree with abortion up to 20 weeks.
Well, I apologize. My bad.
But yeah, no, also the other reason, another reason why that time is taking so long for them to get in, because of the amount of undocumented immigrants in here.
What's that? Say that one time, sorry.
I know this isn't the only reason. I can admit that yes, our way for citizens to get in, or not citizens, our way for citizens for other countries to get into this country and get citizenship, or anything, even visas or anything, it needs to be faster. But another reason why it's taking so long, it's not the main one, but a contributing factor is because of how many undocumented people are coming in and are not waiting for in turn, because then that's pushing the other
I
dates.
have a question. Are you okay with the population increasing 1 to 2% per year?
Depends.
What do you mean? What does it depend on?
Are we talking with people coming in legally, illegally, birth? I think the one thing, I can say this too before we keep going. I do disagree with Trump's birthright
Just
citizenship.
all things
increasing
considered,
more.
are you okay with it increasing 1 to 2% a year?
Yeah.
Okay. How many people do you think were coming into the country undocumented insofar as that you thought it was too much to give them legal residency?
I have no clue.
You don't know?
I don't know
So
the
how do
exact
you know it
number.
was too much?
It's always too much when people are coming in illegally. There shouldn't be anyone coming in illegally, and I feel bad for the families who are just trying to
So
get.
give them legal citizenship.
See, but if we did that, then let's say we'd have to give everyone legal citizenship, okay? What about the people who are violent criminals? They haven't committed a crime here, but they're violent criminals in Mexico. They've committed crimes there.
Don't give
How
them
do we know that?
citizenship.
Yeah, but how would we know that? They're not papered. We don't have their
You
records.
you have
nothing.
you make the records you make the system go faster to make it not take 5 to 7 years, but instead take like a month or 2 or 3 months.
So
the vetting
then,
process does not take this long.
so do you think the people who came in illegally should jump to the front of the line?
I think it is the case that we should have a understanding process that, like, if someone's already in the country, there's no reason to deport them given that situation, given that they haven't gone against a set of criteria.
I just want to make sure
because I don't think that there was a justified law in the first place.
you do realize that that is going to make the people who are waiting to get in legally them longer if we're getting their documents first. I understand that they're already here, but that is
Well, you know, it's going to make it even longer when Donald Trump undermines the bipartisan border bill. You know, it's going to make it longer when Republicans don't want to vote for policy to make it faster because they want to keep the demographics of the country a certain way.
Yeah, so it's that's just a shitty part of it. It's going to be long.
What do you mean?
It's long. It's long if we it's going to be long if we put people already in this country before the people are waiting in line. It's long if we do whatever you said. Loki didn't process all that. It's going to be long.
Make the system go faster.
Yes, we can make the system go faster, but it's not if we are putting those people before the people who are waiting their turn.
Oh, are you going to say the people are going to have to wait longer? Right now, on average, they have to wait 5 to 7 years. Under the process that I'm saying, right, everyone would have to wait way less.
So then, do you think? Okay, let's say someone's here, they're undocumented. Okay, they steal a can of soda from the store. Do you think they should be sent back to their country of origin?
No.
Okay, where's the line for it? Is it felony, misdemeanor, like what?
Bad crime.
What?
So a bad crime. So like.
So what's your definition of bad crime? Like what?
Well,
what's the
that'd be
line?
context dependent. I'm not going to define to you every single scenario in which it's bad. It would be context dependent.
See, that's what I mean.
Violent crimes always.
Different context of
violent crimes always, but for other sorts of crimes, it would be context dependent.
Okay, so they walk in to steal that can of soda and they have a knife.
Like if they're threatening to harm people, then yeah.
Yeah, they're holding up that knife. They say, "I want a fucking Red Bull."
Yeah, that they should be deported.
What if they got their papers a week ago?
Then they should be put in prison.
What if they're in the process of getting their papers?
They would be not allowed in the country and deported.
Deported. Okay, great. What if it is a non-violent crime? Okay.
I have a question. If someone's held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman and they're going through the process, would you allow them to continue the process?
If someone's held civilly liable for what?
Sexually abusing a woman, and you have the ability to either verify their status to be legal or to say that they shouldn't be let into the country, which would you do?
So if someone's held civilly liable, should we take the time to figure out if they're legal or just say they're not allowed to be in the country? Is that your question?
I'm saying if someone is trying to get legal citizenship and they're going through the process, right? And since they're going through the process, right, you are checking their case. And if they were held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman on their record, would you allow them to get into the country and get legal citizenship, or would you deny their claim?
If they're not already a citizen of this country, no. I already know where you're going.
You wouldn't allow them? Okay.
I already know.
So why do you have harsher sets of qualifications for who's allowed to become a citizen of the United States comparative to who's allowed to be president of the United States, given that Donald Trump was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
He's already a citizen.
Yeah, I'm asking why there are harsher qualifications for becoming a citizen comparative to becoming president of the United States. Because you don't think all immigrants or citizens are qualified to be president of the United States, right?
Yeah, he's a shitty person, but he's a good president.
Okay. I'm asking, do you think that
Also,
all
that whole story is bullshit.
what?
The whole story with that girl in the clothing store years ago, that's not true.
What's her name?
Fuck, I can't remember.
You don't know? So then how do you know it's bullshit?
Cuz
Cause what?
she couldn't even remember anything about it. All she knew.
Yeah, she did. You can't remember anything about it.
Yeah, because I'm fucking on drugs, bro. Anyways, the only thing that she could remember.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. Like okay.
It's legal.
Okay.
Marijuana is legal.
Okay. Well, I was just clarifying. And I get elevated all the time. I'm currently elevated right now. Not an excuse.
Do you use edibles or carts?
Dude, it's an anxiety pen.
Oh my god, I just... Well, mine are anxiety gummies.
Okay, well.
The fucking anxiety pen.
Okay, but like seriously, come on, be based then, because the guy that you voted for wants it to be federally illegal. You know that, right?
Be what illegal?
He wants it to be federally illegal.
You said feg girly.
I accidentally like my.
It's fine. One time I accidentally said the white way instead of the right way. So.
Why did you just randomly say that? That was so weird. Like, to be honest, that was kind of weird.
No, it was an accident. I was just trying to make you feel better.
Okay. All right. You were saying?
Hold on 1 second.
Okay. TikTok is lagging so much. TikTok is lagging so much. I'm sorry, everyone. It's not lagging for me at all. It's just lagging for the chat.
Not lagging for me.
I don't know how to fix it. So do you want to continue with what you were saying or no?
Yeah. Well, can you like repeat the question?
I actually don't remember what I was saying.
Me neither.
Can you repeat to me?
I don't remember either. That's why I asked you to repeat it.
Oh, bro, I'm so fucked. This is what happens when you have two people who are elevated. ZZZ, thank you so much for the $5 super sticker. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Hey, someone told me to go to North Korea.
I'm sorry. Can we can you give me a reason why you voted for Donald Trump?
Bro, I already. Oh yeah, actually I can. Kids, immigrants. What?
Oh, you said you can? Okay, go for
I
it.
said I can. What are you talking about?
Okay, that's fine.
Oh my god. Yeah, he's a stronger president than Kamala would have been. Kamala would have been.
How so? How so?
Because he has more respect from other.
How does Kamala Harris have less respect?
No, from like other country leaders.
Yeah, how does Kamala Harris have less respect from other country leaders? Because there were people that were a part of Donald Trump's first administration that said that he actually had, he was a laughing fool to foreign leaders around the world. He's actually also made our relationships with our allies worse. He's made it harder to engage in trade with China or our foreign adversaries. He's given more power to Putin.
Yeah, but like we don't know what Kamala would have done, but we know Trump gets good.
Thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. You said what? Who did I just bring up?
Yeah.
Someone who's about to cook you.
Okay.
They're about to cook you.
They're on mute. Oh my god. Turn that off.
What are you talking about?
Why are you joining on two? You already what?
I'm trying to help the lag. for like the people in the chat, not for us. We're not experiencing
Oh,
lag.
yeah, I'm
It's
not
TikTok.
experiencing any lag.
I know, right?
I'm lag free.
Same.
Well, like my brain isn't, but like.
Okay.
I think your brain's a little laggy right now.
Really?
I think mine might be a little more, but it's okay.
You supported Donald Trump, right? And you're
Yeah.
currently elevated right now. You know that under his view, right, he doesn't want there to be federal legalization.
Well, isn't it state legalization?
Yeah, and you think that in certain states, some people should be in prison for it, yet you're currently elevated off of it right now.
Well, I'm not in those states. That's not my problem. I'll smoke more for them. It's more for me.
You did not just say that. You're okay with other elevators being in.
I'm not going to prison. Just
There are other people who have been who are elevators who are in prison in other states.
Yeah, my brother's in prison for that because he got caught with meth. But do you think that should be illegal?
Yes. And that's for producers. For people who are taking it themselves, right? It's decriminalized.
In Oregon, it is not in Idaho.
And when we're talking about decriminalization, that doesn't mean that like we're not going to address things when people are taking it. It just means that we want people to take it in safer ways.
Wait, you can hold. No, that's not. You cannot take meth without getting arrested. Except wait.
What?
What?
I understand, but in other countries, they have it decriminalized for people who are, personally using it.
You can just like use meth.
Yes.
Where do they get it?
You know that like there's a point of rehab and rehabilitation.
And they give you meth?
You understand that would be like to wean people off. Right?
Oh, did you know? Okay, wait. Did you know that they give like babies meth if their mom's meth?
Okay. I'm confused. Do you want to have a conversation actually?
Yes, no, I do. You're like sidetracking me.
I am?
Yes. I don't know why you brought up meth. But
Why I did?
or did I? I don't know. Anyways, we'll get away from that. We're not talking about meth. Because meth is illegal. So Trump is also a good president because, like he says, he is making America again, and we have seen that happen. We don't know what Kamala is going to do. She could make America greater again, or she could make America worse.
Can you tell me one policy of Kamala Harris's you disagree with?
Yeah, her border policy.
Her border policy? Like, what about her border policy?
I disagree with it. I think we need a.
Actually, tell me what specific border policy.
She wants an open border. I don't want an open border. She
didn't advocate for an open border. That's a lie.
Well, she doesn't want people to be deported.
That's just totally wrong. She
So
absolutely did want people to get deported.
So why are you complaining about Trump doing it if she's doing it too?
Because Donald Trump is wanting to do it to significantly at greater levels of people. I'm not saying Democrats are perfect on it. I'm not saying Democrats are perfect on immigration policy. I said they're better.
I'm pulling up an article.
Democrats are better. I'm not saying they're perfect. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. For people who are on TikTok, I recommend telling people in the chat that YouTube isn't laggy and that restarting doesn't help. I'm really getting annoyed that like TikTok is throttling my lives. It's kind of crazy. I'm gonna try to get someone else up here. TikTok literally is throttling my lives. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
Hey.
Ben, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why is that?
Because of what he thinks on abortion.
How old are you?
20.
Okay. So you said you're 20 and it's because of abortion?
Mostly, yeah.
Mostly? Okay, what's the other reason?
Okay, wait, Dean, not Dean, Parker.
Uh-huh.
I need to go ease my anxiety with my anxiety gummies, so I will be back. Do you want me to leave or just go on mute? Hey, don't kick me. Don't.
Ben, what were you saying?
Yeah, it's mostly abortion is what why I voted for Trump.
Abortion?
Yeah, like his. I disagree with abortion, so that's one of the main reasons why.
Okay. So what do you disagree with?
Well, I think that abortion is murder, and Kamala Harris doesn't believe that. So that's why I voted for Trump.
Okay. Why is abortion
Like
murder?
because the unjust killing of a potential human being.
Potential human being or current human being?
Depends I mean, it's potential, but it's still a human being. Like,
So potential or current human being?
I would say potential.
Potential? Okay. So if there's a set of conditions that would create a potential human being, would you say that it would be wrong to kill that set of conditions?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, like a sperm on route to fertilize an egg, right, is living,
No.
and within that condition, if you leave it to its natural occurrences, will yield reproduction, right?
I think it's when contraception happens. It's
Conception.
before.
Okay, so it's current, right? Okay, so do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
I wouldn't say the women themselves, but the prosecutors, yeah, probably.
So women who have IUDs are murderers or no?
Not the women, but like the I don't know what it's called, but the people who do it,
What people who do it?
like the ones who actually do the procedure, who accept
Who
it.
put in the IUD. So if the woman puts in the IUD herself, should she go to prison?
I don't think she should go to prison. I just don't think it should be.
So you don't think murderers should go to prison?
She's not the one actually killing.
Wait, what do you mean? She's specifically engaging in the use of an IUD that she knows can lead to to like a fertilized egg, right, being killed, because it is the case that it is on track to lead to implantation, and it gets stopped by the IUD and killed.
I'm gonna help Ben real quick. He thinks that the IUD itself is the murderer. The IUD should go to jail. That's basically what Ben was
An
saying.
IUD can't go to jail.
I don't know. He said the person who puts it in shouldn't go to jail, and the woman herself. So obviously, the IUD should go to jail.
Yep, that's that's true. Put them in jail. Put the IUDs in jail.
Thank you.
Besides IUDs, I mean like abortion specifically. I'm not trying to go into IUDs just yet.
Okay, but I brought them up. So would you like to respond to that? How do you respond to that?
But I think the woman could be like, most of them are informed. It's not their fault. Same thing with abortion. Most of the
if
time.
a particular woman is informed of the fact that IUDs lead to the murder of zygotes, would you think that they should go to prison if they use one?
Still, I wouldn't think the woman themselves should go to prison. It should be the one.
Why?
The doctor who's acting on it.
Why shouldn't they go to prison? They're engaging in the usage of a contraception that they know murders zygotes.
Because they've been brainwashed to believe that it's okay.
Okay, so if you're brainwashed to murder people, then you shouldn't go to prison for it?
No, but it's not them who's like performing the act. It's the doctor or whatever.
What do you mean it's the doctor? What they paid the doctor to put the IUD in. Also, they can put an IUD in themselves.
Yeah, but it's like a different case to what I mean.
Let me talk to him real quick.
Go ahead.
Okay, so then you think then the woman should be charged with hitman for hire because she hired someone to put it in, but the doctor, what if the doctor put it in because she had a really heavy period? But then he didn't even know he was murdering them. So should it be first degree, second degree, third degree? But then the IUD itself is the one that killed it. He didn't even know he was killing. He was just trying to help a woman with her acne. The woman itself didn't even know she was killing. She was just trying to tango. And who should be responsible for that? And it's IUD jail.
I think killing a fetus is morally wrong, but I don't view it the same as killing like a human being. Like, for example, there are people out there who think an abortion is just as bad as me killing like a 3-month-old baby. I don't believe it. I still think it's morally wrong. I just don't think it's as bad as, killing an actual
Because
living
it's
being.
not a person.
But it's a potential person, so it still has value, in my opinion.
Okay,
well,
enough to
the only
force someone to
thing
go through a
guaranteed-
pregnancy.
The only thing guaranteed at life is death.
But depends, it's if it's an extreme case, when it comes to like rape or that situation, then yeah, okay, because it's not the woman's fault. But if the woman engaged in sexual acts and she wasn't raped or anything like that, and she just says, well, because I wanted a boy and it's a girl, I'm gonna get an abortion, I think that's wrong.
But then you also don't think she should be able to have an IUD? So you don't want her to not get pregnant, but you also don't want her to get pregnant and not want to be pregnant. So what do you want?
What do you mean?
How about you get an IUD?
But it's different because like if you
No,
can't
because you're saying no, shush.
physically can't have a baby,
Shush, Ben.
you don't have to get an IUD.
Okay, but so you want your body fucked up by birth control? No, you're gonna become a little fatty.
You don't need birth
No.
control.
What?
No, you don't need birth
What?
control to not
What?
get pregnant. What are you talking about?
I don't think that's okay terms to use.
No, birth control makes you gain weight. I've
Yeah,
experienced.
but like you shouldn't refer to it that way.
Okay, I'm sorry. You're not a fatty, Ben. You're a skinny queen.
Thanks, man. What I mean is like,
All right, I'm just gonna kick you. All right.
but what I mean is like, if it's if it's a scenario where the woman like there was nothing wrong with like it was both of them agreed to do it. She knew the risks and she got pregnant. I don't think she should be able to just have an abortion just like that. I think it's just morally wrong.
So again, you said it's morally wrong. I understand you say that. I get what you were saying, but again, the reason why you're saying that, I could ask you why, and you're going to be like, "Oh, these set of conditions is valuable," and then that's going to be applicable to the zygote, probably, which you just said it was okay for them to kill, and they shouldn't go to prison for murdering. Under your view, you believe it's murder. I don't believe it's murder, but you don't believe they should go to prison for. You don't think they should be held accountable for it because you don't view it to
Well,
be the same
think
as other forms of murder for some reason. Under your view,
I still think it's a form of murder. I just don't think it's, if I like kill a dog and I kill a human, they're different. They're both morally wrong. It's like a different level. I don't think if the person who performs the abortion shouldn't go to prison as the same as if like I just shot someone on the street. It's still like still should be wrong and illegal, but I don't think it's just as bad. Definitely not.
okay. So, okay, then why should it be illegal?
Because in my opinion, it's wrong. Like it should not be happening.
Okay. Well, is cheating wrong?
Cheating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Should that be illegal?
No.
So just because something's wrong doesn't mean it should be illegal?
Yeah, but there's a big difference between cheating and taking away a life,
Okay, but like you just said that there was a difference between some form of murder, right, of like other people and zygotes. So then like who's to say that like it isn't acceptable enough to say that like you should be able to have bodily autonomy?
Well, I still think it's like it's not as low as just cheating and it's not as high as murder, it is murder, but it's a different type of murder. It's not like murder of potential life, in my opinion, still should be illegal in most cases, unless it's an extreme case where the woman, was, as I said, like raped or something like that. Because then in that scenario, I think that the woman's well-being is more valuable than that child being brought up in conditions that are going to be absolutely horrible. And the woman's
Well, wait, why can't you say that like she should be able to get access to an abortion in the first trimester, given that there's not a well-being she could harm.
Because if she willingly had intercourse with someone, you should know the risks beforehand. And if you get pregnant,
I understand, but you're not affecting the well-being of any entity.
you are if you murder the potential life.
But they had no well-being.
What do you mean it had no well-being?
Like, did it have like subjective experiences at all?
No, but it doesn't need to have subjective experience.
Why not?
Because it's going to be born and have a life one day. It doesn't matter if it's hasn't had
The same thing is
experience.
true for the zygote in terms of the IUD situation.
Yeah, but I still don't think IUDs should happen.
Say it again.
I still don't think IUDs should happen.
Okay. So do you think they should go to prison for having an IUD?
Not the woman, but the person who does it. Yeah.
Why not
sure.
the women? Again, they're hiring under it's like hiring a hitman. Do you think people who hire hitmen should go to prison?
But it's, in my opinion, it's not the same as just hiring a hitman because
How
as of
so?
right now, it's something that is legal and kind of normalized. So it's not something
Okay.
that's found.
Okay, so if buying hitmen was legal and normalized, would you say it's okay?
No, but you're saying it in the scenario that we don't understand it.
I have a question. Was Darth Vader and or Emperor Palpatine killing people when they called bounty hunters to murder people?
I don't know what Star Wars was. Say it again.
Were Darth Sidious and or Darth Vader, right, murdering people when they called for like a bounty hunters to like murder people?
I don't know. I don't watch Star Wars.
I wish you would have got that, man.
Well, what I kind of mean is I don't think abortion should happen. Unless it's the extreme. That's my kind of stance on it. Besides IUDs and stuff like that, just abortion specifically, I don't think it should happen.
I understand. We've already gone over this multiple times.
Yeah, I know.
Is there anything else you've got?
Not really. I mean, I would like to know why you specifically think it's okay in all scenarios for someone to have a woman to have an abortion.
It's up to sentience.
You're just up to sentience.
Mm-hmm.
So you don't see potential life, you don't value potential life.
Hell no, not alone. I only value potentiality insofar as there's a present or past established.
So even in the third trimester, you don't value it.
Well, it has sentience then.
Why? Just because it's
the certain parts of the brain necessary to produce subjective experience are met. The thymoscortical connections, the prefrontal cortex, the cerebral cortex.
Yeah, but it hasn't had any experiences yet. It's still in the womb.
You can have experiences in the womb. You're just saying it doesn't remember them. Remembering is not the same thing as having an experience. I cannot remember something and still have a subjective experience.
So you think if they cannot have the experience, then they're not valuable?
If they don't meet the criteria of past or present and future subjective experience, right, then I don't think that they meet the criteria of personhood.
Okay. So but why? I don't understand why.
That's going to explain why we think that it's not murder to pull the plug on individuals that are brain dead.
Okay, so imagine this scenario, right? The woman finds out she's pregnant, and she finds out that she's having a girl, but she wanted to have a boy. Should she be allowed to just have an abortion just due to the fact that she's having a boy and not a girl?
Legally, she'd be allowed to, but I would disagree with the motivations.
But you still agree that she should be allowed to have one?
Yeah.
Isn't it just wrong though?
Well, I can say I disagree with the motivations, but I can also at the same time say that it should be legal. So
okay, but it's still wrong though. There's gonna be scenarios like that
Yeah,
happen.
having those motivations are wrong. Amber, thank you
scenarios
so
like-
much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Amber. Sammy, thank
Most
you for
of
the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Absolutely, I will. Melody, thank you for the $5. John, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, John. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you so much for the $10. Maybe sometime. Kim, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much on PayPal. Thank you, Kim. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Kim. Go for it, Ben. You were saying?
Like people might not like believe it, but things like that happen a lot of the times when it comes to abortion. They selectively choose whether they want to have, or even if like they know the fetus is going to have like disability problems in the future, you know, they'll just abort it just due to the fact that it's going to
Yeah,
be
and
disabled.
I think it's wrong to be ableist. But like at the same time, I identify it's wrong to be ableist. That doesn't mean I think that.
What's
like,
ableist?
You don't know what ableism is?
No.
For example, it's like like discrimination targeted against people who are disabled.
So you don't
or
believe?
have
Okay.
any form of disability. What's up?
Okay. So what were you saying about ableist?
Yeah, like those motivations would be ableist, and it's fucked up to be ableist.
Yeah, but there's going to be people who do that, like a lot of the time.
What do you mean?
Like, there's women who have abortions. Like a lot of the time, there's going to be specific reasons just because of the way the baby is going to be born. You know, whether it's a boy or a girl, or whether it's disabled or not, is going to factor in whether they're going to have an abortion or not.
I'm confused what your point is.
Okay, so imagine there's a woman who's pregnant and she's planning to keep the child, but she realizes that it's going to have like a deformity or something like that, and she chooses to abort it just due to the fact that it's going to have a deformity. That happens like a lot of the time when it comes to abortion.
Yeah, I again disagree with the motivations they have. But should it be
But it's still
legal?
not-
Yes.
Okay, but that's where I disagree. I don't think it should be legal.
Well, you don't think it should be legal in any circumstance for a woman who's like to get access to an abortion?
No, not any circumstance. In the circumstance of like
Any elective circumstance, is that fair?
yeah. In any elective circumstance, I don't think she should be able to have an abortion.
Say that one more time.
In any circumstance where it was like a consensual, you know, the way they had to make the baby, then yeah, I don't think an abortion should be allowed.
Why not?
Because I think that they're taking away someone's life who, you know, it's a potential life, but someone who's going to grow up and, you know, be human and make friends, have connections, and just live life. And I think life is the most precious thing that
So that
we
same
could
thing
have.
happens with an IUD.
What do you mean?
Same thing happens with an IUD, like with the IUD situation I brought up.
Yeah, but I don't agree with it.
So then, do you think they're murderers in that circumstance?
Yeah, I don't think they should freeze embryos. No.
You think freezing embryos should be illegal as well?
Yeah, for sure. I think there's other options. There's like adoption. You know, there's
Do you
many.
think IVF should be illegal?
Yeah.
Yeah. So you think people who are born based upon IVF, you think they shouldn't exist?
What do you mean born based off IVF? You mean like when it's
Like
implanted?
they were IVF babies.
No, well, no, it's not because their life is still valuable, but like it shouldn't have been. You know, it shouldn't have. How many frozen embryos like don't make it when it's an IVF?
So with IVF, there's multiple that would die. There's
Well, how much?
multiple. It's like it can be upwards to 6 to 7 per a patient.
6 or 7. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that.
Here, let me
I'm
say
not.
thank you to some people. James, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said ask the pro-lifers if they support subsidized education, healthcare, and housing for all of these kids forcefully born due to parents that don't want them. Love you, kid. You are a good role model for my kids. Thank you for defending queer people. Thank you so much, James. I really appreciate the $50. Thank you so much. Get some W's for James in the comment section right now. Jace, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Grace, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Consider this a bond for my IUD. Thank you. J.O., thank you so much for the $2. Crystal, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Van, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Go ahead.
So you were asking me like, do I think it's? So what did you ask me again about IVF?
You think that they're murderers. You think they should be put in prison for getting IVF, right?
I don't think it should happen. No.
Do you think they should go to prison for using IVF?
Yeah. Not like for. Yeah.
So
I don't
everyone in the
think
chat who's used IVF, they should go to prison.
I don't think they should go to prison.
Why
I
not?
think the people, because they've been informed. Just like, you know,
If they continued to go and use IVF after this conversation we've had today, would you think that they should go to prison?
if it was, you mean if it was like illegal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think that they should go to prison for utilizing IVF?
Yeah. I'm not saying like prison. I'm not saying like a life sentence, but I think it should be illegal.
That's murder
so, yeah.
under your view. So why not?
Yeah, well, it's it's a different type of murder, like I said before. It's still murder. It's just there's like different kinds.
So that
Like I don't view an embryo the same as I view a living human being, but I still view it highly. It's just not the same level. The same way I view like a dog to a human.
They are a living human being under your view.
No, their potential. I just think the potential is still valuable. It's just not as valuable as
No,
someone's.
they are a living human being under your view. Life begins at conception, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if life begins at conception, well then what's your point? They're a living human being.
So my point is, if there was like a 5-year-old and a 90-year-old, and I had to choose one of them to die, I would choose the 90-year-old to die. That's what I mean. Like they're still both living, but in my opinion, the 3-year-old has more value than the 90-year-old because the 90-year-old already lived its life and the 3-year-old just began, and it has.
I'm confused what your point is. Well, I'm confused. I never even said they have the same value. Never even asked you for a hypothetical of you indicating that they have the same value, right? It's just whether or not you should be able to get access to an abortion.
No, but there are people who disagree with abortion who view them as the same, right? Like they view them on the same level.
Okay, all right. Okay? We get that that's not your position.
Yeah.
Okay, what's your point now?
My point is that they shouldn't. I don't think it should. Like, I still think they should go to prison, but it's not going to be the same as like a murder. No, it's still murder, but it's not like. They shouldn't have.
It is murder by definition under your view.
Murder, but it's not the same level of murder.
Okay, but what is that supposed to mean?
It means that it's still wrong and should be illegal, but it's just not as bad, But also depends the stage of development of the fetus at the same time.
All right, is there anything else you want to talk about before I go on to the next person?
No, that's it. It's fun talking to you, man.
All right, for sure. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I'm in Australia, but your politics are affecting us definitely here.
Appreciate you. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 4.
Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I mean, obviously, yeah.
I feel like you're trolling.
Hello?
I feel like you're trolling.
Why?
You're trying to make your voice deeper.
That's how I sound.
Okay, you're
I
really weird, Jake, for doing that. Really weird. It actually told me he didn't have the ability to turn his camera on. What a weirdo for doing that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
It's an anxiety pen, you freak.
This next person up here. You know what's crazy, chat? It's lagging so much that they tried to conduct the stream and it's lagging. They didn't see it. No one saw it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
You're a nigger. I'm gonna rape your daughter. You're a fucking nigger. I'm gonna rape you. I'm gonna rape your daughter.
What is up with all of the guests right now? I'm not getting any good guests right now. We're gonna go and hit a restart and go on to my other account. There's no good guests right now. This is just this is a shit show. It's a shit show. All right. I'll hit a restart on YouTube, TikTok. Go over to the YouTube. All right, let's see. All right, let's try to go back live again. Resume, cancel. All right. All right, give it a second for people to join up. It will take a minute for people to join up. What's up, everyone? Yeah, do give it a second. I'll probably open up StreamYard to get some requests in. Let me open it real quick to do that. Guest request. And message. All right. Raver, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Can we get some W's for Raver in the comment section? I know, that's crazy. That is actually insane. And Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Meg, thank you for the 2 Canadian. Kirsten, thank you so much for the £2. SKZ, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. Dude, I've run that argument on people so many times. They have no response to that one. All right, we're going to start getting some people up here very soon. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
How old are you?
Hello? I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah,
Why so?
because I think that he'll lead us to Resurrection Day.
Okay. You're trolling? All right, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course.
Why so?
Because I love those luscious lips of yours.
Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's the power to you?
Right, real quick, I've got something to say. Right, trans.
Didn't hear you. Yo, what's the power to you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Mm-hmm.
Why so?
Because you're a nerd. Cookie King mogs you.
Am I a nerd? I don't even know what they're referencing. All right, let's go on to the next person. We've got like no one. TikTok is really not working right now. Yo, what's the power
Hello.
to you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I would have, but I turned 18 a month after the election.
Okay. So why do you support Donald Trump?
I don't know. I think I prefer him over Kamala. I know he's not like the best person. It's widely said, but I genuinely think he's better.
Why so?
Well, for one, like the whole like tax reform and economic growth and all of that stuff.
Okay. What tax reform? What economic growth? Because they're currently right now, Q1 2025, GDP has gone down.
Okay, well, I mean, like the tax cuts and like the Jobs Act, like 2017, all that.
Yeah, which added $190 billion of debt-related spending each year, and
Well,
only added
I
8 to
mean,
16 billion dollars in GDP growth.
it cut the tax rates like a lot.
Okay, but like you
Like the
understand that
corporate tax rates.
mostly for people who are rich.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I think it overall would help the economy in the long run.
It didn't. I just went over the numbers, specifically how it actually wasn't good for the economy. It was a net loss. $190 billion of debt-related spending each year for 8 to 16 billion dollars of growth.
I don't know. I'm also, I don't know. I'm not really, I don't know. I'm Catholic. I'm not in line with abortion or like, I know this is very controversial, but like, I don't really support like trans rights and all of
You
that
don't
stuff.
support trans rights? Why not?
No.
Why do you not support trans rights?
I don't think like, I don't know. A man is a man and a woman is a woman.
Yeah, and that's true. And trans people should also have rights.
I mean,
So do you agree trans people should have rights?
they should have the rights everyone has, but
Okay, so
I
then
don't
then
think
you believe in trans rights.
I don't think they should be able to just change their gender.
What do you mean they're not changing their gender?
Well, yeah, they are. Like on their passports and stuff.
They shouldn't be able to change their presentation?
They shouldn't be able to. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying that people shouldn't be able to change their clothes?
I mean, they can get a haircut and change their clothes,
Okay,
but
so then they can change their presentation.
I don't think that they should. No, what I'm
Mystic
talking
Galaxy,
about
thank you so much,
is
Brianna.
I don't think that they should be like legally
Are you
recognized as
Christian?
the opposite gender. Yeah, I am. I said I'm Catholic.
Yeah, I have a question. God the Father, what biology does he have?
I mean, I don't know. He's just like God. I'm a man. I
No
guess.
biology? But
No,
yet you
not
still use
really.
he, him pronouns and call him a father?
Yeah.
Interesting. So gender isn't biological in that context?
I don't know. I mean, it's like God.
It's not biological in that context, right? And that's completely coherent?
Yeah.
Okay, so then why do you say it's such an issue with trans people, but it's not an issue with your God? We respect your God's identity. Please respect trans people's.
I'm sorry. I just don't. It doesn't really align with.
It
I don't know.
doesn't. It doesn't align with biology. Neither does God's. So
No,
do
it
you think
doesn't.
that God isn't a father?
Well, it's different because like God's like not an actual person. Like he's God.
Jesus is a person, right?
Yeah, Jesus was a person.
Okay, so
And he was a man.
Jesus is God, right?
No, he's the God's son. And he
Oh,
represents
okay.
God.
You don't believe he's God?
No, he's the son of
Okay.
God.
Interesting. Well, we already went over this. The fact that you believe God the Father is a father is compatible with the idea that you believe that gender is social in this context, not biological. I have a secondary question.
Okay.
Have you done communion before?
Yeah.
When you do communion, do you think that like you're eating the actual flesh and drinking the actual blood of Jesus Christ?
Obviously not. It's more spiritual.
So you believe it's not literal? You don't believe in transubstantiation?
I don't believe in what? Sorry?
Transubstantiation?
I'm sorry. I don't know what that is.
Okay. Never mind then.
Okay. Let's divert from religion because I don't know. It's hard to explain to people who just don't.
Really? Because you didn't know what your own view was. As
do
a
you mean?
Catholic, you don't know what transubstantiation is?
No, I'm sorry.
Can you tell me the first 3 books of the New Testament?
The first 3 books of the New Testament, God. I have not. There's the. Honestly, oh my God, this is embarrassing. Wait, I can go get my Bible. I literally have it on my shelf. I like going to church. I like going to mass. I don't know. I've grown up a Catholic.
Can you name any 3 books in the New Testament?
Well, are those like, I'm sorry. The thing is, I'm American, okay? I live in Spain though. So all of my religion stuff is based in Spanish.
Okay, well you can give me the name in Spanish.
Okay. Okay, so you have like the
Off the top of your head, do you have anything off the top of your head?
Yeah, you have like the letters from Pablo and you have a bunch of things.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I'm not really like I'm stressing right now.
Why so?
I'm not. I never debate. It's the first time that I've done something like this and I'm kind of spiraling.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. But can we switch the topic away from religion and all of this?
Okay. What would you like to switch it to?
I don't know. I think, well, like everything's controversial, but immigration and all that.
Can you name a single policy on immigration that you like?
Well, for one, I don't know. I think people should not be able to just like come into the country and.
I have a question. Do you think immigrants coming to the country should have to take a civics test?
Like you mean like of like culture and stuff?
Yeah, I'm just asking if you think that like people immigrating to the country should have to take a U.S. citizenship or a U.S. Citizenship test.
Yeah, obviously.
Oh, okay. So you think they should have to take a civics test? Okay. Would you be okay if I asked you some of those civics questions?
I mean, I don't know. Okay.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Can we do that right now?
Okay.
Sure. Okay. All right. First question.
For everyone saying I'm an immigrant in Spain, my mother is from Spain. I grew up in the States and now I'm living here my high school years. Just
Your
saying.
high school years? How old are you?
And I'm 18.
Okay.
I'm finishing high school.
Okay. All right. So first question, how many branches of government are there?
In the US? I have no idea.
You don't know?
No, I haven't studied in the US in like 2 years.
What are the first 3 words of the Constitution?
Wasn't it like freedom for all or something?
No. What about the Declaration of Independence?
Wasn't it 1776?
I didn't ask you for the year. I asked you for the first 3 words. But it's okay. What is the supreme law of the land?
I don't know, that whoever comes takes it.
The Constitution.
Okay. I don't know why you're testing me on all
What are
of
the
this.
first 10 amendments of the Constitution?
Isn't that biblical?
Biblical? Really?
I mean, there's
The first 10 amendments to the Constitution are biblical?
No, I'm not saying that. I mean,
Or did you think I was referring to the 10 commandments?
Yes, that's what I'm sorry.
I
That's
said
what I
the
was
first
thinking of.
10 amendments, not
No.
commandments.
Okay, I literally know next to nothing about US history and all of this.
Okay, can you tell me what are the 3 rights what are 2 rights in the Declaration of Independence?
Probably freedom or freedom of speech or something.
I'll give you that. That's 1.
I don't know.
Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Okay. What is freedom of religion?
Freedom, like anyone can be their own religion, and I'm totally okay with that.
Okay. On a legal basis. Name one branch or part of the government.
There's the parliament, and there's well, I know there are like 3 different buildings. It's the White House is one, and then there's like the Senate and all of that.
Okay. So Congress, but we don't have parliament. That was interesting.
I'm sorry.
Who is in charge of the executive branch?
Yeah, that was one.
Who
I don't
is?
know.
You don't know?
I don't know. I've done literally only 9th grade in the US.
But I think this one's a pretty easy one to answer. Who is in charge of the executive branch?
I don't know, the Senate or
The Senate? Really?
that's my guess.
Okay. The president. Who is our current
Okay.
president?
Donald Trump, he was just voted.
Who is our vice president?
Wasn't it like I have no idea. I'm forgetting his name. I'm mixing up Spanish politics.
So I just want to clarify. The beginning of this conversation started with me asking you, do you believe that people who are immigrating to the United States should have to pass a civics test? You said yes.
Well,
I
yeah,
asked you
but
a few of the questions on the civics test, and you've done disastrously on them
okay,
so far.
because I don't live in the US. I'm from there, but I
you
don't
said you
live.
grew up in the U.S.
I grew up there, but I moved out.
And
Like,
wait, do you want to vote?
I mean, if I was in the US and I was of age
If
when the
you are,
elections
oh
took
wait, are
place,
you going to vote in the next election?
if I am, yes,
If you are, when is the next election?
2028.
2026. But
What do you mean? Aren't they every 4 years?
yeah, but we have Congress.
Well, I was talking about presidential elections.
Sure. Okay, so then like, but you are gonna vote in the presidential election, right?
Yeah.
So then, like, obviously, I can hold you accountable for this.
Okay. I don't know. With this debate, like the thing is,
Can I ask a question? Who's commander in chief?
I don't know. What I was gonna say is that you're going to like trying to trap me in questions about the government, about history.
No. I asked
the
you.
US.
I asked you, should someone have to pass a civics test in order to be able to legally immigrate to the United States? You said yes.
Well,
I said, can I ask you some of the questions on the civics test? You said
well,
yes,
I'm not
and
trying
you
to
weren't able to
emigrate to the
answer any,
US.
any of them.
I'm not trying to emigrate to the US because I already am a US citizen.
Wait, but like you're saying that immigrants, in order to become citizens, have to pass a test that you can't pass as a citizen.
Well, I mean, it's just like high school. You take exams that you're later gonna forget.
Was there a point where you did know the answers to these questions?
I mean, probably in 9th grade when I was studying US history.
I mean, these aren't just U.S. history, right? What is the political party of the current president?
Republican.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Okay, that's based. That's based. Can I? I'll ask you one more question, and then we're gonna go back to what we were talking about.
Okay, yeah, please.
All right, all right. Basic question. Basic question. What ocean is on the east coast of the United States?
Atlantic.
Nice, based. What about the west?
Pacific.
Based. All right, okay. Those were just the random questions on civicsquestions.com, by the way. But yeah. Okay. All right. At least you got a few of them. What color is the face of the president?
White.
Orange. You got it wrong.
I mean, okay.
It's right there. It's literally right there. You can see it.
I do think that he is a bit orange, but honestly, like, who cares?
Huh?
Like, who literally cares?
Who cares that men wear makeup, right?
Exactly.
Exactly. Seriously. Go against those social and cultural norms. Hell yeah.
No, I'm like, again, like going back to what we were talking about trans people, like they can wear makeup, they can like change their look, their hairstyle, their clothes. I just don't think they should be like legally allowed to do that.
They shouldn't be legally allowed to change their clothes.
No, I mean they shouldn't be allowed to change their gender.
Okay. What do you mean, like on a legal, like status, license?
Yeah, like their license, passports, anything.
Why not?
Because
You think trans men should be considered women under their passports?
yeah.
Really?
I'm sorry. I just don't see
Well, then
how a man could be a woman.
that's not what we're saying is happening. We're saying trans men are men and trans women are women. What's confusing about that?
That they're not. That you can't just
What
change your gender.
What is a man?
A man, just someone with male anatomy.
God the Father, is he a man?
I mean, technically,
Does he have male anatomy?
I don't think about God in that way.
Does God have male anatomy?
I don't think about it.
Does God have a dick?
I don't know.
No, God does not have a penis. Okay? God is literally immaterial.
Exactly.
Right? God the
He's-
Father is immaterial. So he's a father without any set of anatomy. So if he's a father with no set of anatomy, well, then why is it the case that he could be considered a father without male anatomy, but trans men cannot be considered fathers without male anatomy?
because they have female anatomy.
Why does that change anything? You just said that gender in that circumstance was predicated off of social norms, not and social commitments, not predicated off of biological realities.
I don't know. You keep like just saying arguments that I've heard like 1,000 times. It's just,
You haven't heard this argument 1,000 times. I promise you that.
I don't know. People always say just the same thing, like, "Oh,
If people are saying that all the time, then I'm really happy because that they must have got it from a lot of these conversations because I did not hear them before. I've
Well, no, I'm not
practically
saying, like-
never heard people make this point.
I'm not saying your specific like thing. I'm just saying people trying to say that like, oh, like men can be women and
Or that's
women
not
can
what
be-"
we're claiming. We're claiming trans men are men and trans women are women.
exactly. Just
And you're
no.
claiming God the Father is a man without a dick.
Yeah, but he also doesn't have a vagina, so.
So
So I don't know. He's spiritual. He's not an actual
is he non?
living
So is he
human
not? So
on
is he
Earth.
non-binary?
Well, no, I don't.
He.
Yeah, he.
So why use he, him pronouns instead of they, them?
Because the they them shit is just.
It's just what?
I don't know. It's gonna. I mean, I'm gonna get like. I don't know how to say it in English. I'm gonna get funada, but it's stupid.
How is they, them pronoun stupid? I think they are stupid.
Because I don't know. It's literally just. If you're a man, you are he, him.
Yeah.
If you're-
Again, you can use they, them pronouns to refer to everyone. So why doesn't God use they, them pronouns rather than using he, him pronouns?
Because he's technically just one entity.
Can I use she, her pronouns to refer to God?
I mean, if you want.
Can we refer to God as a woman? God the mother.
Ariana Grande does. So you.
God the mother.
If you want.
God the mother.
I mean, I'm not stopping you from saying that. I mean, in the Bible.
I'm asking you, is that accurate according to your scripture?
Well, according to it, no.
No.
But who am I to stop you?
Wait, but like, okay, so it's specifically father. So I have to like use his preferred pronouns.
I don't know. Can we not like? Can we actually like just?
You don't like talking about this? I thought you brought up trans people.
Well, yeah, but
it's not comfortable, huh? For you to like have to have this conversation, right? I love that. I really enjoy that. I enjoy that you're uncomfortable.
You enjoy
I want you. No, you know what I enjoy? That transphobes are totally uncomfortable engaging in that dialogue. I love that. That's like amazing to me. That's amazing. I really want transphobes to be uncomfortable with bringing that up.
Okay, well, I don't know. Can I just say something?
Yeah, absolutely. I'm giving you the space to do that right now. Can I thank someone first, though?
Yeah. Okay.
Sprinkle, thank you so much for the $2 on Super Sticker. Zoe, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. And Sid with the $200. Thank you so much for. I am not in the live right now. I am on the way to the bar, but just would like to tell you, Parker, plus everyone, I just debated the driver and won. Yo, Sid, can we get some W's for Sid in the comments section right now? Thank you so much, Sid. Let's get some fucking W's for Sid in the comment section right now for debating her driver and winning. That's diabolical. Let's go, Sid. Let's go, Sid. Thank you so much, Sid, for the $200. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Sid. But yeah, go for it.
Oh, okay. I'm actually a huge feminist. I'm sorry. I was trying to get into the mindset. I'm sorry for trolling.
I knew it the whole time. I knew it. I could just tell. I could just tell. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. What's up? How old are you?
29.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, of course.
Why so?
Well, I didn't want to talk about that. I actually want to talk about you and Charlie Kirk.
I'd actually rather talk about the debates if you'd like to.
Okay, I just didn't know if you were as zealously trying to get his attention as that other kid. I think Dean is his name. Dean.
Do you want to hear the backstory on that? He agreed to debate us after Jubilee because I debated him on Jubilee, and Dean debated him once for only like one short little conversation. That's the only time Dean's ever talked to him. He agreed to have a conversation with both of us after the election after the election came around, and then he completely dodged. So what I did is I decided to go up to California State University Northridge, right, at one of the campuses. He was going to show up for Turning Point, and I was first person in line, and I debated him on like 2 questions. So I've talked to him twice, like once at Jubilee, once there, and then I haven't tried to talk to him since because I knew he wouldn't talk to me. But we tried to get Dean to talk to him in Texas. Try to get him to talk to Dean because he wouldn't talk to me anymore, and he wouldn't talk to Dean until he got pushed back online for not debating Dean.
So why do you think that is?
Why doesn't he want to debate us? I don't know.
Yeah.
Maybe he doesn't want to give us a platform. There's a few probably things. There's one, it might make him look bad in front of a lot of people. 2, it could be that he's giving people who have a legitimate ability to meaningfully affect things, right, virality and followers, which can be harmful towards his future political endeavors.
Yeah, I did see some talk show conversations where he actually shouted you guys out as being, up and coming people that
He
they
actually
have to
said the
worry
opposite
about.
about me on Georgienko.
Okay.
He said
Well,
that
do
I
you
was
think it's
disingenuous.
do you think it's possibly because of the character that you guys have while you're actually debating with him as being a little hostile?
Dean was not hostile with him at all, but I was hostile with him.
Do you think that
Lucy, thank you so much for the media shout. Thank you so
contributed
much.
to it a bit?
Yeah, partially. But
Yeah.
like, I mean, I've also talked to his manager, right, and to people who work with him, and I've been very clear. I'll debate him with a moderator where I won't interrupt him at all. The reasons why I've been more likely to interrupt him in the conversations I've had with him is because that we have a timeline. We have like a specific set of time, and the Jubilee conversations, I could have been voted off, and I only had a few minutes each time I debated him on each topic. And then for the time I showed up at CSUN, California State University Northridge, what's it called? I only got to ask 2 questions, and I only had 6 minutes.
All right. Well, thanks. I appreciate you talking to me. So I guess if you want, I could tell you real quick why I supported Trump.
Yeah, go for it.
All right. So obviously, 2A rights. I'm a pro-life. As a Christian, I want Christianity to flourish in this country, and I felt as though he was actually elected to be a representative.
Can I actually
of the
respond to that real
people.
quick?
Sure.
And you probably haven't heard this critique before, so bear with me, okay? This might be a little bit confusing for you in the very beginning. Have you ever read the Old Testament?
Most of it. Are you talking about every word in its entirety?
No, are you familiar with the Old Testament?
Yeah.
1 Samuel 15:3, God commands Saul and his men to slaughter the men, women, children, and infants of Amalek. In that context, because God commanded it, do you think it's okay?
Yes.
Is it pro-life to call for the genocide of the Amalekites?
Yes.
Is it pro-life to call for the murdering of babies?
No.
Okay, well, God called for the murdering of babies. So is he not pro-life?
So, to a Christian's understanding, we're all the property of God. So he has the right to do what he wants with his creation. So that's to that point.
So murdering babies is pro-life.
Well, it's not murder if
it's not
the
murder?
creator. Not necessarily, because
so killing babies is totally okay. It's not.
Well, actually,
killing babies is pro-life.
Killing in general is wrong for humans to do.
But killing babies for God is pro-life.
Not for God in every context, no. But you have to see that Christians see God as the ultimate authority of morality, and so what he says is okay. And since we are his creation, he can, but just like we have a house, we can destroy the house, we could do whatever we want with that house.
Houses aren't sentient. Next question. Donald, specifically, if God commanded you to slaughter the Amalekite infants, would you have done it?
If he commanded me?
Yeah.
In the Old Testament?
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
You would have slaughtered the babies? That sounds very pro-life of you.
Yes, because again, we are only not allowed to do that because God says we are not allowed to murder people. However, in the context of what is good and what's not good, that's up to debate. And what is
Can I ask you a question? How do
allowed.
you, if God commanded you to slaughter infants, what makes you think that that was God and not the devil?
Which is why you would have to have that divine intervention. You would have to know. You can't just go off a hunch, obviously.
Well, Saul and his men, how did they know?
I don't know. Maybe an angel came to them. I'm not too
How do you
particular.
know that angel isn't a demon?
Because there are multiple instances of demons and how they act and what they, I guess, require you to do.
Could demons act as if they are angels or act as if they are coming from God to help you in order to be able to manipulate you or deceive you into following them?
Absolutely.
So why wouldn't you expect that's true in this context?
Because the Bible, who's the authority, says it's not. It was allowed.
Well, again, the Bible itself could have been inspired by the devil, but the point that I'm making, at least that I wanted to demonstrate, is that it doesn't sound very pro-life of you if you're willing to murder babies at the command of anyone.
Well, again,
I don't
allowed
think that
to-
sounds very pro-life.
Yeah, but we're not. Well, if you understand Christianity, you would know that whatever we're allowed to do or not allowed to do comes from God. So if he says we are allowed to do it in that context, we are. And when it comes to like the law, it's about humans killing, not God killing or God's representatives killing. Because we admit that, God does send people in the past to do that, and he himself even flooded the whole world with water.
Again, yes, slaughtering everyone on the planet. So again, that doesn't sound very pro-life to me. So when you say you're a pro-life Christian, that the Bible's not pro-life.
Wait, well, then I
Christianity
guess you have to
isn't
look at what pro-life
So
is.
this idea here of being a pro-life Christian to me doesn't really seem very upstanding.
Well, then maybe we have to define what pro-life is.
Go ahead.
So I don't believe that a human, not being God, can take an innocent life of another person, whether it's in the womb or not, who is innocent and not, I guess you would say, a criminal.
You said you would slaughter the infants if God commanded you. That's you slaughtering them.
If I knew it was God, and then it's God's creation, he gets to determine what happens to his creation.
Why does he force you to do it? Why doesn't he do it
He
himself?
didn't force. You just said if he asked.
Well, wait. If God commands you and you
Yeah.
don't follow through with his command, that means you sinned.
Correct. So then I would be in trouble and I would go to hell.
So if God says either you do what I say or you go to hell, is that forcing you?
No.
I have a question.
Because I have the free will to
I
reject.
have a question.
To force is to say that I can't reject.
I have a question.
Yeah.
If a 50-year-old man went to a bar and went up to a young woman and said, if you do not have sex with me, you will go to hell, right? And they had the ability to send that woman to hell. Would that be forceful or would that be grape?
Well, again, you're asking me from a human perspective. If a human tells me to do something,
I'm
I'm
asking
talking
you,
about God.
would that be grape?
You're telling them if they don't
have sex with them, that they will go to hell.
Well, obviously, because I don't believe that person has
That would be grape.
authority. Yeah.
No, I'm saying if that person has the ability to send someone to hell.
Are they God?
I'm just saying that they have the ability to send someone to hell or something like hell.
I honestly, if it's not God, then I would say, yeah, it is sexual assault. And even if it was God, I don't think God would ever put somebody in that position. So no.
If it was God, it wouldn't be sexual assault.
No, I'm saying God would never tell somebody to do that.
If God came down as a human being and said, have sex with me or go to hell, would you say that would be grape?
Yes, but I don't think he would ever do that.
Would that be wrong?
That would be wrong, yes.
So God could do something that's wrong?
No, because I don't think he would ever do that.
So he can't do that.
I don't think he would. No,
He can't do that, right?
I don't think he can. No,
It's not
personally,
it's not possible.
I don't think he can do that because he is perfect and he's can't tell you to do that.
Okay, so again, in that context, you're at least acknowledging that it goes against that person's consent. So if God says, do what I say or go to hell, isn't that not consentful?
Not consentful? Can you explain it?
Yeah,
Elaborate?
you agreed that it was great.
Yeah.
Even if God did it. So then you would agree that if God said, do what I say or you go to hell, right? Is that consentful on our behalf?
No. Wait, no. It's not forcing somebody. to
So
do
then we don't have free will.
No, it's not. He's not forcing somebody to do it, but it would still be assault.
What do you mean he's not forcing someone to do it?
If someone gives you an ultimatum to do something, that's not a forceful thing.
Really? If
Yeah.
someone says do this or I'm going to kill you, is that forceful?
Kill somebody or send them to hell? Because that's two different things.
If someone says do this or I'm going to torture you, is that forceful?
If it was a human imminently doing that, then yes. I think
It doesn't
so.
matter who that's doing that. That's obviously forceful.
Yeah, but you're making it seem as though in the other
That
hypothetical,
seems
where
like
there
is that against someone's free will?
That are you talking religiously, morally? It's kind of hard.
Descriptively, is it against someone's free will?
I think if you're just looking at it as a hypothetical, is it against someone's will? Normally speaking, legally, yes, it is. However, I don't believe that.
A million points to indicate that you were wrong there. But again, we can go back to the main topic in terms of politics, right? You're not engaging with, right? You were trying to like use religion to get around it. I even proved to you that the religion, right, is not a good basis, right? But even if we weren't even to have that conversation, right, what is your justification for your position in terms of
Which
politics?
position? I said
Why you
multiple.
support Donald Trump?
I told you 2A. I told you pro-choice or pro-life.
Well, let me clarify then. Do you believe in separation of church and state?
In a way that the government shouldn't be in the church, but the church should be able to
Influence the government?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so why shouldn't Muslims be able to influence the government?
They do.
You think they should be able to?
No, as a religious rivalry, I'll say no. But
Really? No?
no,
Why not?
but they have the right to.
Wait, you just said you said they shouldn't.
Correct. But they do have the right to.
Okay. So they do. So you believe in a secular society?
No.
Then you believe in a Christian theocracy.
I believe that,
Well, then
that
here's my
Christianity
question.
should have more of a say in the government. Yes.
Should lying be illegal?
Should lying?
Fuck that. Should adultery be illegal?
I think we live in a society where we can vote on that, and I think that we kind of do.
No, I'm asking you, under your view, if you could become dictator, would you make cheating illegal?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So do you think Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery against every single one of his wives?
In my hypothetical world or in this one?
Either.
In this one, it's not illegal, so no. In my hypothetical world, he probably would be, yes.
So you think he should be in prison?
In my hypothetical world?
No, given your own beliefs and morals, you believe he should be in prison because you think adultery should be illegal.
That's not logically correct, but
Do you think adultery should be illegal?
Yes, but it's not.
So, okay, if you think adultery should be illegal, well, then you think Donald Trump should be in prison for committing adultery.
Yeah, in my hypothetical world, sure.
Okay. So then you think that Donald Trump should be president, right?
Absolutely.
So Donald Trump should
Wait,
be
in reality.
So Donald Trump should be president from prison.
No, in reality, he isn't in
Let me
prison.
give you an
'cause it's
example.
not
Within your
legal.
hypothetical reality there, if it was the case that it was Donald Trump versus Kamala Harris, and it was the case that you specifically had all of your morals particularly put into the context of the law, right? Who do you
Yeah.
think should be president in that context?
Well, in my hypothetical, he wouldn't even be able to run.
Oh, so then Kamala Harris?
No, I would choose a different.
So Kamala Harris should be able to run. Donald Trump shouldn't be able to run. Wouldn't that indicate you should pick Kamala Harris? You have muted yourself. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on the guest box on StreamYard, make sure to put in the private chat if you are MAGA. Ask yourself. Oh my gosh, I did not mean to miss it. I'm so sorry. Let me look. Impeccable, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Hope, thank you for the 5 Canadian. Vivid, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Nina, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Let me look. Ask yourself. I am looking. You were telling her that Trump wanted to make. Oh, I meant to say he didn't want it to be federally illegal. Federally legal. Sorry. Okay, the person left. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. I would recommend if you're on TikTok to go over to YouTube. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I? 65.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Of course I did. Man, you've had this conversation a million times. Let's don't get into why I voted for Donald Trump. Here you've got the same old thing up here. Why do you support Donald Trump? So you were just talking about how adultery. Keep the religion out of it. Religion and politics don't go together. Stay out of it. There's not been a politician in the White House and anywhere that hadn't screwed somebody else and gotten caught about it. Kamala Harris was an escort.
No, she wasn't.
So
That's a
yes,
lie.
she was. Oh my God, yes, she was. She was in the papers causing a divorce. So let's get by
That's
all
not
that.
what an escort
Let's
is.
look at where we're at today.
That's not what an escort is. And also, they were already legally separated, or not legally
It
separated.
don't
They were
matter.
already personally
You're sitting
separated
here-
for like 10
you
years.
were just sitting here talking about should someone who commits adultery go to prison?
Yeah.
Do you know what adultery is?
Yes.
And do you know how it has to happen? Because remember,
What do you mean how
I'm,
it has to
I'm old enough to be your grandfather.
Actually,
Okay.
you're pretty close to my parents' age.
Well, okay. I probably got kids in their. I do have kids in their 40s. So the thing is, for
You
adultery to
probably
be
do,
proven,
when you do is kind of diabolical. But go for
do
it.
what?
You said I probably do when you do. That's kind of diabolical. But go for it.
Well, whatever. I'm 64 years old. Be 65 in 2 months. How old your parents?
65.
Okay, so I'm old enough to be your daddy. So in any state,
Actually, my parents are older than you. My dad's older.
okay, older.
Uh-huh.
But I guarantee you, I'm way older than you. So let me explain
No shit.
something
Thank
to
you for telling me.
Yeah, I just want you to know that because you're forgetting that. But I just want you to understand something. In order for adultery to be proved in any state in the United States, the act of the sexual act has to be done in front of the children. And that I know for a fact because I was divorced.
Restate what you
No,
just
no,
said.
no, no, no. Listen to me, son.
Yeah, Gary.
Listen to
Gary,
me.
I didn't hear what you said. Can you restart what you said?
Okay. Adultery is when the act, a sexual act, is performed in front of a child.
No, it's not. That's not what adultery is.
Okay, but well, you know what?
Adultery is like cheating on your sexual.
No, no,
partner.
no, 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 no. You don't understand. I went through court and I filed for divorce on adultery. And when I had the judge explain to me what adultery was, I lost my case because my children were never in the room with their mother when the sexual act took place.
I'm sorry, Gary.
I'm not sorry. I learned a lot. And as you go along, you're going to learn a lot. So leave the sex out of
Adultery, if you
politics.
literally, can you define adultery?
Yes, adultery is when two people cheat that are married, and a sex act is performed in front of a child.
I don't know where you got that second part.
Oh, well, his name was Gary Smith. He was a divorce law judge in the state of Tennessee.
Gary, I understand your name's Gary and you want to get stuff from other Garys, but I don't know why you wanna
I'm
quote me
Gary
that.
Woodard. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
I don't know why you told me that. Thank you.
But I mean, y'all keep talking about it. Let's talk about our
I
country.
didn't talk about anything about Nashville.
Well, I don't care about Nashville. I'm just talking about in general, son. In general, you have the ability, and this is what kills me. I watch you all the time. I sit and watch and I listen, and I think you're an amazing kid, really do. But you have the ability to sit and debate, and I understand it raises money, but can you pick a subject that helps both sides? Because right now,
Gary, can I actually ask you a question before you go into that? Do you need
Yeah.
kids to be an adulterer?
do you need kids to be an adulterer?
Yeah.
No, the act has to be performed in front of them.
If you don't have kids,
I say, blessed are the
if
children.
you don't have kids, how could they be performed in front of them?
Then you have two adults that are consenting, and neither should file on adultery. If you have two adults with no children, they should file on irreconcilable differences.
Okay, so you're saying that adultery cannot happen if there are no kids.
No, I'm saying it's called.
So to clarify, Gary, if you didn't have any children and you had a partner, right, and they cheated on you, you wouldn't say that's adultery.
No, it was called what is it? Inseparate something irreconcilable
Okay, Gary,
differences.
Gary, I just want you to know we're talking about adultery as defined under the Christian Bible. So,
Okay, now let me explain to you
that's
about
not the
Christian
definition in the
Bible.
Christian Bible.
Okay, you and I and Parker, because I see he's down there and he's always behind you. You got to have that buddy, and you keep him for the rest of your life. He's your buddy. But you, Parker, and myself could sit down, and my father was a Baptist preacher, and he taught me this. We could read the same verse, and we studied that verse, and Parker's going to have a different opinion as you are, as I am. But the thing is, out of all three of those opinions, you're doing the greatest thing in the world, and that's spreading the gospel. Okay, I'm a Masonic Mason.
Gary, I have a
And
question. What are the books of the gospel?
What do you mean the books of the gospel? You're spreading religion. You're talking the positive.
Gary,
Mark,
I asked you.
Luke.
Go ahead. Say it again.
You're talking about Mark and Luke and David and John. We're all talking about that.
David?
And we all know that they were disciples.
What happened to the first book? What's the first book of the gospel?
Genesis.
Nope.
But what I'm trying to tell you, son,
it starts with an M.
I'm not here to debate Christianity.
Rockin' librarian.
I'm trying to get you to use your show to promote positivity.
Gary,
and
I'm
quit
not a Christian.
Well,
Gary, I'm not a Christian. When you say positivity, what you mean is like going towards Christianity. Positivity.
No.
Positivity to me.
Do you think I'm the greatest Christian in the world?
Gary, positivity to me does not include, right, the Christian ethics. It does not include what you
No.
particularly see as
No.
positivity, right? To me, it's going to be referencing people having access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, right? People having basic necessities. And Republicans are the ones cutting those things. Like, for example, they have $880 billion worth of Medicaid cuts within the context of their big, beautiful bill that will add $3.8 trillion to the debt while giving massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires.
But here's my thing. We also gave $155 million to another country for condoms.
What other country?
Was it Gandhi? I don't know. I mean, how is it we're finding
Gandhi is in
everything?
the country.
Y'all are going to sit here. You're going to sit here and debate all this stuff that Trump's doing, but what you're not old enough to see the fact that we have been paying other countries to take our products for years, and what you don't realize is we raised these tariffs on China, and they don't want to
We don't pay
them.
them to take our products. They pay us.
Okie dokie. You better go back and look. You better go back and look, because we even still pay Canada tariffs to take our country. We're paying for their lumber when we've got it here in America.
We don't pay Canada
Guys,
tariffs.
they
would
don't
be paying the
understand.
tariff if they placed it on us.
Well, if we raise our tariffs on China,
that harms us.
If they don't pay our tariffs, that country will go broke.
They don't pay the tariff. We pay the tariff.
No.
And what do you mean they'll go broke? What are you talking about?
They produce so many products that they won't be able to bring them into America.
They can sell it to Europe and other markets around the world.
Do you really think that this man is going to let all this happen? I mean, think about this. How many years had Donald Trump been in politics?
Too many.
How many? Tons. And I even watched him on a speech one day talk about how you pull out of another country and you bring all your machinery and your warfare and you bring all that out. But yet when it was time for him to do it, he just pulled our people and left millions of dollars worth of military equipment sitting there.
Are you talking about in the context of Afghanistan?
Well, Afghanistan, but you got to go back to when he was
so
a young man.
Gary,
and
we brought back all of the military equipment.
No, we
that
didn't.
was currently
Nope.
under our ownership.
No, no, we
military
didn't.
equipment that was associated with the United States that was still left over in Afghanistan is military equipment we gave to the Afghan government to defend themselves against the Taliban.
No. We never gave Afghanistan. See, I'm telling you.
That's from the military themselves.
Okay. You say that. That's from the military themselves.
The military said it.
So right now our country is falling apart. Is that what you're telling me?
Our country is becoming worse because Donald Trump is our president.
Because Donald Trump. And he only was president for how many years? The first go around?
4.
Okay. So how is it one man for 4 years had 73 counts against him and nobody else did?
73 counts of what?
Well, he had 73 felonies against him.
You mean charges? He had 91.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because
now
he did a lot of
nobody else did.
He has 34.
Nobody else did
because they didn't commit.
I mean, look at Pelosi inside trading.
Okay. Donald Trump.
You know.
Wait. If you want to hold her accountable based upon that same definition, you would hold Donald Trump accountable for market manipulation for telling people to buy at the dip.
Okay,
right? When
but
he was
you
about
know,
to like literally pause the tariffs.
You're talking. I mean, everybody's going after a man who served 4 years in politics. 4.
He's been.
Hillary
over
Clinton
4 now.
blamed him for not paying his taxes, and what does he say?
He didn't.
He didn't pay his taxes. Why didn't he?
Because he evaded a lot of them based upon tax loopholes.
But how did he do it?
Tax loopholes.
Who made the tax loopholes?
Republicans.
No bullshit. Democrats. If you wanted it to stop, you'd stop it with the Democrats.
Not true. Oftentimes, not true. But
the
sometimes,
same people that
it's
were
true.
getting
Sometimes
the
that's
same
true.
people that were getting the tax breaks.
Gary.
were-
Sometimes that's true, but it is the case that it's not always true.
I'm trying to get you to admit, regardless to what you want to say, there's good and bad on both sides. And there's I don't care what
Gary.
you say, it doesn't matter. I'm 64 years old. I've been doing this for years since I was 18. I've been a Republican since I was 18. And when
That's
you
very
turn
rough.
64, it's going to be the same thing.
No, it's not.
Okay, what's going to be different?
I have a brain that's functioning properly.
Oh, I know that, and I agree with that. You're a really smart person. That I agree. I watch you. And I sit and listen sometimes, and I've got a basketball game on the TV I ain't paid a bit of attention to, but I've been listening to your show. That's what I do.
And I appreciate it, Gary. But the point that I'm making is that I believe I've engaged in the critical thought necessary, the research necessary to be able to question these specific questions, right? And I'm giving you that specific argument right now. If you'd like to engage with the points that I brought up, that would be great. Otherwise, we're not going to be able to have a productive dialogue on specifically who's a better candidate, right? Would you like to have that conversation?
No, I'm just wishing you would do the right thing with your show. You're such a smart kid. You've got a great following. I'm a Republican, and I follow you religiously. I see you with a great future, and I really do hope you make a difference. I really do. You're out of all these people I see on this TikTok, you're the one that I think is going to be smart. And I mean that from the bottom of my heart. Because
I appreciate that,
think you're,
Gary. Let's just question this though. Like specifically, what policies of Donald Trump's do you like?
well, I like the fact that we're closing down the wall. We're holding people accountable. I like the fact that he is now charging people to bring product into our country. You know, here, let me explain something to you. Joe Biden opened up the border. Okay. And if you and I were sitting in your dining room right now, and I went in, I could show you, I've been paying taxes since I was 12 and a half years old. And you can come over here as a foreigner with nothing and walk away with money, phones, and stuff. And that bothers someone like me. You know it's got to. Because here I am, ready to retire. You better drink you some water. Don't get choked up on me. I don't want you to get choked up on me. But I'm fixing to retire. Do you know what my retirement will be a month? And I've been working since I was 12 and a half years old. $3,300.
That's actually pretty high. For
No, that's
Security.
not. How do you live on $3,300 a month? I make $85,000 a year.
Wait, Gary, if you're saying how do people live on $3,300 a month, well then why are Republicans advocating for a $7.25 minimum wage? That's not $3,000 a month.
No, and I disagree with that 100%. That's what I'm telling you. You got to really be an open mind. There's goods and there's bads in both sides. There is.
So you're saying that people should make.
Wait a minute. Do me a favor.
You're saying people should make $75 an hour?
No, I'm not saying people should make $75 an hour.
$3,000.
But I'm also saying, that
that's
car
only
makers
40 hours a
shouldn't
week.
make.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
I
Wrong
don't
math.
think that if people are sending you money and you're looking to the right, please go ahead and think.
1875. Do you think 1875 should be the minimum wage?
My job, where I train bus drivers, starts out at $25 an hour, guaranteed 40 hours a week. The most I ever made, and I worked for a Cisco corporation, was $13.50 an hour. And so it's come a long way, but it still doesn't match because I still have people assigned to me that live under the poverty level.
Okay, so
That started with the Democrats
let's
to the
address
Republicans.
Let's address this, Gary. Right, Republicans specifically are trying to increase taxes on people who are lower and middle income, while they're specifically decreasing taxes on rich and wealthy Americans. Rich and wealthy Americans are seeing huge and massive tax breaks within the context of the tax bill, whereas they're cutting things like Medicaid, they've cut the CDC, they've cut the World Health Organization, they've cut plenty of the environmental regulations that are important for low-income families. They've cut plenty of things relative to literally people's daily needs, and yet it is the case that somehow they're helping working class people, somehow they're better for the country.
But when you say that, have you ever dealt with the programs that help a lot of these families?
Oh wait, goddamn! I got to talk to you about these other things. You brought up the other things. You said Joe Biden opened up the border. What policy did Joe Biden pass that opened the border?
He just opened the border. And then you had Kamala Harris saying,
Kamala.
do not come.
Yeah, okay, so again, what policy did he pass that opened the border?
We're supposed to have a secure border.
What policy did he pass that opened the border?
Well, you're letting illegal immigrants into our country illegally. That's a felony.
That's not a felony.
You really?
You voted for a felon.
No, I didn't vote for a felon.
Yes, you
I
did.
voted for a businessman.
Yeah, who's a felon and also has 6 bankruptcies. Can you name
And
one?
so you don't think that Joe
Gary,
Biden is a felon?
No, he's by
You
definition
really
not a
don't?
felon.
Wow.
He's not a felon. Donald Trump literally is a felon.
Hmm.
What felony did Joe Biden commit?
Treason.
How did he commit
I
treason?
mean, dude, you are letting illegal
wait,
immigrants.
what treason did Joe Biden commit?
Do you realize when you let illegal people into your country illegally, when you took the oath to uphold the law,
Joe
and
Biden
protect-
deported people at a higher rate than Donald Trump has.
Oh, I beg to differ.
Donald Trump is deported less people so far.
I beg to differ. Well, you know, that's funny because ICE was working on Nolensville Road in Nashville, Tennessee tonight, picking people up left and right.
Well,
Illegal
that's
immigrants.
not a good thing. But like, if we're
Why?
going to talk about, wait, hold up. I just want
Why?
to address this. Are you saying that you wouldn't vote for a candidate that say released violent criminals into the country?
No, I wouldn't know.
Okay, well, Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th. And they released
You're talking
them.
about
He
you're talking
pardoned
about the
and
thing
released
on
them
the
into
White
the
House,
country.
right?
Yeah, he
You're talking about
pardoned
the
and
thing-
released them into the country after they
And-
beat police officers and admitted to it on January 6th.
And I sat and watched Memphis, Tennessee, a Democrat governor release 6 police officers.
That's
who
not
beat
Kamala
to
Harris.
death. But that's Democrat.
I'm talking about Kamala
Beat
Harris
to
versus
death
Donald Trump.
an innocent man.
Hey, Gary, I'm talking about Kamala Harris versus Donald Trump. I don't know about your.
Kamala Harris
I don't
is
know about
not.
this.
Listen, Kamala Harris is living proof that you don't need any type of political background to get to the top.
But Kamala
That
Harris
was the.
worked in
I'm
politics.
sorry. Kamala Harris.
Donald Trump is the one without a political background.
Kamala Harris
Kamala
is the big. Y'all can call her what you want to. She's the biggest mistake the Democrats have ever made.
Wait, you
She
said that.
couldn't
Wait,
even make it through the
You
first
said,
round.
Gary. You said that she didn't have any politics experience, correct?
How did she get it? Who was the first person to promote her to office?
Okay. How do you said that
In
she had no-
California,
you
who
said
was
that
the
you
first
said-
one
you
who
said-
helped her
You're not
get into
answering my
office?
questions. You said that she didn't have any politics experience, correct?
She was what? A state senator in California?
That's politics.
I understand. But how many people did she imprison?
I don't know.
Do you know
how-
what she imprisoned them for?
Plenty of different things.
Do you know?
No.
Do you know that 80% of the people, the people she imprisoned in California was for use of marijuana and possession of marijuana?
Can you give me a source?
What do you mean a source? It's
Yeah.
marijuana.
No, can you give me a source that 80% of the people that she put in prison was for possession and usage of
Yes,
weed?
that was given on ABC World News Tonight by Dan
Go
Right.
ahead, provide me.
I
the
mean,
ti-
but
go give me the title.
I'm not going to get you nothing.
Yes, you will.
Because I can tell you this.
Gary, you'll
And
you'll,
then
you'll
she
go find
openly
that. Yes,
admitted.
you will.
And then she
Gary.
openly admitted
Gary.
she smoked.
Gary, that's great. I do that every day. Now, Gary, can you please go find that source? I do that every single day, Gary. It should be legal in this country.
What, legal? Marijuana?
Absolutely.
Oh, I'm not going to disagree with you.
Well, Donald
I
Trump doesn't
retire. I
believe that.
retire. Listen, I live in Tennessee. I retire in 6 months, and you know what? The first thing's going in my building, a hydroponic system. I don't care. I believe it should be legal.
Is
I'm
it,
not
is it
scared to
even
say
legal
that.
in Tennessee?
Huh?
Is it legal in Tennessee?
Now, they got that shit they sell in them shops. It's not. I'm talking about the real stuff.
Nope, it's currently illegal.
I know it is. You can go to these smoke shops Look up Marley's smoke
that are illegal.
Marley Smoke Shop sells cannabis or whatever it is.
Yeah, illegally.
Legally.
No, they don't.
Oh well, when you come through here, I'll
Then
take
you
you
get,
up
are
there,
you
big
saying
buddy.
you get medical?
No, I'm telling you.
No medical, recreational. No, that's illegal in Tennessee.
Oh, well, there's a little place on Charlotte Avenue called Marley Smoke Shop, and they sell it legally.
Are you getting Delta 9?
What is that?
You must be getting some other form.
They must be. I don't smoke it. I don't. I can't. I'm a CDL truck driver holder, a title, a license holder. Okay, but I have someone in my family that does.
Okay.
And he's blind, and it helps him, and I'm going to take care of him.
Yeah, no one should go to prison for that. Okay, so
No.
it should be federally legal, right? Now, again, I would disagree with.
But we're in the Bible Belt.
Okay, listen, Gary. I would disagree if Kamala Harris in the past put people in prison for possession of weed. I don't have evidence that this particular claim you made is true. I actually have pretty good reason to believe it's false, right? Because of just the absurdity of the claim and like how much you said it was. You said 80%,
you have that.
right? And you said it's possession, which I'm not even sure there was any possession, right?
Okay.
But like, she argues right now for federal legalization. Donald Trump does not argue for federal legalization.
Not yet.
Okay, so then.
But there'll be somebody behind him. I guess what I want to say to you is, like, change the Donald Trump crap.
What do you mean?
Okay. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be out of office and it'll be over with. I want you to fight for something that's going to help everybody.
I am.
No, I want you to fight for marijuana. I want you to fight for why can't every state legalize this? You know, in the state of California, you can have 6 plants per family member per household in some areas.
Gary, we need.
Am I right?
We need federal policy to legalize.
Well, and you're smarter than I am for that. Do you see what I'm saying?
I'm not.
Like I said, you are a smart kid.
That has nothing to do with being smart. You can believe that very easily.
But I believe you're a smart kid.
Thanks. Then why don't you believe me?
Well, I believe a lot of stuff you say.
Why don't you believe this?
About what do I believe? I'm not going to go against Donald Trump. He's a Republican.
Okay. Well,
Just like you're not going to go against the Democratic Party.
I do all the time.
Not as bad as you used to.
Really? I do it all the time. Give me anything.
You know, I'm going to stand here and fight for my Republican president. Now, for instance, they do stuff that I disagree with. I know you know, there's a ton of little stuff like here in Tennessee, in Nashville, we have what's called a voucher system for the school system. And it's a Republican thing, and they've done it, right? They've done it. So now any kid next year, we just ended our school year yesterday. Any kid next year can take a voucher and go to a private school, which draws out of the public school system.
Yeah, but the issue is that defunds school systems that were already not doing well. So
we're not.
The way to
And I see
the
that.
way to fix school systems that are not doing well is not to defund them. The way to fix them is to put more funding into them, is to get better teachers in there, get better rules and regulations.
It's not the teachers.
Yes,
it's not the teacher. It's the leadership.
Well, then it could also be
It's
that
the
as well.
people above them.
Well, then that's also true too. Look at the administration as well.
I do. I work in that, and I see it every day. I'm just fortunate enough to work in the best part of the school system for Metro in Davidson County.
I'm glad to hear that. You probably shouldn't dox yourself, though, Gary.
Huh?
Probably shouldn't dox yourself, though, Gary.
No, not tossing myself. I'm just saying I'm been blessed, but it is. I'm not worried. I mean, I got a district. What is it? The director. He wants to fire me so bad he can't stand it.
Why does he want to fire you?
Because I know more than him.
And
I've been there longer.
What makes you think that?
Well, when you, for instance, I'm gonna give you a little quickie. I've been doing this for 26 years, and I've covered probably 20,000 accidents. And the man had the audacity to tell me, "Hey,
So,
Gary, you know,
Gary, so would you say you're an expert?
nope.
Would
I'm
you-
an expert. I can say I'm an expert in covering accidents.
That's what I mean. So, like, should we trust experts in covering accidents about covering accidents?
I can cover I just covered an accident involving a
Gary,
police
I
officer.
understand. I understand. Should we trust experts in the fields in which they are experts in?
You're setting me up, and I'm not. Where you going?
Dude, I'm just asking you.
Y'all see the smile, man. I see the smile.
Should we trust experts within
In
the
their
fields in which they
fields.
are experts in?
In their fields.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So what did they say about the vaccines?
I'm they say that it killed people, and they said that it didn't.
They say that it was effective, safe and effective. So do you agree that vaccines are safe and effective?
Well, seeing how I almost died from it, and I got the infusion, I'm a heart patient. I say,
Are you saying
they-
you almost died yourself?
I
From the COVID
almost
vaccine?
died from COVID. I almost
From
died from
COVID.
COVID. I was hospitalized, and when I was given an infusion,
Were you vaccinated?
yes,
So you were vaccinated and you still got COVID? Is that what you're saying?
yeah, I still
Yeah,
got COVID.
Gary, the scientific evidence indicates it likely would have been worse for you if you weren't vaccinated.
Well, I was close to me and you not sitting here. And I don't know what.
Gary, that is evidence the vaccine might have saved your life.
Yeah, I believe it did. I had the vaccine and
Whoa,
the
okay, so then
booster.
you agree vaccines are safe and effective.
Yes.
Okay, great. Good
I'm
to
not
hear.
going to disagree with
Wait,
that, buddy.
Gary,
I
great point. I'm just establishing facts of reality. Good point. Do you agree?
I almost
do you
lost
agree
me and my
that-
wife.
Do you agree that climate change is caused by humans?
That isn't that what was that vice president here from Nashville? Alexander, is it Alexander or yeah? Climate change is killing our world.
Okay, so you believe climate change is caused by humans, correct?
It's caused by China.
It's caused
They
by
have
humans.
They have more pollution than any country in the world.
Now, because of their population, we do it more per capita than they do by far.
Yeah.
But if we talk about since the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, we have proportionally more.
Oh God, yes.
We have
I agree with
proportionally
you.
more pollution and a lower population.
And because I agree with it. Yeah. Like when we had the swine flu back in 1910. It's the same thing.
Okay, so we're
But
just establishing. Let me establish this, right? So then, who do you think won the 2020 election?
the man who took the position,
Joe Biden, right?
well, was he declared the winner?
Yes. So then,
Okay,
here's my,
get over
here's-
it. He was the winner.
So then, let me get to my point.
Okay.
Donald Trump undermines basic facts of reality, such as the ones that I've mentioned, except for the first one.
And he tried to bully his way.
Let me explain. Donald Trump undermines the 2020 election results. Donald Trump undermines the science related to not the vaccines, science related to specifically climate change, saying the climate is going to start cooling and that science just doesn't know it yet. That's what he says. And that is why he pulls out of the Paris Climate Accords. That's why he pulls out of the World Health Organization. That's why he defunds the CDC. That's why he defunds the EPA and gives them restrictions and undermines their regulations. That's why, because Donald Trump doesn't believe in science. Because Donald Trump
he
doesn't
doesn't.
believe
He
in
doesn't.
facts.
And the scary thing is how do I say this? I watch certain things, I really do. Not a lot of serious things, but where is that place where they keep all the seeds of everywhere in the world? Do you know what I'm talking about? Is it in the South Pole, and it goes down in the ground, and it's got seeds from everywhere in the world, just in case of catastrophic events, and the world has to start over. I don't know what it's called. Parker may know what it's called. I don't know. But the thing is, it's where they keep seeds, and they have to be kept at a certain temperature. And I look at it sometimes, and I remember 20 years ago, it was just a little bitty, look like the little bitty tip of a building sticking out of ice.
I'm on TikTok and I have it.
And then now you can see half the building.
Because I have to okay, I can just do this.
I don't know what it is, but I mean, each time we have politicians that they both have their downfalls. The first time around, Trump couldn't keep his mouth shut. He just couldn't. He couldn't, and he tried to bully his way through. But respectively, I vote for my party. I stand behind my party. My brother and I both disagreed with a ton of stuff, but the way we were raised was to stand behind your party. Do I agree with everything? Nope. Like, yes, do I believe the vaccine saved me and my wife's life? The what is that? The infusion shot saved our lives. So, there's a lot of stuff, but in all honesty, we could go down to the talks of war, the talks of every little thing. And I can tell you right now, we need a do-over. Something's got to give.
Okay. All right. Is there anything, Gary? Is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, buddy, because I know I need to get out of here. It's 11:30 here, and I have to get up really early. I got to go visit graves, but I live long enough to vote for you.
All right, I appreciate you. I probably am not going to run for political office.
Yes, you will. It's in your blood.
I don't think it is.
Get all that shit straight so you quit blocking my view. But
sorry, I was
day,
moving it.
I told you this before. You're a good guy, and I enjoy talking with you. So I'm gonna get out of here. You have a good night, and I'll vote for you when you run.
All right, appreciate you coming up.
See you, bud.
All right, let's go on to the next person. Yeah, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello, Dean. Can you Parker, can you hear me?
Dean, what state do you live in?
Yeah. I'm actually from England, but
All
your
right.
thing would say, why do you support Trump?
Cool. All right. I might just go get some people here on YouTube. There's some people in the guest box here on YouTube. I might just get some people from YouTube. I'm gonna go on my third account, and I'll probably try to get people to go over to the YouTube that way. But yeah, it's just cooked. Like this is it's just the lag is unbearable on TikTok. It's lagging for like practically everyone on the stream. So we're gonna go to the third account, and we'll get people to go over to the YouTube, and we'll debate people on YouTube. I need to find a way to just stream the TikTok to, or the YouTube stream to TikTok. That's what I need to do. But I just don't have TikTok Live Studio. So that's what's fucking me over. But all right, everyone, I'm going to go and reset and go on TikTok on my third account. And we'll just get some debates here on YouTube. So if you want to debate me, go over to the YouTube stream and join the guest request that way. All right, I love y'all. All right, on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. For the almost 3,000 people here on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Do make sure to like the stream. Yeah, it's just like literally getting fucked because of the algorithm literally making me lag for some reason. Alrighty. Debates. All right, there we go. It has nothing to do with my router. My connection is completely fine here on what's it called? YouTube. All right. Alrighty, everyone. Oh my gosh. Let me fix that. Alrighty. All right. Let me plug in there. Put it on sure. What's good, everyone? We're gonna get some debates up here. You talk about Charlie at Cambridge. I saw some of the videos. Maybe, or some of them. I didn't see all the debates, but maybe I could react to them sometime. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We're just looking for some debates. Just looking for some debates. Type in the private chat if you want to debate. If you're MAGA. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right. Let's try to get some people up here. All right. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Do I not have my audio on? Hello? I must not have my audio on the right way. All right, does chat, do y'all hear him? I literally can't hear anything there. No. Okay. All right, then. I'll try real quick. Give me 1 sec. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, I hear now, chat. Yo, John, are you there? James.
Yeah, I'm here. What's up?
James. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, sir. I did.
Okay, why so?
Well, there's quite a few things. Do you want me to go ahead and list some of them off?
Yeah, is there a way you could turn down your volume a little bit?
No, I don't think so.
I think it's fine if you just like back up a little bit.
All right. So, a few of the things I supported were his small business support, how he was giving money to some small businesses, and also I like the affordable housing that he had, so that for new home buyers and stuff, those kind of things.
His affordable housing for new home buyers?
Yeah.
What affordable housing policy?
I don't know about any policies. I just know that he does those kind of things.
You're totally trolling, dude. Kamala
What?
Harris is the one that had the affordable housing policy.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. The
I thought that was Trump.
$25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes. That was Kamala Harris, not Donald Trump.
Oh, well, I don't really know any policy then. He just like gives off like aura and stuff,
He gives off aura. Are you trolling?
No, dude. I think he's just like a really cool guy.
Nah, I'm getting troll vibes. Have a good day, man.
You too.
All right, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Your name is Charlie Kirk. Oh, this is a person I banned, I think. All right. We'll see if we can get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Tell me if you are MAGA in the chat. Tell me if you're MAGA in the private chat. All right. I'm MAGA. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah. How old are you?
21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Hold on, let me, all right, I'm hearing you from the Streamlab. All right.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
I noticed that when he did his rallies, the stock market would actually go up each and every time. So I would check the stock market, right? I would check the dates of his rallies and check the stock market, and it'd go up a little bit each time. So I basically started using his rallies as a fortune teller, and I made bank, bro. I made bank.
You're just trolling?
How is that a troll?
Is that you trolling? Do you care about policies, or are you just?
I mean, if you want a policy, because he made money off his rallies. Let me think. All right, immigration. I think he's pretty good on that.
Okay. Can you name one immigration policy of Donald Trump's?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I think when he was talking to that kid in Home Alone 2 and he told him to go down the hall and to the left, I'm glad that he got that kid out of there.
All right. Well, I don't know why you're trolling. Have fun getting banned. I don't know what the point was of that. Tina, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Because I think he's a pretty cool dude.
Are you trolling?
No, I'm not. I really did vote for him.
It's kind of hard to hear you. Is there a way you could fix your mic?
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Not really.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. It's just very muffled, I would say.
Okay, let me take myself off of Bluetooth.
I'm sorry. I can't hear what you're saying. I apologize. Just looking for some Donald Trump supporters. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 20 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Why so?
Yeah, so the reason I voted for him was because I was really disgusting with it was really disgusting, the rhetoric that Kamala was using to support pro-choice. And I was more in favor of the man that, although I do disagree with his original plan, I was impressed with the fact he pulled through with the defunding of Planned Parenthood. That's going to be an initial motivation for me to have motivated to vote for him, because I personally am the one that believes that the unborn should be saved and there shouldn't be any reason to give a leeway to women.
One, what disgusting rhetoric, and two, no abortion was confirmed by Planned Parenthood as per getting federal funds due to the Hyde Amendment.
Wait, what did you say?
According to the Hyde Amendment, they are not allowed to use federal funds to commit abortions. So
yeah,
that's that none of the funding that went to Planned Parenthood went to committing abortions.
Yeah, the whole point was that
If
Donald
anything,
Trump went against
actually,
that.
you defunding Planned Parenthood would lead to more abortion, because it is the case that some of the things that Planned Parenthood would fund, resources they would fund, reduce the likelihood of unwanted pregnancy.
There are many pro-life clinics that actually do what Planned Parenthood does, except the promotion of ending the life of your unborn child.
Yeah, without the same resources.
And what are those resources, Parker?
Yeah, it could be contraceptives.
Yeah, well, right now when I'm talking about pro-life clinics, I'm talking about when you step in, right, and they're going to be looking for that abortion. That's what they're trying to, in most cases, get from Planned Parenthood.
I know that I just said by you cutting the funding, you might lead to more abortions.
Yeah, that's fine. Obviously, if we put it
That's totally okay.
Instead of interrupting me, like, let me get my point across.
Go
This
ahead.
instance.
Okay, that was just for fun. Go ahead.
Okay. In this instance, they can try to get like the same argument that people use. Oh, well, if abortion is banned, that's going to lead to more abortions. The whole point of this is to stop it from happening. If you do it, you're doing it irresponsibly. You're doing it even though you know that it is going to be illegal. But without appealing to legality, abortion is simply a disgusting human thing to do. I don't know why people want to promote this, because we're ending the future experiences that these children will have if we're not committing this action of abortion.
So you just think abortion is bad. Okay, so why is abortion bad?
Yeah, abortion is bad because it deprives these children of these future of experiences that they should have.
Oh, the future of experience they could have. Okay. All right. Well, then here'd be my question. Do you think women who have IUDs are murderers?
No, none. Do you like charge them with IUDs, like with murder?
No, I'm just saying women who have IUDs, are they murderers?
I don't think you can, label them as murderers. I don't think so. I don't think
Why
that
not?
follows. Because to be able to classify someone as a murderer, you would need proof of a victim. And in this case, with an IUD, it's impossible to know that a zygote was unalived because you don't get signs of pregnancy until it implants. The IUD does prevent implantation, but there would just be no way.
The fertilized egg to die.
Yeah, but no one knows that. No one's gonna know that. That's what I'm getting at.
But you do know that if you use it, this will happen. Therefore, if you do know that if you use it, this will happen, well, then you can say that you shouldn't use it.
Yeah, I mean, oh wait, if it goes to that line of question, I believe that IUD should be outlawed. But the whole
So
saying
if they
that
use it, are they murderers?
they're they're not.
Well, if it is the case that you could know for all factual reality that it is the case that in a certain instance someone had an IUD and it led to the killing of the zygote, right? Would that be murder? Would they be a murderer under your
Okay,
view?
so wait, just to be clear, we're stipulating that with
We know with
precise.
absolute certainty, yes.
Yeah, then yeah, they would be hush murders.
They would be a murderer. So
Yeah.
would you put them in prison?
Yeah. What? If we know with 100%,
you would put them in prison for killing a zygote? Okay, well, I have a question.
would.
If I had a petri dish and I
Mhm.
caused the zygote into existence, I slapped the zygote for fun for YouTube and TikTok content. Should I go to prison?
The zygote isn't developing anymore, so no.
So it has to be implanted.
But I mean, yeah. What? That's like in my opinion.
Okay, so then why do you care about an IUD that's prior to implantation?
Because now you stipulated that it's going to be exact, right? It's still going to be the living organism that's going to continue to develop if left alone.
Okay, so given to its natural occurrences, it will be a sentient person in the future. Okay, well then, do you care about a set of conditions prior to conception that, if left to its natural occurrences, will lead to a person in the future?
I mean, I don't necessarily care about something being a person. I just feel like as long as it's a human organism that is the type of thing that will experience things in the future, then it is just valuable. The whole person coming from sentience, I don't really agree with that.
Okay. Well, then the sperm cells prior to the point of conception could be considered valuable, as they are human organisms that,
What? No, they're
given
not.
the set of conditions, yes, they are. They're of the human
What?
species. And
Wait.
they're living
Wait.
organisms.
Wait. I just want to make sure that that's clarified. A sperm cell is not. It's not going to be classified as a human organism. It's a human cell that is going to be responsible in the creation of a new human organism.
What is an organism?
An organism is just going to be, in vague biological sense, it's just going to be the type of thing that has a complete set of DNA, which the sperm does not have.
A complete set of DNA. What is okay?
Yes.
So what do you mean by a complete set of DNA? Because organisms, are you saying that like a sperm cell is not a living organism?
A sperm cell wouldn't be classified as a human organism. No.
Is it a living organism?
It's a living cell.
Is it a living organism?
If I say that it's a living cell, I'm rejecting the idea that it's a living organism.
That does not mean you're rejecting the idea that it's a living organism.
So if I say, do you think there's a difference with saying a living cell and a living organism?
Yes.
Okay, so wait. I want to make sure that's clear. You know there's a difference between saying cell and organism.
Yeah, and that's why you weren't answering my question when I was asking you it.
So if there is a difference and you ask me if a sperm is a living organism and I say it's a living cell, is it not clear that I am rejecting the idea that it's an organism?
No, because the claim that it's a living cell is not incompatible with the idea that it's a living organism.
But you just said that a cell and an organism are distinct.
Yeah, that doesn't mean that they're incompatible. Because they're distinct doesn't mean they're incompatible, logically.
Wait. What I mean by it being distinct is that both can't be the same thing.
No, distinct just means they have different properties.
Yeah, those different properties mean the one property that makes the organism an organism, which the sperm fails to meet.
Something can have living cells and also be a living organism.
Yes, and that organism has a complete set of DNA, which the sperm cell does not have.
Can we clarify that? Do you agree that what is it like? Just to clarify, typically how it's going to be defined as like people do agree and biologists do agree that sperm are living organisms.
I believe when I say organism, I'm thinking of something that has a complete set of DNA, and I don't think a sperm can categorize into this distinction.
Say that one more time.
Okay, so I take it that what is an organism is something that's going to possess a complete set of DNA, and I don't believe that the sperm falls under this criterion.
Okay. It's the sperm within the set of condition. It's a living organism, right? It's of the human species, right? And it is the case that it's on track. If you leave it to its natural occurrences, right? The set of condition will lead to a person in the future or within experiences.
The set of condition will lead to a human organism in the future.
Yes, like the sperm cell on track to fertilize the egg.
Uh-huh.
Say 0.2 second away from fertilization, well, then it's going to be the case that it's on track from a natural biological sense to lead to a person with experiences existing.
Yeah, there if wait, are you asking me like what is there something wrong if like you do something to like a sperm like a few seconds before fertilization or like septoseconds before it, or am I strawmanning like what you
Wait,
just
say
asked
that
me?
more time.
Did you just like ask me if there was anything wrong, for example, like doing something to the sperm before it fertilizes?
Yeah, if it's on track to fertilization, given that set of condition.
No, I don't think there's anything wrong doing that.
Okay, well then, given that it's within a set of condition that will lead to a subjective experience in the future, and that there is within that set of condition a living organism,
The
right?
sperm, I don't think
That's human.
okay, in my opinion, and
James,
well,
thank
it's
you for
not
the
really
fireworks. Thank you, James. I really
in
appreciate it.
well, it's not really my opinion. What is the case is that the sperm is not going to be the same type of entity that a human organism is, because the human organism has a complete set of DNA, has 46, whereas the sperm just has 23. I believe there's a
So if you
big
don't
on
have 46, then you're not valuable.
if you don't have if you don't have the complete set of DNA, it's not necessarily like
What is
human
a
organ.
complete set of DNA?
A complete set of DNA is going to be typically having 46 chromosomes.
Wait, within the set of condition it does, because it has both an egg and a sperm.
No, wait. Did you not tell me like before it fertilizes, like not allowing
I
the
am
sperm?
saying before it fertilizes. I said
Yeah,
within
if it
I
doesn't
said within the set of condition.
that's fine. The sperm before fertilization is not going to have this complete set of DNA though.
Within the set of condition, which includes both the sperm and the egg.
The sperm
right?
and the sperm and the egg together.
The set of condition, because it's on track to fertilize
Yeah,
the egg.
cool.
So within that,
That's
there's
perfect.
both the sperm and the egg.
That's still before it becomes a human organism. That's what I've been saying.
Well, they're both of the human species and they're living. So
they are human cells, yeah, but they're not human organisms.
And then if you add them together, but
when they fertilize, they become a human organism.
You know what? I won't run this thing on you because clearly you're not receptive to this particular argument.
I've answered it properly. I don't know why you're trying to be rhetorical.
You can say you're answering it properly. That's fine. I think a different route would be more rhetorically advantageous. Is that okay?
I mean, you can think that you did good on that, but like, sure.
I don't know. I don't know what you mean. Think I did good. I think that wasn't. I think I didn't get anywhere with that.
I mean, I'm very well aware you didn't get anywhere with that because it was a very unnecessary thing, even though I answered it properly. But go ahead.
No, it's because you didn't understand where I was coming from. But it's
okay.
okay.
I'm glad you think.
I will. That's what happened. So, like, I can just take a different approach, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think that it's murder to pull the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead?
That it is murder to pull the plug. Well, they're not the type of entity that will have a what is the thing? They're not the type of entity that's going to have like a future of experiences. So I don't see any wrong maker going on there.
Okay. So is it a set of conditions of just future experiences, or is it future experiences plus some other characteristic?
Well, like I've mentioned, right, it is going to be the case that this like human organism is going to have these future experiences. And like if you don't have these future experiences, I don't see how like I should say that
No, I said what set of conditions makes it valuable? Future experiences plus what other attributes?
yeah, being a human organism, being of the Homo sapien genus and having these future experiences.
So human cellular life and future subjective experience.
If you want to say human cellular life instead of human organism, we can use them interchangeably, sure.
Okay. Human cellular life, and that just means of the human species and cellularly alive, correct?
Of the human species and being a human organism, yeah.
Of the human species and being a human organism?
That is correct. That's what I've said since the beginning.
Okay, so can something be of the human species living and not be a human organism?
Can someone be of a living species? Yeah. I mean, yeah. A sperm is living. It's a part of the human species, but it's not a human organism. At least a human sperm, obviously.
Okay. So, and that's the only thing you think meets that criteria or is within that?
Yeah, a human organism that has the capacity to have future experiences.
Okay. So to clarify, again, when it comes to the scenario with the actually, I can ask you, IVF. Do you think IVF is murder?
IVF being schmurder. I think IVF is generally harmful because it disposes away a lot of human organisms. I don't know how would constitute that as schmurder though. So I'm a bit like confused with that terminology.
Are you not schmurdering the embryos and zygotes that you discard?
Oh yeah, we can say that.
Okay, so you are murdering them. So then
Sure.
here's my question. Do you think that people should be put in prison for utilizing IVF?
What, like people using IVF, like letting them unalive, letting them die, or like just simply using it?
Using IVF.
If they use IVF and it results in the embryo that they got implanted to not unalive, then like no, there wouldn't be any wrong maker there. But IVF in general is immoral.
If they discard some within the
Oh wait, if they discarded, then yeah, definitely.
which is within the process all the time. So then yes,
Yeah.
do you think they should go to prison?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay. So anyone in the chat, if you've used IVF, type 3 in the comment section right now.
Why are you doing these rhetorical tactics, thinking
just-
it did
just give it
anything
a
to my
sec-
position?
Just give
Like
it a
what?
second. Just give it a second.
I just want to make it
Hello?
clear you're not doing anything to my position.
Just give it 1 second.
Yeah, you're just going to
Type
say,
3
look
in
at
the
all these
comments.
people using IVF. Wow.
Type
Like what did
3
you
in the-
do?
Hold up. Type 3 in the comment section, right? If it is the case that you have used IVF. Do you think
What did you?
all of,
Okay, that's cool.
Can I
But
please finish my point?
go ahead.
Do you think that all of the people who type 3 in the comment section should go to prison?
If they discarded the embryos, yes.
That's within the process of IVF in general.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay. So you said that all of those people who type 3 in the comment section should go to prison
For discarding
right?
their embryos, that is correct. For discarding human
Yeah,
life.
because that's a part of the process of IVF.
It's yes, Parker. I'm glad you're understanding what I'm saying. That is very correct. I think they should go to prison for that. Like, what are you doing? You're just going.
You see nothing
Look,
wrong with that.
you've been doing this reductio like dialogue tree like 3 times, and you're not even doing anything to properly attack the physician. Like, it's just reductio spamming. What do you think it gained in the conversation apart from saying, "Look, my audience, he thinks you guys should go to prison." Do you think that gained you anything?
Yeah, I think it shows that you have a particularly absurd position.
Okay. I'm glad you think that it's absurd because obviously the absurdity is indexed to your preferences. But if it's absurd, so what? You're not proving it to be like a non-plausible view or false.
Okay, well then you can't prove it. Wait, could you prove my view to be non-plausible or false?
What's your view?
My pro-sentience view.
What is pro-sentience?
It's going to be past or present and future subjective experience.
Past or present and future subjective experiences. Okay, what are subjective experiences? Are there like things that like that are
Wait, you already know this under your view because you talk about future experiences. So it's the same set of future experiences that you're referencing.
Oh, okay. At least it's okay. So it's the same thing as my view, but at least you give like
but what I care about is past or present subjective experience. I don't care about the idea that you brought up of just being cellularly human life.
Okay, so what exactly is sentience, that type of thing that you value?
I could ask you the same thing. Why do you value cellular life plus sentience?
I mean, I'm not talking about sentience. I'm talking about future experiences. I don't think sentience is relevant.
But sentience is. Future sentience.
Well, future experiences don't necessarily need to be dumbed down to sentience. But if we want to use future sentience, sure. I'll just say that I value future sentience because it's going to be the closest explanation on how intuitively, murder or killing is going to be wrong. Because I take it to be the case that a 25-year-old.
You're just saying it's an intuition, right?
Yeah, and I'm not done speaking.
What are we going to do to compare our intuitions? We're going to bring up hypotheticals and reductios. So you saying, "Oh, it's weird for me to reductio spam" is weird because that's how we are going to compare our views.
I don't give reductios, man. I just simply talk about the position.
How do you compare the views?
By simply asking questions about your position and seeing if there's a contradiction.
That's going to be like a reductio.
Not necessarily. A reductio is just going to be proved to dumb down the view to absurdity. A contradiction is just simply going to be a violation of a law of logic. Yeah. Just because it's absurd doesn't mean it's contradictory.
Are you consistency testing?
Consistency testing in the sense to see if the view is plausible in a way, yeah.
Yeah, and you consistency test by using a reductio.
No, you don't. Wait, do you think something can?
How do you consistency?
have-
How do you consistency test?
But okay, do you think, because this is, I just said this already. You know, a reductio is going to be dumbing down a view to absurdity, but you know that a view can be absurd but non-contradictory, correct?
I understand.
Yeah, so that's the reasoning. You can consistency test without using a reductio.
I never said that you can't consistency test without using a reductio. I'm asking what
Okay.
consistency test did you engage in without using a reductio?
Seeing if it can answer general cases or seeing if it's going to violate a law of logic.
Like, can you explain to me what specifically you did? In the
Explain to you
conversation? That was not
right
a
now.
reductio?
Right now, we haven't had like any. I simply just asked you questions. I'm not doing this reductio thing. I simply just asked you, why do you value sentience? That's not a reductio question.
It's going to be infinitely regressing to an intuition.
Yeah, and that intuition is based on?
I'm saying that's what it's based on.
Okay, so this intuition is just simply based on what, your preferences or something?
Yeah, that's my metaethical view.
Your metaethical view is about sentience?
My metaethical view is that it's subjective.
Yeah, obviously in an applied ethics debate, everything's going to be subjective. Cool, I can agree, but like...
What? I'm talking about metaethics.
Do you think abortion is a metaethical conversation?
I think that when you were asking for like, why do I consider it that way? You were asking for my metaethical view.
No, what? No, I was asking for an explanation of the intuition.
Yeah, it's going to infinitely regress to an intuition.
Okay, so when asked why do you value sentience, all you can say is because it's indexed by intuitions, that you can't give a reasoning as to why sentience is valuable.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so wait, I gave a reason, and I actually was giving an analogy before you interrupted on why I would value future experiences, and I was going to do an argument from analogy, and that was going to be a proper reasoning to explain the
intuition.
Go ahead.
Would you like to? I'd love to hear it.
Yeah, so the reason is because the position of future like ours, the future of goods, whatever you want to say, future experiences, it closely explains intuitions regarding to the harm of death. This harm of death, including as to why it would be generally more harmful or more wrong to kill a 25-year-old than a 90-year-old, because a 25-year-old has more of experiences that laid out in front of them, whereas the 90-year-old had less of these experiences. Okay. So obviously I gave an explanation to my intuition.
That's just saying it's in accordance with other intuitions you have. So then I could ask you why you value those certain intuitions, and the same question would result. It infinitely regression to a base intuition. But
because it's my account of harm. What?
But like that's going to infinitely regress into a base intuition. So you think you're explaining it, but you're not explaining it.
Wait, do you think that by me explaining via an argument, you muted yourself, by the way? What? You muted yourself. I can't hear you. Okay. What's up? What's wrong with your mic? I can't hear you.
Hello?
Okay, now I can hear you.
All right. I don't know why I just randomly cut out.
Yeah, it was weird. What I was saying is that, like, do you believe that if I say that my position that accounts for like a general view of how death can be more harmful for a 25-year-old than a 90-year-old, I'm talking because the 25-year-old.
My view also accounts for that.
Your view accounts for that in the sense that they've already actualized it.
Past or present and future subjective experience doesn't discount future, right? It's simply past or present and future subjective experience doesn't discount future. It says that it's valuable in so long as that there's a past or a present established.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Like I got that the first time. What I was simply saying is my view doesn't necessarily hinge on having like past or present, and I don't see why having sentience or having experiences in the past gives you some sort of like bearing where you ought not be killed.
I understand, but that's because we have a difference in intuition on the matter. The way we compare the views is by using reductios.
No, you don't.
I don't see how you can compare the views without a reductio.
Wait, because I've already explained, you don't need a reductio to compare intuitions. You can simply just go and ask questions about the position, see if there's contradictions. Cool, perfect. Now, can you actually answer why is sentience valuable? Matter of fact, why is past and present sentience valuable?
Again, we're just gonna say that this is
Oh
gonna
my god.
end up infinitely regressing to a base intuition. I just
So
told you.
do
I've
you
already
wait,
gone
wait,
over
wait?
this
Do you
at
think
length.
in an ethical conversation you can't answer why X is valuable? It's a simple question. It's going to be valuable because of this, because it closely fits my account of harm, because like you're not even answering anything.
Okay. Well, then I would ask you. Okay, let's go through this, and I'll explain to you how my answer makes sense here. Okay.
Okay.
Why do you care about human beings?
Why do I care about human beings? Because they are the type of entity that possess the capacity for higher rationale.
Okay. Why do you think that having a higher rationale is valuable?
The reason I think having a higher rationale is valuable is because majority of these advancements came from the type of beings that had these higher rationale.
What?
Okay, the
Majority
reason I think
advancements? Why do you care about advancements?
because I want society to progress. What?
Why do you want society to progress?
Because I want society to be a greater good for me.
What is a greater good?
A greater good is a life that
You're
I
just
can
saying
actually.
something more preferable to you. Like
Ye-
you understand that it's going to inevitably end up being a base intuition. Okay, why do you want greater good?
Why do I want greater good? So I can experience life in a way that would benefit me, benefit my family, and benefit people that I know.
Why do you want things to be benefited?
It goes irreducible from there.
You see what I mean?
But Parker, I like followed your game because I simply
you see what I mean? That it
look,
becomes irreducible. And what I'm saying is the point it becomes irreducible is when we're talking about whether or not we hold a base intuition like we
No,
hold to
Parker,
the point
you're
of view
not
of
you're not
sentience
understanding.
of that set
You're-
of qualifiers versus a different set of qualifiers.
Parker, you're not understanding. If I ask you why do you value sentience, it's not a hard question to answer. There's so many.
I could have said the same thing as you. I think it's more beneficial for us to value sentience.
Okay, when you asked me the question about why do I care about human beings, you know how many times I answered it? Why couldn't you answer at least the first part of why do you value
That's
sentience?
not an actual answer. That's why I didn't provide you that answer.
Okay, so wait, why you value sentience isn't an actual answer?
The way that you answered isn't an actual answer.
Why isn't an actual answer?
What did I just describe to you?
Look, Parker, I understand your whole view about it being indexed to our intuitions. It goes into infinite regress. But if you're going to have an applied ethical conversation about killing like unborn humans and you can't give like a reasoning as to why it's going to be valuable.
Okay, I'll tell you. It's beneficial to us.
Okay, how is it beneficial to have like sentience? What?
Because it's good.
Okay. Like this like weird sophist strategy isn't even answering why sentience is valuable. It's so weird.
You want to know
like
funny?
what is it about sentience?
I use the same.
Can you be harmed? Look, you're engaging. Parker.
I use the same qualifiers.
Parker, you're engaging in sophistry. Do you think sentience is?
It's sophistry. Did you just call your own? Did you just call your own argument sophistry? Because I used.
You think my argument was sophistry? Where you're the one?
I used your same arguments.
Parker, I went down a tree. You can't answer why sentience is valuable. Like there's obviously so many reasons why sentience could be valuable, and you can't.
I already told you because it's beneficial, bro.
Okay. Oh my goodness. This is what happens when like liberals do this weird strategy where they think they're cooking but they're not. Do you think?
When I asked you specifically about why you value human beings, why I asked you about why you value human beings, that was one of your answers. Like I'm just giving you the answers that you gave to me.
How many times did you go down a dialogue tree, and how many times did I answer? And how many times did you answer when I asked you why sentience is valuable, Parker?
I answered in the same way that you answered, and you called it sophistry when I said
because Parker. So I fear that I have to run down the same dialogue tree you gave me, and I fear I have to talk about even my position funnily enough. Because while you asked me why do I care about future experiences, can you tell me what did I tell you in response to that?
Well, you asked me, say that question again.
Okay, when you asked me why do I value future experiences, did you think I had a problem with that, or did I give an explanation of harm?
So when you gave your quote unquote explanation of harm, you're just going to again point to another preference that you particularly have or base intuition that you have. So instead of us talking about that conversation and trying to give up explanations for things that are inevitably based intuitions, I simply just say there's no reason for us to do that. Let's just compare based upon those perspectives and intuitions.
Yeah, and you said the only way to compare those things are via reductias, and I told you that's not necessarily true.
I think that's the only way I see. If you can provide me a different way of comparing.
I gave you okay. If someone asked
you said you asked questions, but the questions you're asking right, are meta-ethical questions about
No,
like
they're
what is
not.
the grounding of the view.
Wait, do you
essentially.
think why X is valuable to you is a meta-ethical question? You asked me why your future experience is valuable, and I gave you reasonings why. I didn't do this like weird fuzzy shit that you were doing.
When you're asking essentially for like the grounding of the perspective of why it's considerably valuable to you, you might be referencing someone's meta-ethical view. Typically, when people
I
ask me
simply
that
asked
question,
you. Okay,
that
look,
is what
maybe.
I'm hearing.
Okay, look, I'll just rephrase it so it doesn't seem meta-ethical. What about this thing, right? Do you think it gives he gives a human being some sort of protection from being killed? What is it about sentience that
I
gives you
already
this?
told you that given this perspective, I'm just telling you they meet that set of criteria. Under the view, they would be considered valuable. I hold to this view as I think it's more representative of my intuitions.
Jesus Christ. Okay, look, I guess I have to treat this like a fifth grader. Is there something about sentience that you value? Is there the fact you can be harmed? Is it the fact that they can have like some
Those
sort of
are
like
that would
experiences?
be that would be one of the qualities, and not in a
Oh,
principle.
okay, so
one
that
of the
would be one
qualities
of
that
the
I consider.
qualities. Okay, cool. That would be one of the qualities. So why couldn't you say that and wait for me to say it so you can give that?
That's not an explanation for why I consider like us to like you to have to meet that.
That's
set of
not an
criteria
explanation to why you
alone.
find sentience to be valuable.
Can I please finish? It's not an explanation in a principled sense, right? It would be like a certain thing I consider in the context of certain situations, right? That would affect my emotional state about how I think people should act.
Do you think in an applied ethics conversation, doing this sophistry shit of like saying that like it's just based on my intuitions, I don't have to give a reasoning why X is valuable, like it does anything in a conversation? Like I just want to make sure that you and me are on the same page here because it pretty much looks like you engage in these bad faith tactics a lot.
If you would like to provide me a way in which you could do that within the context of the abortion conversation, I would love to hear it because it seems
If you gave me, look, if you gave me a reason.
It seems to me that these conversations reduce down specifically to like comparing these intuitions, because it would be my intuition to hold to the sentience view, right? It's past or present and future subjective experience. And then for like pro-lifers, it would be their intuition, biological or cellular life plus future subjective experience. So that's my set of qualifiers versus their set of qualifiers. And I can
That's beautiful. I explained my set of qualifiers.
And I can ask them the same question, like, why do they hold to that set of qualifiers? What makes that set of qualifiers more valuable, right? And inevitably, that question is going to be answered by saying it's conforming to their particular intuitions.
Yeah,
Same
so
way
I've already explained this.
would be explained in that particular way. So the best way of being able to compare, right, our views to each other is by providing hypotheticals we can apply it to, as that would be the most likely to convince each other of a difference in perspective, as it would show you that the values that you have, right, are actually in accordance with the set and standards and qualifiers that I provided, rather than the qualifiers that you provided based upon your own intuitions.
Parker, I've already explained my position. I literally just told you that the reason I hold the future like ours position is because it's an account of harm. It shows like why generally murder or killing is going to be harmful. That's an explanation. You failed. I'm sorry that I'm not done speaking. I let you. I let you like.
That's fine. So like, if there isn't harm, then do you think that something isn't wrong, principally?
There could be instrumental reasons why something is wrong.
Okay, so you understand that's just a point you consider. That's not like a principle.
Oh my god! Because this is an applied ethics conversation. Oh my god! Like,
are you asking,
Parker?
like,
have you taken philosophy 101?
Dude, I'm confused how you consider that like philosophy 101.
Dude,
like, yes,
applied ethics. Okay, you've taken philosophy 101. Okay,
it wasn't
beautiful.
I don't
beautiful.
think it was called philosophy 101.
Look, it's obviously going to be a way to say, have you taken basic philosophy? Cool. So why, if you've taken basic philosophy, why do you think it is the case that you only can compare intuitions and apparently dismantle the other's view with only reductives? A view can be absurd and not be contradictory.
I just, that's the most apparent way that I can convince someone in a conversation.
Cool. I already explained why that's not the case.
Why I've been able to identify. I don't think that you've given me another route where I could meaningfully be able to do that. Right. And I'm not convinced that you can, given what you just said. Sure, you could ask people questions about like what certain things like that they could hold to would contradict their view. Right. And then you could do a consistency test based upon that basis. But I don't see that to be relevant to this conversation, as I don't think that asking you like questions about like other views without the context of reductio would necessarily be useful to me. If someone would like to provide me a question I could ask you that wouldn't involve a reductio, that would be useful or helpful.
Did you listen to like anything I said? I just want to
Yeah.
like make it clear. Okay, you listened to everything I said, so I'm very sure that you listened to the part where I said that you don't need you don't need reductives to do this, and two, I've explained my position, right? I've explained it satisfactorily. I talked about harm. I talked that there's going to be a reasoning why this accounts for harm. And when I asked you for your reasoning or your motivating reasons for sentience, you just said it's just my intuitions, it's just more preferable to me. How is it the case that I could answer the question you gave me about future experiences, but you couldn't answer anything about sentience apart from it's my intuitions?
You didn't answer it about future experience.
I did. I said it's the close.
I showed you how it infinitely regresses.
I gave you an.
I'm not going to give you a nonsense answer when I understand that it infinitely regresses. I'm just going to tell you that it infinitely regresses when you ask certain questions about these particular like abortion views.
Dude, I gave you a reasoning via argument from analogy. You have failed to do that. Like, I don't know what's so hard to understand. Like, this is just typical sophistry strategy. Do you do these bad faith tactics all the time?
This isn't bad faith. I'm literally describing.
Wait. You think that by saying it's just my intuitions, like, that means that you don't explain anything? That doesn't mean it's bad faith?
I think this is the beginning part of the conversation where we can then compare our views. It's simply me just describing that this is the reality of these types of abortion debates, right? Is going to be that there is going to be a base intuition to the view, and then you can compare based upon different types of hypotheticals.
I'm still waiting for the answer why sentience is valuable, Parker.
I've already given
you just told me it's your intuitions. That's not
Heaven. I've already given you my perspective on the matter.
It's just an intuition.
I think these things infinitely regress, and I showed you how your view also infinitely regresses.
Perfect. Can you tell me what about sentience is valuable? Because I answered why current future experiences are valuable.
All right, when you say what about sentience is valuable, are you saying like what is a principle, the reason why sentience is valuable? Is that what you're asking?
That is correct. What is it about sentience that motivated you to pick up that position?
I just want to let you know I'm a particularist, so I don't hold the principle, the reasons why things are valuable.
Okay, so you're particulars. You don't hold the reason is a principle to be valuable. Okay, cool. So then you just picked up sentience. You don't know anything about sentience, and you just say, "Yeah, I value sentience because why not?" Is that what's up?
I say that it conforms to my particular types of intuitions.
I know it conforms to your intuitions.
How people should act, right?
Okay, why?
That's gonna when you're asking why, I'm confused what you're asking. Can you?
Because look, just by telling me that sentience conforms to your intuitions, I'm very well aware of that sentience is a pro-choice position, but that still doesn't answer what about sentience led you to conform to your intuitions. Because if anything, the future like ours argument could conform to your intuitions. You don't know.
I got you. I care about. I'll give you like here. Let me give you an example. These are things that I care about. I care about a state of well-being. All right. I care about people being harmed. Right. I care about pleasure. Right. I care about certain virtues. Right. In terms of how people should act. Those are things that I care about. Is that okay to you? That's not principled, but
oh my god! Finally, it took you. I want to let you know it took you 20 minutes to say that. Like, by the way, it took you like maybe 30. I don't know why that was so hard to even answer. Like, Parker, thank you.
I'm confused why those are like anything new to you. Like when I'm just describing things that I care about, you could ask me, why do you care about those things? And then what does that infinitely regress to? Base intuition. So it's like, I don't see how it has any extra basis to do that.
Because if you say sentience is valuable because of all of these things, I don't know why it's the case that all of those things are indexed to sentience.
It's not only valuable just because of that, right?
Okay, so there's another reason.
These are things I consider to be valuable within this.
Oh, okay, but I want to make that very clear. Everything you just mentioned is indexed to sentience, correct?
And what do you mean indexes? I think it's an aspect of sentience.
Meaning that it comes from sentience, correct?
Yeah, it's derivative of sentience.
Oh, okay, perfect. And then is it the case that a human being with or without sentience, like with sentience, is going to be valuable?
Here's how you could have asked me this question that would have made it more clear. What are things within the context of sentience that you care about?
If it was so hard for you to answer why sentience is valuable, I really don't know why you had to overcomplicate it for your audience.
Actually,
Obviously,
it's because you're asking the question the wrong way.
I don't know what it means by ask a question the wrong way.
If you wanted the answer that you were specifically looking for, right, you should have said, what are the things within the context of sentience that you care about?
That
Or that
comes
you
from the same
consider
thing of
in
saying
moral
why is sentience
circumstances.
valuable, or what is it about sentience that
When
you
you're
just wanted
looking
to
at
overcomplicate it.
when you're
You
looking at
wanted to
moral
look rhetorical.
when you're looking at moral
It's so
circumstances,
and
what
when
do you
like it's
care about in
accurate.
terms of how people should act? Right? What is going to be relevant to you in determining
Are
what
you
you
gonna
think
spam muting?
is right versus what do you think is wrong?
Are you
That's how
gonna
you
stop
should have asked
spam
the
muting?
question.
Are you gonna stop? Look, there's no
I'm
right way to
describing
answer questions.
I'm describing to you right now how you should have asked the question.
There's
That would
no
have made it more
right
clear.
way to ask a question, and I told you.
I'm telling you how you should have asked the question to make it more clear.
If you think my simpler question of simply saying what about sentience is valuable was not good enough for you, then there's something going on with your brain that I don't know what it is. Now, you told me things about pleasure, well-being, and all of these things. And I simply asked you, are these things indexed to sentience? Are these things coming from sentience? It's a simple yes or no, by the way.
So I just had to clarify the usage of the term. Given that we clarified the communication, I was able to answer the question properly. Because when
I'm
you asked
asking
the
for a yes or
question,
no, by the way.
when you asked the question originally, right, that wasn't the interpretation I had. Now you
Perfect. So now that we've
restate the
moved on
question
from
because I
that,
was
can you answer
responding
the
to the
yes or
first part.
no?
I said restate the question because I was responding to the first part.
Oh, okay. So I'm gonna re-ask it. Please
That's
make
fine.
sure to track properly, right? Is it the case
That's
that the
okay.
thing that you just mentioned about well-being, pleasure, and harm, are these things indexed to sentience? Yes or no?
When you say index to sentience, are you saying that they are derivative of sentience?
Meaning that they come from sentience, Parker. Yes.
Okay, so if you're saying that they come from sentience, yes. Well-being, pleasure, and pain, those are things that come from sentience.
Okay, well-being, pleasure, and harm all come from. Okay, perfect. So what's your theory of well-being?
I don't hold to a certain theory of well-being.
Okay, so you just like chose like the word well-being without knowing exactly what well-being is.
I know what well-being is to me, that in the way that I
Oh my
typically
God!
define the
Up
term.
to your intuitions again. You're gonna do the thing where it's irreducible again.
I'm saying that like the term well-being has a definition.
Yeah, the
Definitions
term
are
well-being has a dictionary definition. It's too general.
definitions are subjective, right?
I
And
know
I'm
that.
telling you, based upon the way that I was using the term, I can describe it to you.
Yeah,
So I don't have to.
definitions are subjective. I can.
Do you want to let me speak, or do
Yeah,
you want me
dude,
to not?
I can.
Nope. I'll just keep muting you if you keep doing this. This is like incredibly insufferable. This is what happens when you try to engage genuinely with a completely disingenuous piece of shit.
I'm the one being disingenuous, dude.
Yeah.
I can agree definitions are subjective, but you are where. Okay. What do you take if you take definitions to be subjective? Do you think I can just say that schmurder means hug?
You could, but it would be unclear in the conversation.
Okay, it would be unclear. Okay. Perfect. It's unclear. Beautiful. So then we can agree that although definitions are subjective, there's going to be some sort of utility that can come from a certain word, correct?
In circumstances, you could get more utility from some definitions comparative to others, but you don't have to use the definitions that provide the most utility. You just need to clarify the usage of the term.
Okay, beautiful. So we're on the right track. So then you can agree that by saying murder means hug, right? It doesn't fall under the criteria that because definitions are subjective, I can say that, correct? And that it would be quote unquote correct in a subjective sense.
Oh, you totally can say that. You just need to clarify it to me in this conversation.
Okay. So one more clarification. Okay, perfect. So murder means,
because that's not how typically I would understand how the term is being used.
Beautiful. Perfect.
I'm going to say this one more time. Cut me off one more time in this conversation like that, and I'm just going to kick you out of the live. Is that fair? And
yeah, that's fair. I expect the same from you, by the way. So murder means hug. Are you clear with that definition? Okay, perfect. So you're okay with murder meaning hug? Okay, perfect. So anything can just mean anything. Beautiful.
Yeah, that's how words work. You just
okay, anything can mean anything, even if it doesn't provide utility.
Yes.
You earlier you just said that
that's logically possible.
It's logically possible to use a word that possesses no utility to the original term or the generally accepted terms, and that's okay.
Yes.
Oh, okay, perfect. So I just want to make sure
there's
that
no logical error there.
No, that's fine. I just want to make it very clear. Do you think that if something doesn't have a logical error, suddenly it means it's correct?
What do you mean by correct in that sense? Because all I was saying is it's possible.
It's possible. It doesn't necessarily mean that is correct view or correct thing to do.
Can you clarify what you mean by correct in that sense?
Correct in the sense that we should do it or we should pursue it.
No, it doesn't necessarily mean you should.
Okay, beautiful. Then that's perfect, right? So definitions being subjective doesn't necessarily follow that we can grab a word, say whatever comes to our mind, and then boom, use the excuse of definitions are subjective.
No, it just because a definition is logically possible to be used in a certain way doesn't mean we should use it that way. I was saying
Okay,
essentially-
perfect. There.
I told you to cut me off like that one more time, and I will kick you out of the live. I'm giving you one more shot. Shut the fuck up. Okay? Okay, the definition, right, is being used in that particular type of way is totally fine, right? There's no issue with it being used in that way in that certain context, right? As long as I clarify the terminology to you, as long as I clarify the definition, it doesn't have to provide utility, right? There isn't necessarily an argument for why you should use one definition comparative to the other, right? But I would tell you how I typically use the terms.
Okay, cool, perfect. When there's clarification for the term, that's fine. Now, when does the clarification get to the point where someone should accept your definition?
I never said someone should accept my definition.
Okay, so then in a debate about like what a certain word means, you just can't get anywhere.
No, we can, because we can come to an understanding of how we're using the terms in both circumstances, but no one like necessarily should use any certain definition, right? Like under a certain sense, right? I might argue, right, it's more effective for people to use certain terms, right, and circumstances based upon conditions of harm, right, or what's going to be most effective or provides utility in certain scenarios. But I'm not always going to apply this principally, right? It's going to be what I care about in certain scenarios. It's context dependent.
Oh, okay, perfect. So then what I simply asked you was that if it gets to a point where clarification just stops, right? And you say, yeah, there's no reason where one should like accommodate to one's definition. That's cool. That's perfect. I can get that, sure. But if someone says murder is hug, and then the other one says murder is the unjust killing of another human being, right? When does it get to the point where the one that says murder is hug should accept the other's definition? Or when do they get out of the part where they can actually define murder?
So if they conform to my certain sets of values.
Oh, okay. If they conform to your sets of value, that means they can actually progress in the debate. Why can't you conform to their sets of values?
No. If they conform to my set of values, they then should use the term murder in a different way.
Okay, so you can't talk about murder unless someone, agrees with your definition of murder, even though it is generally accepted that murder is the unjust killing of another human being.
You can talk about murder, you just might have different conceptions of it.
Just because one has different conceptions of the word murder, that doesn't mean that it's going to be the case that it suddenly means that you can't talk. They can't talk about murder in the same way that you're talking about it.
They can.
So, Jesus Christ, this is insane that you went to the point where you think that if someone thinks murder is hug and the other person takes the generally accepted definition, it can't they can. The one that says murder is hug, it's logically possible that they can use this definition, and that's completely fine.
Yeah, there's no logical errors with them doing that.
I'm glad there's no logical error. That doesn't matter. This is not the generally accepted term, and it doesn't provide utility in the sense that it can satisfy.
I don't have to use.
Why are you interrupting me? I'm following your rules, not interrupting you, and you're interrupting me. Like what?
I apologize. That's my
fault. Okay, that's what I was saying. So if it's the case that one defines murder as X and the other defines it as Y, but Y is the generally accepted definition, why should anyone entertain the one that says murder is X when it doesn't even reach what is the generally accepted senses of the original definition?
I don't think that we need to use terms based upon what's generally accepted.
I'm glad that it's so weird how that didn't answer the question. So murder, hug, murder, unjust killing of another human being, murder, unlawful killing of another human being. Which of those, when compared to unlawful killing of another human being, which of the first two definitions that I mentioned provide more context to the generally accepted definition?
Restate that. I wasn't clear what you were trying to get from it in the beginning, so I was unclear.
Murder 1, hug. Murder 2, unjust killing of another human being. Murder 3, unlawful killing of another human being. Between 1 and 2, which provides more context or provides more utility than the generally accepted definition?
I prefer using number 2.
You prefer using number 2, and you can agree that it is the case that number 2 is going to provide more context to the generally accepted definition, and it's going to provide more utility than to the generally accepted definition.
It will typically provide more utility because people have a common understanding of that particular term.
Okay, beautiful, beautiful. So at least we can agree on that. So then do you think, like tracing it back to the original topic, do you think if I asked you to define well-being, just because you bringing out the whole definitions are subjective means anything?
I would just tell you how my conception of the term well-being is. I don't have to hold to any specific theory of well-being in order to be able to describe what I meant in that certain context. I think when we're talking about the context of well-being, especially from a philosophical sense, there isn't a generally understood notion of well-being.
There are theories of well-being if you're talking about philosophical sense.
I'm talking about generally understood.
Yeah, generally is outside of philosophy. That's just layman.
Wait, that's what you brought up as the usage for language is going to reference what's generally usage.
Yeah, to layman language. I'm like, when you talk about generally accepted words, that doesn't fall under the philosophical domain.
I'll be clear. I don't engage with any specific philosophical theory on the context of well-being that I would accept to. Right, I hold to it like a notion of well-being that is simply just going to be relating to like the state of pleasure or pain, harm, or positive like stimuli, like within the context of a sentient being. Like that's what it's going to be referencing.
Okay, do you think it's logically possible for a human being to function as a human being and not have these characteristics?
Is it possible to not have a state of well-being as a person?
As a human being?
I don't think so.
Okay, you don't think so. Why is it the case?
I haven't been given an example where I could see that to be the case, and I haven't thought of that as applicable to a certain case. So I haven't.
Okay.
Would you like to
Are
give
you-
me a new?
Are you familiar? Are you
evidence
familiar?
account?
Are you familiar with Star Trek?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what the Vulcans are?
No, I don't.
The Vulcans are just these type of entities that behave like human beings, but they don't have any feelings of pleasure or displeasure. Do you believe that if Vulcans were to exist in our current day of time, there's like justification to like grab a double barrel and explode their head?
No,
Why not?
because they have subjective experiences.
The subjective experiences were okay, cool.
I
So
think
now
that's
it's
going to be violating to say like what we consider to be their rights, right?
What right? Wait, now you're bringing up
I
rights.
think in a certain sense it would be harmful to them in a non-physical way.
What
You can
Vulcans
reference.
can't be harmed in that sense. It would be
Well,
harmful to
I'm
them in a
referencing-
physical sense.
I'm referencing the harm in the context of like something that would be like against their desire.
Against their desire?
Wait, do they not have any desires?
Vulcans
Do Vulcans have a desire to exist?
Vulcans, I don't think Vulcans would have the desire to exist if they don't have the mental faculties that are supposedly necessary for desires to be existing.
Okay. Sure. I guess it's hard for me to fathom just like a being without any types of desires. But sure, they would still have value. Yeah.
Okay, and then the value comes from something outside of these things?
What do you mean, something outside of these things?
When I asked you what about sentience is valuable, you told me things about well-being, pleasure, and harm.
Wait. What when you said again? This is the issue that I have with the way that you're framing this. You said what do you like? What I was telling you should have said is what do you care about within the context of sentience? And one of the things that I care about in a non-principled sense, I told you, non-principled sense would be well-being. And now you're trying to hold me to a principled sense of well-being.
I simply
told you that I don't hold to already.
No, that's perfectly fine. I'm very aware that you don't hold this quote unquote principle of well-being, but I just simply gave you a situation where it's logically possible that a human being won't have these categorizations of
And I said they are still considered valuable because it's not a principled sense of well-being that I was holding to in terms of the concerns that I have for sentience.
Okay, so then when talking about abortion, you gave something which was sentience. Cool. You're given a situation where this quote unquote thing that based on your intuitions is valuable doesn't exist, and you still say they're valuable.
Yeah, because it's non-principled.
Okay, cool. So then why is it the case that when it comes to this Vulcan and it doesn't have what you value, you say that they're valuable, but you can't apply this to the fetus.
You said it doesn't have what I consider valuable. It does. It has the subjective experience.
How would it have a subjective experience if it can't have the things that come from the root that you quote unquote said that you
So you're
value?
saying Vulcans don't have subjective experience?
What I take subjective experience. That's why I was asking you, what do you take subjective experiences to be? But you were having these like weird spurgy moments where you couldn't answer
Don't
it.
use that. Don't use the slur. You fucking slurred on my live. You fucking weirdo. Why do you do that? Oh, Jesus Christ, dude. So, damn it. Why do they have to do that? Because I want to explain these types of things to you. Like, I want to be able to explain that. So in terms of this, right? You don't have to have a well-being in order to be able to be sentient. Right? That wasn't the description. You weren't asking me what is sentience. You were asking me why do I value sentience? There's a distinction between those things, right? And you were asking me what do I value about sentience. What I value about sentience is not the same thing as what sentience is. So me saying that, so like, I just don't understand what you mean. Like that I had to say that if there's sentience, there has to be a state of well-being. I don't concede to that. You could have no state of well-being with the considerations of sentience. It would just be that I care about, in order to be able to have well-being, you have to have sentience. That's what I was saying. Not that in order to have sentience, you have to have well-being. All right, if you're MAGA, type it in the private chat. If you're MAGA, type it in the private chat. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. Seriously, it helps push it out to more people. Right now, let me see how many likes we have on the stream. Let me see how many likes we have on the stream. Right now, we have about almost 1,300 likes. Everyone make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. I'd really appreciate it. Gregory, thank you for the $5. Thank you. The Star Trek misinformation is diabolical. Vernon, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you. I probably do need the anxiety pen. Hello World, thank you for the $5. SKZ, thank you for the $2 twice. Robin, thank you for the $5. Dust, thank you for the $10. Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Annie with the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Fawcett, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. And there's some people I need to say thank you to. Otherwise, thank you so much, Dom. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. Okay. All right, let me see if they're MAGA. Let me know if you're MAGA in the private chat. Yo, what's up? Did you vote for Donald Trump, Matthew? Patrick, I know you're not fucking MAGA. Do you want me to kick you out of the fucking box, bro? You love my lives. Patrick, you know what? Are you going to admit that you love me? Are you going to admit that you love me? I like how you said exactly what I said. That's hilarious. You got to do better, Patrick. You know what? You got to do better. You know, Patrick, you got to do better, bro. It's so funny, dude. Jesus. All right, let's try to get some people up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right. All right, we are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, Faith, did you vote for Donald Trump? Blake, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes.
Okay, what's that?
Oh, Oh, that's like a delayed echo. Mostly religion.
Religion? What religion?
Christianity.
What denomination?
Christianity.
What denomination?
What does that mean?
Are
Let's
you
see what it means.
Protestant, Catholic?
Catholic.
Okay. All right. Do you believe? Have you done communion before?
No,
Never.
never. No.
Really? Okay. All right. Interesting. Do you think that are you pro-life?
Yes.
Do you think people who are pro-life call for the killing of babies?
No.
No. Okay. God. Do you think God is pro-life?
It's always pro-life, so we want some more.
Is God pro-life? Hey, Trump American Badass, can you join my YouTube stream? And can you debate me on YouTube? I'd love to debate you. They said, when you are so desperate to take money from your fans, you carry on with no audio, lol. I'm on YouTube, you moron.
Sorry, it's like so delayed.
That's okay. All right, appreciate you coming up. All right, Elliot. I'll let you go. Elliot, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Oh, yes.
Okay, why so?
I think he morals. He has way better promises, and I feel like he's better for me.
Elliot, you just cut out a few times. Dust, thank you for the $10.
He has
Thank you
better
so much.
morals. He's a better person, and he has a lot better things for the future of.
You're cutting out and lagging.
Nigga.
All right, we'll see if we can get some people. Yo, did you vote for Donald Trump? Key, did you vote for Donald Trump? Key, are you there? Oh, I kicked you out as soon as you said that. All right. We're running out of people, chat. We're running out of people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? ZX, are you there? Hello? ZX, are you there? Wait, Patrick, you said that it gets people to not want to engage with our side. Why did you still vote for Kamala Harris then? All right. All right, everyone. I don't even have any people in the box for debates yet. We'll see if we can get people. Thought you debated him before. You're good. Don't worry, Key. I'm in your head, bro. No, you know what? I like the dedication. That's the only reason I even give you an extra thought. I like the dedication, at least in your head. I would like you to change your position, obviously, because I disagree with you. But I like the dedication to some degree. Religious or spiritual. All right, we're gonna wait for people who only disagree. Is anyone MAGA in the guest box? Anyone MAGA? I am. Matthew, did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I did not vote, but I do support him.
You do support him? Okay, why so?
I support him basically just on the topic of abortion. That's enough for me to support him as a candidate in general.
Okay. Why?
I think that it's unfair to take away a fetus's potential for life.
Wait, say that again. Sorry.
I think it's unfair and immoral to take away a fetus's potential to live like a fully realized life.
It's bad to like take away their potential or live in unrealized. What actually, you know what? I'm confused. I don't know why every person who's coming up on the live wants to debate me about abortion. Is that religious?
No. I come from a secular.
Secular. Okay. Do you have a set of qualifications for moral value?
Can you maybe go in more specifically to what you mean by that?
Do you have a set of qualifications for moral value? Like, for example, for me, past or present and future subjective experience.
I don't think I have one, or at least like I don't use those terms, or I haven't used those.
Is it just cellular human life?
Like I guess I value like human consciousness or like the human experience.
Okay, well then that would be my view. That's pro-choice.
How so?
Because that doesn't happen until later in the pregnancy.
Well, I believe that the fetus will be able to deploy human consciousness at some point. So,
at what point?
I mean, I guess to my argument, it's irrelevant at what point. It's more so the fact that it just will be able to in general, but at what point?
Okay, so what point do you start valuing it?
Probably as soon as it becomes like a zygote or like.
So it's conceived?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
I think it's immoral.
You think it's immoral?
Yes.
So do you think women who have IUDs should go to prison?
No, probably not. I'm not sure.
I'll let you think about that. I'm going to thank some people real quick. Uncle Pumpkin, thank you so much for the 5 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you again for the $2. Thank you. I might try to. Dust, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gregory, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Thank you. All right, where were you just at? Sorry.
Okay. Sorry. I was mistaking what an IUD was. That's my fault. No, I don't think that women should go to jail for having IUDs.
Okay, so women shouldn't go to jail for having IUDs, even though they kill zygotes?
Yeah, correct. Well, I guess I'm just not sure how it like legally, how it should be managed, or like how it should be dealt with, if that makes sense.
Legally, how it should be dealt with. I'm confused.
Okay, so like I can say something's immoral, right? Without like saying exactly what I think the legal consequence for it should be.
Sure, I understand. And
so I guess
you could say that, but like if you think it's murder, then why shouldn't there be legal consequences?
I don't necessarily think it's murder. I just think it's immoral.
What is murder?
Well, okay. Well, I might think it's wrong for the same reason as murder in some sense, but I don't know if I think it's like comparable or like the same as murder. But what do I think murder is? Like killing someone, right? Or shoot, am I not allowed to?
Unjustified killing of a human being or person.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then that meets, right? If it's unjustified and it's killing of a human person, well, then it would be murder. Annie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you.
Well, no, it's not necessarily
I
a
don't
person
know,
yet.
Annie. What's up?
It's not a person yet.
What do you mean? What at what point is it a person?
I think it's a person when it's born.
When it's born?
Yes.
So you only think it's murder at birth?
Or there's probably some point where it can. No, yeah, probably at birth is what I would say.
Okay, so then why shouldn't you be able to get access to an
womb.
abortion?
Wait, sorry, repeat that.
So why shouldn't you be able to get access to an abortion?
Because you're denying it like a future.
You're denying it a future.
It's the fetus.
Okay, how about this?
Yeah.
I have a good idea. If you had a magical mist, right, that could give sentience to things, right, and you could spray it and it would give sentience to a pig, or not a pig, a mouse. Sorry, I'm using wrong terminology. A keyboard.
Okay.
Right, get to a keyboard, like sentience to a keyboard. Would you be doing something wrong by not spraying it on everything around you?
Is the consciousness that the keyboard, the consciousness the keyboard would deploy, is that like, would it be human-like consciousness? Would it be like a keyboard, like would it be more similar to like, you know, like a mouse's consciousness, a pig's consciousness, or more like a human's consciousness?
Human consciousness.
I think the difference there is that with the like mist, you have to like proactively choose to spray it or not spray it. Whereas like with the fetus, it's like if you don't do anything, right, it's gonna become like a human with a human experience. But like you're taking like
how about this?
Okay.
Let's say that there was an automatic device on the mister that has it set to mist at a specific time on the keyboard. If I prevent it from misting at that time by stopping the timer, given that it would have happened otherwise, right? Would I be doing something wrong?
It's going to give the human like a human-like consciousness.
It's going to give a keyboard a human-like consciousness.
I mean, yeah, I guess in a way I might be opposed to it. I mean, it's kind of weird that it's a keyboard.
You think I'm doing something wrong?
I mean, it's kind of, I don't know if I would support like giving keyboards consciousness, right? But that's like obviously not what you're trying to get out of this analogy. So
you're saying it's wrong to prevent that from happening when it would have otherwise occurred. Okay. Is it wrong to use contraception because it reduces the likelihood of there being a sentient being?
Well, no, because like using contraception, right? There's not like a specific thing that you're stopping from gaining consciousness, like in the example
Yes, you
of
are.
the keyboard or the fetus.
You're preventing humans from gaining consciousness.
Yeah, humans, but it's different than like the specific fetus, which you're denying the right to like become or like develop human consciousness, right?
But yeah, you would be doing that in individual circumstances if we're referencing that. We just wouldn't know what individuals we're referencing.
I still think there's a distinction to be drawn between like affecting like an individual that like, you know, we can say like point to and be like, hey, this is the fetus, versus like we're just stopping in general, like the sperm.
I'm not following you. Sorry. Can you try that one more time?
Sure. I'm just like reasserting that I think a distinction can be drawn between like an individual fetus and then also, or versus like just like an aggregate of sperm, right? Because
no, but we know that like given hindsight, if we have all knowledge that there's going to be one sperm that leads to like subjective experience, right? Or it leads to a person, right?
Wait, but I don't like when sperm is ejaculated. It's not like
I understand.
It's not guaranteed.
There was a specific sperm that led to your existence, right?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I mean. Given hindsight, all knowledge, we know that there are some sperm and some eggs that produce human lives, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we prevented those conditions from happening, would we be doing something wrong? Like if I, like God, could prevent a sperm that was going to fertilize an egg in the future from doing so, would I be doing something wrong?
I mean, if you were targeting that specific sperm, maybe.
How about this? If I, right, had the ability to prevent the sperm from fertilizing the egg that would have led to Adolf Hitler's existence, would I be doing something wrong?
I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of a slippery slope now to like try to say like what humans like deserve or don't deserve to like deploy consciousness.
But under your view, they hadn't done it yet. So like,
well, but you just said like in the future, given all like circumstance, like you're already inferring that like we know which sperm is going to fertilize the egg. So isn't it like all looking back?
Yeah.
So couldn't we see then that that person's going to become hit? Like, I don't understand.
Okay. Well, should I change the hypothetical for you? Would you even accept it then?
Sorry, can you restate it one more time?
Should I change the hypothetical for you? Would you accept it then? Like,
sure. Maybe that'd make it easier for me. I apologize. I think I'm just not following.
what part makes it complicated, and then I'll change it based upon that.
I think it's less sorry that a specific part made it complicated, more than just like I understood. I misunderstood. Just like, can you repeat the original hypothetical?
I just want to know what part you misunderstood.
I didn't hear it clear. Like, I'm just asking you to just restate it. Does that mean?
Can you remind me? Because I kind of forgot. I'm gonna be totally honest.
Oh, okay, yeah, I think that's where I'm at too. But you said it was like, as God, if you could like retroactively decide that the sperm that created Hitler would not.
Yeah, I got you. Thank you for reminding me. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Was that? Oh, I'm sorry. Was that it?
Yeah, like essentially that like we know given the natural set of circumstances, it will lead to a person. If I prevent it from leading to a person, did I do something wrong?
So again, I think what I said when you're just using like the general terms of a person is, yeah, like if you could stop it from, if you stop the specific sperm from leading to a person, I think, yes, that would be.
Would be wrong?
In the sense that you're stopping something from deploying consciousness, like a human consciousness, which I think is like a worthwhile endeavor to try to, do.
So you are doing something wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, but it's you're killing a sperm cell.
Wait, so you're killing it? You're not just preventing it from getting to the...
Yeah, that prevents it.
Wait, I'm sorry. What about killing a sperm cell? I don't see how that...
Killing a sperm cell would prevent it to leading to fertilization.
Uh-huh.
So if I killed a sperm cell, you said I did something wrong by killing a sperm cell?
Well, no. I mean, if another sperm cell was going to impregnate the egg, then it would be fine. But if there's only... Look, let's say...
No, if this was the only one that was going to impregnate it.
So you were like pinpointing.
I'm preventing a human being from existing in the future, right? But it never existed, so I don't care. It's a sperm cell. But to you, you care about that for some reason because it is the case that you just care about, given the natural set of circumstances, the future. But like, obviously, it'd be absurd to say that killing a sperm cell is bad. But that's what your view is essentially including. Is that like if I engage in an action that prevents that future person from existing, I'm doing something wrong.
Wait, is it unfair to like apply it on like a case-by-case basis? Like during abortion, if you were like, can I not argue against it? Then like during abortion, I think it's unfair because like it's further along the line in terms of like becoming a human. Like, could I draw the line at the zygote, or is that, I mean...
Wait, try that one more time.
Okay, sorry. I'm basically asking, like, can it be applied, or like, are you trying to say that like you can't apply it case by case? Like, for example, you're bringing up the case right now of like an individual like sperm, right? But like originally I was talking about like, once it's already a fetus in the womb. So I'm saying, can it be applied when it's a fetus, but not when it's a sperm?
Well, because it's already gonna... the reason why I'm giving you a sperm cell is because you have an intuition that killing a sperm cell is not wrong.
Yeah,
that's why I use the example. Right. That's why I'm specifically bringing this example up. I'm confused why you brought up the fetus. The fetus at that point already has traits that you would consider valuable, as you already value a zygote. But I brought up a sperm cell because you don't value a sperm cell, and it would be absurd to you to value a sperm cell. So I'm clearly showing you that just because there is the context of a future person that you are preventing doesn't mean that's wrong, because what you considered to be in that state is not valuable yet. It's not to a point in which it's considered valuable. And that's why I say past or present and future subjective experience, because if we value future experiences, well, then why wouldn't we be valuing present or past ones, right, as our main sort of value? That seems only right.
I guess. I mean, I think maybe the reason I intuitively, like, I'm kind of agreeing with you in the sense that, like, yeah, it seems weird to like place all this moral value on like killing a sperm cell or whatever, but I feel like it's because like the sperm cell is only like half of the whole, right?
I'm confused. What do you mean? Half of the DNA, you mean?
Well, like, yeah, like a sperm cell is...
Yeah, that would be unintuitive, but like it's also unintuitive for a zygote to have value to me. The fact that you consider a zygote to be valuable genuinely boggles my mind. Like, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, like I genuinely don't understand where you're coming from.
Wait, can you explain why? Because I want to know like why. Like, just to me it makes sense, but I don't know
There's no trait that has value. Like I genuinely, like, there's nothing that you would consider valuable about a single cell organism.
Wait, but like, isn't its like ability that like in the future it has the like the innate ability to become something with the human consciousness? Like, doesn't that give it like at least potential value?
Potential value. It gives it potential. It could have value to you, maybe. I get it, but personhood.
What do you mean,
doesn't
like
make
it
sense.
could have value? Like, do you value like human consciousness or like people with?
I value past or present and future subjective experience in accordance with human.
Okay, so like the fact that the zygote then like could become someone, you know, who could become a human, right? We're talking about like a human zygote. Like, doesn't that kind of give it some value? Like, isn't that worth protecting?
I don't think it's worth. I don't think zygotes are worth protecting.
Okay, like for example, let's say like I really valued trees, right? And there was like an acorn, and I was like advocating to like protect acorns, right? Because I knew that like acorns could become trees. So I was like, we should protect all acorns. Like, would that be? I mean, is that different than what I'm saying? I feel like that wouldn't be crazy if that was my
Yeah,
stance.
because we're not talking about morals. Yeah, I'm having a hard time understanding you here. Maybe I can give you a different perspective. Do you think that abortion should be allowed in medical necessity?
So I think I would still assert that like it's morally wrong because you're like
like medical necessity.
Wait, hold on, sorry. Like that the fact that like the person or the fetus isn't going to become a person, but it's like two wrongs don't make a right, you know?
I'm saying there's medical necessity, like they need it in order to survive.
The woman, right? Obviously.
Yeah. Should they be able to get it?
Is there danger to the fetus?
Does that matter?
I mean, I think it does, but I could be wrong.
If a woman is gonna die, why should she be forced to go through the pregnancy?
Well, I didn't say that. I said like two wrongs don't make a right. It's obviously a bad thing, right? That like she's gonna die from or like she's facing like medical complications with the pregnancy, right?
Should she be able to legally get an abortion if she's going to die?
I mean, I think
let me give you a specific example. My girlfriend gets pregnant. If she does not get an abortion in the first trimester, she will die. Right? Right. That's determined by the doctors. Should she legally be allowed to get an abortion in the first trimester?
Okay. Well, the reason I think your wife or your partner dying in this instance, like the reason we would like, obviously, like that's the thing we're trying to avoid, is because of like the future experiences she could have, right, if she survived. So I would also say that then the fetus that's like not being born, if your partner has an abortion, I think that's bad for the same reason, that it's going to miss out on all these like experiences as part of being a human.
You know, both of them are going to die if it is the case that she dies.
Oh, so it's not like she dies during childbirth, but the child is born? It's both will die?
Both will die.
Oh, yeah. Well, in that case, then I would say she should have she should have an abortion because
legally she'd be able to get an abortion in that circumstance. So you think that the woman should die to save the baby if it is the case that she's going to die in childbirth, if it is the case that she doesn't get an abortion.
Okay, that's where I'm unsure, because in the situation you just gave, where like the child won't survive and the mother won't survive, it's very clear to me that like yes, the woman should be able to have the abortion. But when you think about like the unborn child, right, the fetus, it's like I feel like we mourn like if there was like a young person or a kid with like a terminal illness and they died, I feel like on a societal level, like we almost mourn that more than we do like an elderly person dying, right? Because like the young person with the terminal illness has like more experiences ahead of them in the same way, like
yeah,
so I don't
but
know,
like
we would.
but we're considering whether or not they should have that excessive level of an obligation. Should you have the obligation? And like think about it this way. We're saying you should have the obligation. You're saying you should have the obligation to take care of the baby, right? Given it's not too excessive of an obligation. And dying is too excessive of an obligation insofar as that you shouldn't have to have that obligation, even
Yeah,
given
like,
the consideration that you caused the pregnancy. Does that make sense?
yeah, like the mother, you're saying like the mother shouldn't be obliged to like die just because she's pregnant.
Yeah. There are certain obligations, right, that would be too excessive that I don't think you should have to go through, even if you cause something.
Oh, I understand what you're saying. Like it's like if like the obligation was like to carry the baby for 8 days, it's it's not that extreme. Like people would generally say like it's okay, but because the
If
thing she has
it
to do
were
is
to carry for 2 seconds, people would say the obligation isn't as much. More people would be willing to accept it. Or say it wasn't carrying up at all. Say it's giving up one hair follicle.
Okay, right.
Giving up one hair follicle to save someone's life. Very intuitive that you should have to do that and that you're obligated to give up one hair follicle. But as the obligation becomes like more, if it's giving up your life, I don't think that's true. I don't think you have to give it up. If it's you have to be tortured, I don't think that's true.
Wait, do you think that because I think that makes intuitive sense, right? Like that's how I would feel if I was the woman. But then I wonder, like, do you think like morally or just like ethically in general, like are people obliged to do things if they're not severe? Like, would the woman in this instance be obliged to pull the hair out of her head, or would she not be obliged to? We would just look at her, we would look down on her maybe if she decided not to do it.
Obligated, like legally obligated. We'd be okay with saying you're legally obligated if it were to save someone's life. Like you were legally obligated if your only obligation was just to pluck it off your head, right? And it were to save a human life, then you should be obligated to do that. So that just demonstrates that given that there's a low level of excessive obligation, it's not an excessive obligation, right? It is the case that it's very intuitive that someone should have that obligation, given that it's not excessive. But if you have to give up your life, or you have to be tortured or something like that, that's an incredibly hard thing to deal with, and that is too much to say that someone should be obligated.
Yeah, and it could also like negatively affect other people in their life. Like they're not like the fetus being aborted probably affects less people than the woman dying. So I think that's a fair point.
So like, yeah, that's also, and like, this is generally something that I've considered, and I'd have to like talk to people about this, in that like if it is the case that in a certain sense it's considered torture to not let someone get access to an abortion when it was the case that they are that they want to get an abortion, then we might consider like that it is the case that like we wouldn't want someone to have to go through torture. So it would make sense to provide them access to abortion, legally speaking, because that's too excessive of an obligation. Because if someone is the case that it is the case that like they're going to be going through that torture, we think that torture is a red line, well then it is the case that we wouldn't want them to have to go through that. Too excessive of an obligation, therefore they are not legally obliged to do it.
Yeah, but either way, like you're gonna have to draw some line, right? Like what's excessive and what's not.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. What are the lines that we draw? I'd say you having to give up your life for it is excessive. How about this? Do you think great victims should be able to get access to abortion legally?
And like going through with the pregnancy is gonna have like a severe like mental like it's gonna be like, you know, mentally hard for them and stuff, all that. Like they're not okay going through with the pregnancy.
Yeah, they don't want to go through the pregnancy. They were assaulted.
Okay.
Should they be forced to go through that pregnancy?
I mean, I think it's hard because then, like, the way I would look at it is that you're comparing like the potential life of the fetus, right? Like in all of its experiences, to like the hardship the mother goes through by like carrying through with the pregnancy. Does that make
Also,
sense? So,
I'll give you another thought because it's not intuitively clear to you right away, apparently. I'll give you another thought. Did she cause the pregnancy?
I mean, no, definitely not in that case.
So what obligation would she have to sustain the pregnancy if she didn't cause it?
I mean, I don't even know if this is like valid, but I guess you could argue like maybe she has like an obligation to like, you know, it's a human, right? Like she's kind of making the choice to bring the human into the world or not. So like she kind of has power over not whether or not.
I gave you an example where she was assaulted, so she didn't have a choice. Given that she didn't have that choice,
but she has the choice to have the abortion, right? Not to get pregnant. I'm not saying getting pregnant was her choice, but she has the choice whether or not to get the abortion, right?
Yeah, it should be her choice, right?
Yeah.
So it should be
yeah.
legal.
Then sure. I think should be able to make the
legal.
choice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right, Gibbon, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's also actually like a true fact. That's a true fact. Keisha, thank you for the $5. Thank you. In StreamYard, I actually don't see a message in StreamYard that you're referencing. All right, what were you just saying?
I think I was saying I agreed with you on that. But can I ask you a question about this, Parker? Just like to try to supplement my own understanding. Like when you think about this kind of thing, like especially in regards to like the potential human life, are you looking at like you just think, you know, whatever the mother's going to go through, like her choice or her lack of obligation, like that takes precedent over the potential life for the fetus? Or do you not even like think about that way in terms of like, do you not even think about that in regards to the fetus? Like, are you not considering the fetus's potential life, or like, are you, and you think it's less? Like, how do you think about that kind of thing?
I don't value potential alone. I value potential insofar as there's already a past or a present established.
Oh, so like the fact that like the fetus doesn't have a lived experience, like you don't really think like then you don't value the fact it's future experience.
Yeah, given that it hasn't had an experience in the present or the past, then I don't care that it's only just gonna have one in the future because it hasn't existed yet.
But isn't it going to exist? Like why do you draw the line out? Like,
it will at some point, but it hasn't yet.
But what's wrong with? I mean, not what's wrong with, because like you'd be fine. Like if there was no harm being done to anyone, and you could choose whether or not it was born or not born, you would choose to let it be born, right?
Wait, sorry, say it one more time.
If there was like I don't know, a fetus in an imaginary womb, and you could choose to let the fetus be born or not born, you would choose to, like, what would you choose?
I don't know what you mean.
Like, do you think inherently like potential life with like no,
what do you
like,
mean an imaginary womb?
Like if it wasn't in a mother's body, like if the mom didn't have to like, you know, go through childbirth and all of that.
Okay, so say that we had like a future society and there are actual
like an incubator.
Actual incubators, right, that don't require human beings, like it's fucking Superman on Krypton.
Yeah, sure. Or even just like, you know, it requires a sperm and an egg.
Like, yeah, we would probably just like let it go through.
Okay, but would you like?
But they wouldn't be obligated to keep it on until sentience.
Why wouldn't they be obligated to keep it
on? Because it's not sentient.
Right, but it can deploy sentience once it's born, and there's no negative effect on
in the future, but they haven't gotten to that point.
No, I know, but I'm talking about the future hypothetical. Like in that hypothetical with the incubator.
Like for example, if they put it in the incubator,
yeah,
and it's just at a point where it's living, but it's not sentient yet, can they turn it off?
Yeah, but what if they have no reason to? Do you think they like? And someone just
Let,
decides.
let's say
like,
the
on a
reason
whim.
let's say the reason is because they can't afford it.
Okay. Okay, so yeah, if the reason is they can't afford it, then you'd be saying like you're thinking like, okay, there's a financial obligation, so they shouldn't have to do it because they have no obligation to bring something into the world that's not already sentient. And I think then what
But they caused it to be living. So under your view, do they have the obligation?
I think you have to balance or like look, compare the financial obligation to the obligation I believe there is to bring, conscious stuff into the world if you can. So I would compare those two.
So you're saying that like there could be a financial obligation that is minimal enough where you'd be like, it's okay that they should be obligated. And then there's also a financial obligation that could be too much insofar as that they should not be obligated.
Yeah, it could be excessive.
What would be a general range for that?
Oh, I'm not. I think it could actually vary like per person, right? Like a wealthier person could pay a lot more versus someone impoverished wouldn't have to pay as much.
Or wouldn't pay as much, wouldn't be able to.
Like wouldn't have to, or like shouldn't have to. You know what I'm saying? Like an excessive obligation could mean something different to different people, right? Like especially in terms of money, right? Like to a
You're saying rich people would be obligated more to give more money.
No, I'm saying for a really, really rich person, the point at which the obligation becomes excessive would be different. Does that make sense?
So it's okay to tax them at a higher rate?
I'm just saying, like, okay, right? Like something that's excessive to you financially would be different than to me, right? Like if someone was like if you were being given a parking ticket and you were like, oh, this is excessive, that number would probably be different than like if I got a parking
Depending
ticket.
on your income, depending on how much you have in your bank account. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like,
understand.
Yeah. Wait, you don't understand? Sorry.
I said I understand.
Oh, okay.
I'm confused what your point is, though.
My point is, so like you're giving this hypothetical, right? Like or you're asking me, at what point is does the money become excessive with the incubator, right? To keep it going, at what point would the funds be excessive?
Yeah, like you're saying giving up money is excessive, right? For like
I'm
a
saying
firm,
depending on the money.
But like, wait, so is pregnancy not excessive? Is not risking the harms to your body based upon pregnancy not enough?
I think it has to be weighed against the potential for human life.
Yeah, like at the point in which it doesn't have a well-being, at the point in which it's not sentient, what are you weighing against? You're weighing against something that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah,
so
but something
obviously,
that's
if
on its way
it's
to
gonna
existing.
wait, think about it this way. Obviously, if it's gonna weigh somewhere, it's gonna weigh towards the individual with a well-being. Given that the woman has a well-being and the fetus does not have a well-being prior to the point of sentience, why would you consider the well-being of a non-existent entity more than the well-being of an existing entity?
Well, just because it can't like consciously think about its own well-being doesn't mean it doesn't have a well-being. Like it, right? Like if the fetus is aborted, right? Like its well-being, it's not as well off, I guess. You know what I'm saying?
I don't.
Okay, like if there was a really let's say there was like a chronically depressed person, right? And wait, hold on. Okay, maybe I'm wrong about this one. I don't know. I'm losing my own argument. I think that's a bad sign.
Okay, maybe you should think about it and come back.
Okay, I will do. Thanks for the talk, though. I appreciate it. I think you gave me a new perspective.
All right, appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
Is there anyone in the box that is MAGA? Patrick is so mad, bro. You're still sitting there, bro. I already told you, bro. I already engaged with him. He's gonna keep spamming that, bro. I'm happy that no one else can see it. Did you just hit an anxiety pen, Patrick? Oh, geez. Patrick has an anxiety pen. That's rough. All right, I have no MAGA. It's just people chilling. We got no one. Everyone on YouTube, I would really appreciate if you like the stream. I'd really appreciate if you like the stream right now. We have currently 1,400 likes. Let's try to get to 2K. I'd really appreciate it. I really appreciate it if we get to 2K. We currently don't have anything right now. We could watch the Charlie Kirk debate against the Cambridge students. I could watch that because I don't really have many. I don't have any guests that are MAGA. I guess I could do that until I get MAGA. Yeah, we could watch that. Patrick, you want to watch it too? I think we can. Why was that really funny, dude? Why was that actually really funny, dude? What is wrong with me? Here, let me watch it on like TikTok or something so we don't have to watch it from what's his face? From any of Charlie's socials. Dude, that's so funny, bro. That's so funny. Dude, Patrick's a fan, bro. Patrick's my biggest fan, chat. Patrick, real question. If you saw me in person, would you like walk up to me and say hi? Real question. Alrighty. Yeah. That's so funny. All right. I'm gonna go to the search bar. Let me look up Charlie Kirk versus Cambridge students. We're gonna look for full debates. Full debate. Here we go. Here's one I haven't seen. Should we watch one I have seen yet? She cooked him. Loki, I want to find that one. We could watch him. He did pretty well. I wanted to find it was the one girl with the American flag. There's a professor too. You could watch the professor one. Let's just pull it up. Let's just pull it up. I'm looking for the full debates because people post parts, bro. They post parts. That's 30 seconds, bro. No, I'm looking for the full debate. Looking for full debate. All right, we're just gonna click whatever the first full debates are. I really just wanted to watch that one. I watched the full debate. Hold up. I'm gonna find it. Give me 1 second. Is that the full? No, it isn't. All right, we're just gonna watch the full debate with this guy. That's not the full debate. Hold up. Fuck. 1 second, chat. I got it. I got it right here. We're gonna watch now. Don't worry. Here we are. Full debate. Alrighty. Hold up. He talked real quick.
McDonald from St John's College.
All right. Yo, Sid, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you so much for one more just to say goodnight. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Sid. Thank you. Here's some W's for Sid in the comment section. W's for Sid. Thank you, Sid. Thank you. All right.
Good evening, Mr. Kirk. You've obviously devoted a lot of your life to electing, keeping in power Donald Trump, and you did so partly because you said Trump would put Americans first and take them out of foreign conflicts. Should we see how that is going at the moment? Currently, Trump has just accepted a $400 million debt from Qatar, which we're assured is perfectly above board. Billions in arms are going to Saudi Arabia, which they're using to bomb and starve Yemeni children. Not sure how that's in the interest of the United States, but it might be in the interest of the $5.5 billion deal his failed sons are receiving. At the same time, this great president of peace has greenlit mass killings, not just in Yemen, but in Gaza, where he greenlit an invasion called Operation Gideon's Chariot, with the express aim of wiping out the Gazan population. You promised to put America first. Haven't you and your ilk sold America out?
To be totally fair, that's really well put together question. Really well put together question. This person obviously is like way more informed than the typical student that Charlie has to go up against.
No. Well, I'm glad you have great intellectual substance and can answer. Because it's all the culture wars for you, isn't it? The second someone actually tells you what you're doing, which is bread.
Can you calm down a little bit? Like, a little bit?
Oh, he did the same thing to me. He's like, can you just like calm down a little bit? Because he's like literally not giving a response. Bro, like.
Pounding the table, you're all over the place. No. You want me to go piece by piece? Or would you like me to talk slower?
I think you can.
Number one, Donald Trump is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Joe Biden gave them
that's
armaments.
going well, isn't it?
It's
going well.
Can you not interrupt me?
Well.
You see how he like does some like weird little like speaking thing? So like he like can like point out little things like you interrupting or like you like cutting him off or like you specific or sorry, I didn't mean to say cut him off. You specifically like admitting that he has nothing to say. Right, so he could just like use the egotistical nature of someone being like, "Oh, I have got you there," right? In order to be able to get it, like, go against them. It's like really an interesting tactic of debate.
Allowed you to talk uninterrupted.
You're famous for not interrupting.
I haven't interrupted a single person here today. Can I speak uninterrupted? Actually,
I really doubt that. I really doubt that.
He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the.
Hold on, let's go back. Let's go back.
He is convening a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine.
He's convening a peace deal with Russia and Ukraine. Okay, let's one thing. What happened to on day one? What happened to on day one? Getting the peace deal. That's gone. I wonder what Charlie would have to say about that. He's been saying he's getting a peace deal done the whole time. Where's the evidence of that? Just recently, it was the case that they're. I'm pretty sure Putin indicated that they weren't going to, that he wasn't going to accept any of the conditions, just as of recently. So, I mean, that's another thing to add on top of that. I wonder where Charlie's getting this from.
I believe we will see an end to that war. Number two, he's actually talking to Iran and discouraging Israel to strike the interior of Iran and has stopped.
It's interesting that he says that like he's actually talking to Iran as if Donald Trump isn't the one that pulled out of the nuclear peace agreement with Iran, right? Where like it was like meant to stifle them from specifically developing nuclear weapons. That literally was engaging in conversations and talks and agreements with Iran that Donald Trump pulled us out of.
Stopped many other international countries to do the same. Number three, can you give him credit for ending the Indian-Pakistan war?
Oh my God, they've been doing this recently. A bunch of conservatives recently have been they've been fucking parading so much about this is such a stupid point. about India and Pakistan. It's not even true on both sides. It's only Pakistan that claims that. They didn't even go to India at all. And like, if you're gonna have long-term sustained peace within, like, between two parties, you have to engage with both parties in typical, especially if they're both major powers that have nuclear weapons.
Said he didn't do that.
Well, hold on a second.
I'm sorry. Wait, this is like Joe Biden getting praise from Ukraine, but not getting praise from Russia, and saying specifically like he's got a deal done because or no, no, not a deal done. We'll say he's got praise from Russia or from Ukraine, right, for doing really good with like trying to do negotiations or something, right? They would definitely not grant that because it was not shown by both sides. Not to be unclear.
Let's go back.
No, that's important.
Russia, Ukraine.
Hold on, that's important.
Can I speak now?
Yes, but the Indian Pakistan thing, you got to go deeper than that.
Let's go in order. Is a peace summit where the main person in question, Russia, doesn't show up, is that a success, Mr. Kirk?
I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure.
A success?
Well, again, these are ongoing negotiations, and it's a lot better than when your prime minister,
That's a
Boris
success.
Johnson, went alongside our Secretary of State Tony Blinken to Istanbul and unnecessarily blew up a potential Russian peace deal, which has resulted in hundreds of thousands of dead Ukrainians, one of the great unnecessary wars of the modern era. Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war.
He does peace through strength. Are we stronger with closer relationship with our allies? Yeah, right? So are we really perpetuating strength on a global stage when we have a harmed relationship with us and our allies, especially with like NATO being less involved with Ukraine, the World Health Organization, like our soft power on the world,
Between two nuclear conflicts of India,
through
Pakistan.
U.S. aid?
And he has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. And thirdly,
While we were being invaded by foreign powers. Did he just say that?
that Ukrainians over 120, and thirdly, border while we were being invaded by foreign powers. Necessary wars of the modern era.
What?
Donald Trump believes in conversation and police through strength. He has been president for well over 120 to 130 days, and he has already ended a war between two nuclear conflicts of India, Pakistan. He has secured our own U.S. southern border while we were being invaded by foreign powers.
That's incoherent shit.
And thirdly, he is brokering a potential settlement with Iran that will prevent a major escalation in the Middle East. And finally, it is very difficult, but I believe they'll get it done, that will finally see an end to the Russian-Ukrainian war.
I'm just going to disregard the enormous lies you just put out there about Russia and Ukraine. But do you really think leverage,
What lie did I-
negotiations work if you cut off all your leverage and scream at one party in the Oval Office? Don't you think that has just emboldened Russia? Because look at the approach. Putin thinks so much of your glorious president, he can't even be asked to show up. You have elected or help elect somebody who is at best an idiot and at worst is deeply corrupt.
Okay, again, so Trump and Putin had a 2-hour phone call today. You'll acknowledge that's a good thing. The pursuit of peace can sometimes be a winding road, and it's a lot better than sending hundreds of billions of dollars further into the killing fields of eastern Ukraine, something that tragically...
Pursuit of peace with Russia. He thinks that Russia is going to come to peace terms without being forced into submission because of what precedents? Please tell me, Charlie.
Both the UK government and the US government has been unnecessarily supporting for a couple of years. President Trump wants to see a brokerage, an ending of this settlement. I pray we can get it. It's very complicated because of the mess that Joe Biden left, which was an active kinetic war with a nuclear power sending American-made missiles into the interior of Russia. So President Trump has already ended a war. He's ended an invasion. He's only 130 days into this. And I believe we do not know. At this point, we are merely speculating, which I think we should not spend our time doing that because eventually one of us will be right. I believe we'll be right, and I believe we'll see an end to this war.
We just talk about 100 billions worth of weapons.
Let's not speculating. Let's speculate, but my speculation, I think, is going to be right.
Because you dodged my question on what was going on in the Middle East, where Trump has just sent signed enormous arms contracts with Saudi Arabia and with Qatar. And I noticed you ignored.
Drinking liberal tears. This is not pre-recorded, man. Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for Hey Parker since Dean got his mullet back. Will you bring back the stash? Maybe sometime I will. And Given, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, I appreciate it. Good rule of thumb: don't negotiate with a tyrannical imperialist that orchestrates attacks on the citizens of the nation he's invading. For real.
The fact that this might have had anything to do with the blatant corruption going on through the Trump coin and going on through giving the very competent sons of Donald Trump billions of investment from Saudi Arabia and Qatar. This is something that is directly embroiling Americans into conflict, but is importantly killing many innocent people. Those nations have been known to terrorize innocent civilian populations. So if you're coming to me and you're objecting to America selling weaponry, why are you defending shilling for the Saudis?
Well, hold on. One is sending weaponry, one is purchasing. Secondly, you do know that the biggest purchase that was announced was commercial airliner 737, $100 billion. We've heard of Qatar Airways. They purchased $100 billion of commercial airways. You are right, there were some weapons contracts. But I guess the question is, would you rather have Saudi Arabia buy weapons from America or China?
I'd rather they not have American weaponry at cut price rates.
See, I disagree.
But let's talk about Qatar for a second.
Okay, fine.
You mentioned Qatar. You've been talking a lot about Hamas and the evils of Hamas. Can I ask you, who's the main funder of Hamas?
Well, the Palestine. Well, the West actually funds Hamas.
Which state?
Well, Iran funds.
No.
Also,
where are the Hamas leaders?
And also
where are the Hamas
Qatar
leaders?
funds Hamas.
Yes.
It is a combination
So is
of
this a state we
international
should
relief
have a
organizations.
400 million jet with the President of the United States on it?
Hold on. First of all, it was not given to him personally. I understand the optics of it, but it was not given to him personally. It was given to the U.S. government. And under that standard, no U.S. government should ever receive any gifts from any foreign countries whatsoever. It's not given to him personally and not a violation of the.
Then why is he trying to transfer it to his personal library? He is.
Actually. Okay, again, he sent out a statement. This is way too in the weeds. If you want to keep on going it, we can.
It's not in the weeds. It's a fundamental moral principle.
Okay, so under that fundamental moral principle, then, can you acknowledge, though, that President Trump is getting more done in a less period of time than any president we've seen, while our prior president did not even know what year he got elected? Do you understand the contrast here?
What about his?
That's just like obviously not true.
Again, I'm not a defender of Biden.
I'm not saying President Trump is far better.
You have to defend the person you spent millions.
I will defend every day of someone who ends an invasion.
That's all you do. Is
brings down the price of oil, who is revitalizing the American economy, who's brokering.
Brought down the price of oil. Oil has not gone down. Like, I don't know what he's talking about. Let's check oil prices. Maybe slightly. Let's check. Overtime. I'm trying to look for overtime. Yeah, any mods in here? I see. I got him. Sabrina, thank you for the 7 Canadian. Thank you. I got him myself. Give me 1 second. I lost where I was. Fuck, dude. Oil prices, there we are. Overtime. Oil price US. I gotta see the graph, bro. Is it gonna weekly? Can you give me annual? Okay, Jesus. I hate this. This is... Bro, it's just not clear, man. Here we go. I think I found it. Oh, there we go. Crude oil prices. Oh, here we are. We got it. They've gone down. They were already on a trend down, though. They've been on a trend down since 2024. Like, here, does it show? It doesn't show, but like it's gone down very, very slightly. But like that's nothing he caused. He didn't cause anything. And also, if anything, it would be like the economy got worse because GDP decreased, bro. All right.
Bring peace, who stopped the potential nuclear war, who is bringing Iran to the table and bringing Russia to the table, someone who does not want armed conflicts with the greatest powers of our time, I will defend that endlessly. What are you defending?
In a fantasy world of your own creation. So it's quite hard
You
to
can
engage
say that,
with.
but then disprove
But
it.
let's check on how Trump is doing in terms of diplomacy. Look, with the war in the Middle East, do you think it was a defensible decision to tell the Israelis you wanted Trump Gaza, to agree for Israel to invade the Gaza Strip, and to continue to murder thousands of innocent children and civilians in a pointless war? Is that in America's interest? Is that in humanity's
Well, first of all, you should know something about Trump. There's something, if you realize with Trump over the last 10 years, he is quite the social media user and uses hyperbolic language at times. But let me ask you, in the conflict of Israel versus Hamas,
Hyperbolic language. So he just like writes it all off as just hyperbolic language, bro.
who's the good guy?
Both Hamas and the Israelis.
One thing I think it's really important to talk about when you do say this is that Donald Trump has said specifically that he views Gaza as real estate development. And like mentioning that, like he views it as Trump Gaza and real estate development for American firms to go in and to own. That's how he sees it. And that he wants to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people with no right to return.
Israeli government are evil, but I think also that there is no justification.
Are they equally?
There is no justification for the murder and mutilation of thousands of innocent people and children.
Let's
the futile.
Let's zero in on it.
There is no justification, Mr. Kirk, for invading hospitals, for bombing innocent populations, and dragging out a war which is damaging Israel and the West's security.
You've made that point, but
well, it's not a point; it's a moral truth, isn't it?
Okay, yeah. It was also a moral truth that the war started because 1,300 Jews were killed and 200 were taken hostage. And when you declare war on Israel, expect a firestorm in reaction.
Instead of responding to any of the concerns about the effects on the innocent population, he just immediately says, like, is he arguing it's all justified?
Let me
Is that his
finish, I
position?
let you talk.
Is he
Israel,
arguing killing innocents is justified because innocents were killed?
at its holiest day of the calendar year besides Yom Kippur and Rosh Hashanah, Samat Torah, the 50-year anniversary of the Six-Day War. On Shabbat, Hamas invaded Israel, deciding to go recklessly to music concerts, to homes, to kibbutzes, and taking 200 plus hostages. They knew what they were doing. In one of the most cloistered urban environments on the planet, 2 million people live in a place where it's impossible to wage war. Impossible. Where they wear civilian clothing, they violate every tenet of the Geneva Convention, and the IDF, when they do something right, they get no credit. When they do life-saving surgeries of a Gazan child, they get no credit. When they drop leaflets, they get no credit. But when they have—
What are you talking about? You constantly, Charlie, are giving them credit. What are you talking about? They get no credit.
To bomb a place where they are operating their military from, which we now know from third-party verified sources, hundreds of Hamas military
Bo, who supports Hamas? Who are you referencing?
operations are in mosques, schools, and hospitals. I'm sorry, the country where they were living in relative peace
Someone said, yay, mods, I love you. Mods, that was me.
on October 6th, that all of a sudden we had a war and Hamas started the war. And I don't see people that were really upset about the 2 million Germans that were killed in World War II, civilians. A tragic truth of war is that civilians die. I don't like it and you don't like it. And they brought it upon themselves. The only operation and entity to blame is the leadership of Hamas, not the Israeli government, for fighting this defensive
Tessa.
war after they were invaded.
I'm no defender of the terrible pogrom that was launched against Jews on that day. But the justification for the death of innocents cannot be an infinite cycle of bloodlust. It cannot be killing tens of thousands of innocent civilians with a war with no end in sight, people who were not complicit in those atrocities. It cannot be bombing hospitals which children...
Genuinely, I'm just going to be totally honest. I would love to have a conversation. This guy thinks he's doing great.
news. It cannot be bombing hospitals in which cancer patients are dying and starving in there. The deaths that have been inflicted, nobody knows the true toll, but somewhere between 50 and 100,000 people lie dead under the rubble. And what is left for Gaza except for to continue to suffer under Hamas? Because it turns out Netanyahu's political strategy has not worked. It has entrenched Hamas within the territories. To be a Christian, I would have thought, Mr. Kirk, would never have involved suggesting that the price for an atrocity must be an infinite cycle of bloodlust, that innocent people and the young population must be killed to avenge some kind of providential quest. How can you call yourself a Christian? Well, you just did.
I want to make sure we get our moral clarity straight before we proceed. No one likes what's happening in Gaza. No one with a heart or a soul or a mind likes when kids die. But you must understand who started the conflict so that you could end it correctly. And until Hamas brokers an unconditional surrender, of which they are unwilling to do, they could release the hostages and drop their weapons and their lives would be spared. Instead, they are using children of Gaza as cannon fodder, financed by the Iranian mullahs and dragging the entire world into this conflict. So I don't even know what we're debating at this point other than I believe that Israel, I believe the facts, Israel was unconditionally attacked on October 7th. They're responding in kind. And I would just ask you a very simple...
He believes it's okay that the Palestinian population is harmed because of the actions of Hamas. Is that what he's arguing? That long sustained negative impacts to the Palestinian population is justified? Because that, I think there also needs to be a conversation about the starvation, right, of people, and the fact that there have been a limiting of food trucks to go into the area. That's also an incredibly important thing to address.
Simple moral question. How should Israel have responded?
Not with the blanket carpet bombing of the city, not with bombing hospitals. Of course, some kind of military operation might have been necessary, but not murder on this scale. There is no justification for what is happening with the enormous death toll that is being produced. I really cannot see how you come here and you have the gall to lecture us on Christian morality and then sit here and justify the murder of thousands of civilians. And is it working, Mr. Kirk? Is Hamas dismantled?
I've never said that.
You just did.
Well, no,
this is your whole
in
thing.
war. These are called casualties of a war.
We're going to need
okay?
to start bringing this
Again,
to a close.
I'm not going to justify every military maneuver of a 100,000 person army. Instead, what I will do is I'll be clear that there is a good guy and there is a bad guy. I honestly...
Isn't that the morality of a child?
Well, hold on.
Real. That's actually real. Yeah, Trinity Austin, we've blocked Trinity's account at least 5 to 6 times today, just letting you know. I did it again though.
It's interesting you say that because a child who knows that Israel is the good guy, Hamas is bad, has a lot more wisdom than a student like yourself at Cambridge University.
That's just really good. That's a baseless platitude.
I will be glad that I will not have been somebody who has defended the genocide of the Palestinian people. And I think you will have to reckon one day that you have reckoned with...
Interesting. I want to close on this. So can you tell me what African country is currently ongoing a civil war?
Believe it or not, I know about Sudan.
Okay,
I'm
good.
not an idiot.
How about what Southeast Asian country has an ethnic cleansing going on right now?
Myanmar.
Good. And you have strong opinions on both sides?
Unlike you, I take an effort.
Incredibly, the fact that they were able to answer that is great. Incredible.
About foreign policy and to come to conclusions. You are a culture warrior. I believe when everything is done, Mr. Kirk, people will see you and the people you supported as corrupt, as selling the country out to the lowest bidder and of doing irreparable damage to a country I'm sure we all deep down love.
The difference,
you will have to reckon with that.
Difference
Mr. Kirk.
is when...
And the final question that
And he said something stupid like Charlie after that said something stupid like the difference is that like at the end of the day we're still going to have a country and you guys are going to be living in a third world country. That's what he said. That's literally what he said. It's like so stupid. So stupid. That person did really good. There's a few other debates I wanted to watch. I want to find full debate. Let me look at full debate. First Cambridge students. Full debate. videos, view resources. What the fuck? Why is it not letting me see? Am I not allowed to look up full debate? Wow, it's not letting me look at it. I can't look up full debate. Wait, I think I just need to refresh. Let's see if I can get into this. Paste, enter. Wow, it doesn't let me look it up. Wow. What? I can't search anything up now. Maybe I do have to watch it like on the fucking. You know what? I'm going through such a hard fucking way just to like literally go around watching it. Um. I just want to watch like cut stuff. Alrighty. Can I type full debate? Full debate. I'm looking. Alrighty. It seems like I literally have to watch it from Charlie's channel. I don't want to do that, dude. I actually literally don't. I literally don't want to do that. It looks like it's nowhere else on YouTube. Why doesn't it let me look this up on TikTok? This is so fucking weird, dude. Bro, why is everything bro, it seriously, you know, I just have to watch it that way. But like, I'm not watching it with the commentary, bro. I can't do it, bro. Okay. Here we go. Hold up, let me get a video. See if I can see if there's a debate here. 11 minutes. Where's the full debates? Oh my gosh, dude. I really don't get it sometimes. Wait. Your browser has blocked your screen. Is TikTok not allowing me to do it? You know what? It could be TikTok, actually. We just watched that. And of course, it's coming up on my fucking I like how it's coming up on my For You page, but it literally doesn't let me. Hold up, let me click on this account. Maybe they have the other debate clips. No, they don't. All right. I'm trying to find it. Everyone, give me 1 second. You know what? I could just go on X. You know what? That's just like why, dude? Like why? I don't want to. All right. Hold on. I gotta look up full debate. That's not a full debate. Lol, my thing comes up right away. There's not a full debate. Wow. Are people not posting it here either? Wow, dude. Wow. Wow. There's no full debate. What the fuck? This is horrible. There's not a single person who posted the damn full debate. I'm gonna cry, dude. Oh, okay. Well, I'm very sad, chat. I'm trying. Give me 1 second. Parker, go to sleep at this point. Okay, I'm getting close. I am getting close. But I wanted to watch those debates on the, you know what? Fuck it. We'll just watch it over this way. Whatever. Ew. Okay, here we are. There we are. Present. Share screen. There we go. All right.
So I'm a feminist. My question is about the role of women, though. What should women's role in public and private life look like, and what are the material benefits of that?
Well, thank you for that. Can I take it? I don't even want to take this detour, but can we both agree on what a woman is?
Yes.
What? Why did he just randomly just ask that question? Bro, that is so cringe. Dude, the thing is, I've already reductioed Charlie on this. And under his view, again, God can be a father and or a mother under his view without any biology. So I don't know why he's specifically saying that like they require biology.
Adult human female is a biological state of being that is also socially experienced. Can I please elucidate just one example of that social experience?
Yeah, I was going to answer your question, but sure, go ahead.
Yeah, okay. So let's say you're a member of a tribe, and that in that tribe, you have the biological female anatomy, and in order to become a woman in that tribe, you have to also get a tattoo. That's a social experience that's mapped onto biological reality.
So can a woman have a prostate?
Can a woman have a prostate? Biologically speaking, a woman is an adult human female that has a biological reality, but it's also social experience, right? So I don't.
Yeah, it's super easy. Like, can
a man not have any biological sex characteristics?
Have a prostate.
So as per my definition of woman,
Under his view, he has to say yes.
I would say that people who have a prostate are biologically male, but they can sometimes be socially treated as women.
Okay, got it. So women can have prostates. Got it. Okay. So you're a feminist that actually isn't just fighting for women, you're also fighting for men.
So, yes, men also experience harms from...
What? Why does he think that's an own? Women fight for men and women when they are feminists. What?
Okay, but I
Make sure
argue.
we're talking about the same feminism, though. Just make sure. Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
So men also experience harm from patriarchal domination, but I would argue that those harms come from that system of domination itself. In the same way, for example, this isn't a threat, but if I reached across and punched you in the face, then my hand might hurt, right? So are we understanding that there are patterns of power? So I would also fight for the rights of men as a feminist, just as I would fight for the rights of women.
Sure. You think women are happier than they were 40 years ago?
Complete pivot. Complete pivot.
I have a few responses to that. I think that women report more stress and dissatisfaction today because not because they have more rights or because of feminism, but because they're under dual pressure to both excel professionally and also because of the domestic labor in homes that is structured around outdated expectations. So, for example, studies like the OECD's Better Life Index show that women's life expectancy, education levels, professional achievements have risen in countries with higher gender inequality. So I would argue that what you're calling unhappiness is actually visibility, because now we hear women expressing dissatisfaction, whereas in the 50s, we prescribed them Valium and we lobotomized.
Yeah.
She's cooking this guy, bro.
That's really rich. I didn't know women not to complain 50 years ago. That's funny. So no, hold on a second. Why are suicide rates?
It's about the acceptance of the ability for people to be able to bring up certain things like that.
It's going up more for women.
I think that
They're
encourages.
complaining. Materially, women are killing themselves more. Why is that?
I think that even if both men and women have become unhappier, men's suicide rates have risen as well, and that's also been exponential. Can you at least concede that feminism offers
Completely just dismantled those points so easily.
only one potential explanation? There could be also other explanations.
Of course, obviously, but feminism is the glaring thing in front of us, where we have fertility rates down, we have marriage rates down, we have unhappiness up, and we did something in the 1960s out of the universities of Brady Friedan and Gloria Steinem and all these feminists that basically said, you're trapped in a home, go get a job, freeze your eggs, take birth control. And all of a sudden, women are way unhappier than they were 40 years ago. And I just have to ask the question, why is that? Is it working? And maybe there are biological differences between men and women that we should respect. And that deep down, a lot of women want to get married and have children. In fact, we should applaud it and we should support it. And we should say, it means nothing if you're going to go be a CEO of some shoe company or be some banker in London. What matters if you raise children and you have something to pass down long after you're gone.
I think I would bring 2 points to that. The first one is just really simple, which is that you can ascribe liberalism all you want as the cause of the unhappiness. I would argue something else. I would say that it's certain economic policy that has very little to do with the social acceptance of alternative lifestyles. I would say that we can recognize that income inequality across a vast swathe of Western countries has increased, which causes all kinds of social ills, a lack of social cohesion, housing price growth doesn't correspond with wage growth, monopolies increasingly become kind of emboldened to interfere with politics, and monopolies don't prioritize social health either. I think that those offer more compelling reasons for a decline in happiness than an increase in freedoms, because just one more thing, on an intuitive basis, generally speaking, people want more freedom, not less.
Okay, so if that's true,
Is the ultra capitalist Charlie Kirk arguing that more freedom is worse? Let's just think about that for 1 second. The ultra capitalist Charlie Kirk that said that he would not be okay with a 1% tax on Jeff Bezos in order to be able to get rid of homelessness for veterans.
why is it? Do you agree that the happiest women of the West are married with kids?
I would have to look into it, but
Every
I think there are
study
certain
shows, right?
there are certain
and
studies that
objectively we know that, right? The women with kids are not the ones tearing down statues, right? They're the ones that actually have obligations.
Does tearing down statues correspond to some kind of smiles per capita data set that I wasn't aware
I mean,
of?
again, it's like it's a little bit of a one-liner. The happy and the grateful. The happy and the grateful usually don't go burn down Wendy's in their spare time, of which we saw in our country all throughout a single summer. But as a side note, you would agree, objectively, study after study, survey after survey, that the women of the West that are married and have children, especially a lot of children, are far happier than even the ones that earn more money correlated at the same age.
So I also don't think that happiness is a very good metric, and neither do you, because you think gay people shouldn't just pursue happiness by being gay. They have other moralistic considerations to be making. So I don't think smiles per capita is a particularly convincing way to measure whether or not we should encourage women to be autonomous. I think we should maximize agency within a fair system that has reasonable parameters because it's expedient, it's good for the economy, it's logical, it's the moral thing, because if we can't prove the material harms, we shouldn't discourage it. And also self-reported studies is a really flawed way to do psychology. It's the week before my university exams right now, and I'm standing here explaining explaining the basic methodology behind survey collection in sociology, which you don't even think is a real subject, to Charlie Kirk. If I took one of those surveys right now, I'd check extremely miserable. But so would a Palestinian child who's been torn to smithereens. How are we going to measure?
You would say extremely miserable?
No, I'm kind of making.
Essentially, like what she's arguing is that like there is an issue with the happiness metric that we have specifically because it's based upon self-reports, and oftentimes those self-reports can like be off or not representative of actual real satisfaction, given it is the case that like there is a, especially for people say who are religious, there is a oftentimes especially very religious extremists, it could be the case that they are over representing their level of satisfaction than what is actually truly the case because of what their like beliefs are on the matter, like on what they want to believe in. And that could be true not only for just religious people, but for anyone in general. People can be misrepresenting true satisfaction because it's self-report.
No, I mean, but seriously, like, but hold on. I mean, like, that's an important point, though, is that the women in the West have it the best
That's just to really just justify skepticism.
in the world, and yet they're way unhappier than women of sub-Saharan Africa. There's something fundamentally wrong here, because the women of sub-Saharan Africa have something that a lot of women in the West do not have. The women in the West have cats, and they have good jobs, and the women of sub-Saharan Africa, they have a belief in the divine, and
I don't know why he's saying women have cats, like in general, like a thing like is like a negative trait. Like, one, having cats isn't a negative trait. Two, he's trying to like argue this like a women are lonely, not in relationships, and they pick cats and are alone. Like that's like the type of stereotype that he's trying to perpetuate. And he's trying to say that's because of like liberalism, but really women are choosing to be alone because they don't want to be with men that treat them badly. So maybe Charlie should be arguing for men to step up to the fucking plate.
they have kids. And maybe there's a biological undercurrent that is keeping a lot of women from realizing their full potential. And so without reading your phone and just like, connecting.
I'm not really reading my phone.
Well, it's fine. Sure, then you can answer without it. Fair enough. Would you agree that it's a good thing that more women get married and have children in the West?
I would ask you, would you say that a sub-Saharan African woman who's experienced female genital mutilation and checks extremely happy in a survey, and I also would check extremely happy in a survey, who do you think would be objectively more happy, even if they both check the same answer?
No, again, so I fully, if you want to talk about how Islam mistreats women, we could talk all day long. Like, I'm all for that.
Me too.
Okay, good. So we agree.
Yeah, absolutely.
We actually have
agree on
agreement.
many things.
And we should shut off Muslim immigration to the UK, right? We totally agree.
I think that all religious fundamentalism is bad, and if you take that logic, we should also not allow evangelical Christians into
Well, okay,
the UK either.
hold on. So hold on a
Yeah,
second.
we shouldn't allow people like Charlie Kirk.
Hold on. That's funny. Hold on. Can you show me show me what would your example, because I have 50, of a single Christian country that you would say mistreats women, right?
America.
Oh, really?
Yes.
We had a female woman vice president. We had a female vice president, a female.
Oh my gosh, is Charlie Kirk really arguing that America doesn't mistreat women because it is the case that we've had a woman in political office, as if it is not the case that they just voted, like America just voted in someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman that bragged about walking into the changing rooms of girls at Miss Teen USA because he quote unquote owns the place to inspect them without their consent, who literally said he would date a 10-year-old girl in 10 years, who bragged about grabbing women by the vagina without asking. Right, like that guy who like historically mistreats women.
Speaker of the House, women earn more than men in America.
In Rwanda, female representation in government supersedes the UK by quite a lot. Did women get treated better in Rwanda?
Okay, I might be super off this. Like, is Rwanda Islamic? Like, I'm not totally sure. I don't think it is. Like, is it? Like, I don't know. Actually,
Killstorm, think of the $2.
It's not. So again, we were just talking about Islam.
Does that even matter?
A side note, but you must be morally clear because you brought up female genital mutilation, which is a teaching of the Islamic faith. But as a side note, like, again, this is very important, which is I'm not here to require you to do anything or not. I'm making a simple observation, which is objectively true regardless. The women of the West are miserable, and they're miserable for a reason, because we've told them to suppress how they are made by God and pursue something else and get a bunch of trinkets and get a bunch of promotions, and they end up at 38 years old with a big
She already described this because of what's called the double shift, right? It is the case that women, right, are engaging in the workforce, right, to a greater extent, while also maintaining duties within the household to a disproportionate rate, a significantly disproportionate rate. So the double shift is simply the case that it's just the case that women have duties at the home to a greater extent, and they have duties in the workforce to a greater extent now, right? Which is setting off a balance as well, which could be a huge reason why, again, women are choosing to be, right, single more, right, or choosing to divorce more, right, or plenty of different things like that. There are plenty of different various factors that lead into these things, which are all legitimate, right?
big flat in London, and they're miserable. We should tell them to stop freezing their eggs and start finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Yeah, okay. I think I'd bring two just
Okay, who's to say that having lots of babies is going to make them not miserable? Is he arguing that people who are miserable would just fix being miserable by having lots of babies? Is that really what he just said?
Finding their partner earlier and have lots of babies.
Finding their partner earlier and having lots of babies. Oftentimes, if you push yourself or force yourself into a relationship in which you oftentimes aren't ready for, you're likely to not have as good of a relationship. Like, to be totally honest, oftentimes you have to learn a lot about yourself, right, before you're even in the place where you're ready to have that sort of communication and your openness with someone, willingness to be able to communicate and compromise and to be on the same terms, and to, even when things aren't doing the greatest, to still have like a sight for the future of how things are going to go. Like,
Yeah, okay. I think I'd bring two just final points to this. First one is just really intuitive, right? Which is that if you actually care about women's happiness, then the solution is to structurally support them. That means universal childcare, shared legally enforceable parental leave. And in Nordic countries where women have high workforce participation and also some state support, they report higher life satisfaction than in more conservative countries, including America. So if your metric is
You just use
happiness,
satisfaction
equality
surveys. You just told me they're
matters.
BS.
So
she's cooking him.
are satisfaction
Hold on,
surveys
time out. Wait, no,
bullshit
do
or
you-
not?
hold
Because
on,
you told me
time out.
they're
Do you
bullshit.
acknowledge satisfaction surveys or not? You just told me that they're BS. Do you think they're objective? We can use that as data?
I don't think that
Yes or
we can use
no?
it as the only sole data set, but it is
Okay,
a
you
data
just
set
used
that
it. You told me
necessarily
they're so flawed and you self-report. Okay, by the macro self-satisfaction.
You can acknowledge skepticism within plenty of respects, while also acknowledging that there is data supporting that,
Data.
especially if it is the case that he sees it as to be important.
I am correct. And you are right. When you have paid family leave, you are happier. I'm actually a proponent of that. At Turning Point USA, we pay for 6 months when somebody has a child. I think there's a lot of agreement we can have on that. We need to encourage having more children. I think the Hungarian child policy is phenomenal. We should look.
So this is something I thought about. He wants to increase the population. That's what he's arguing for. He wants to increase the population by having more babies. He thinks that's good for the economy, right? But increasing the economy through immigration is bad for the economy? So a question I'd love to ask him.
Because the greatest thing that is plaguing the West is we're not having enough kids. And it's not just bad because we won't have a future. It's also bad because the present is
So we don't have a high enough population, but we don't want as much immigration.
awfully miserable for too many women as well.
Okay, in which case I think we get. Do I
start bringing this to a close, please?
Okay, I think just one final thing, which is that in which case we get to a really interesting argument about what parts of womanhood can be demarcated to the social and what kinds of womanhood can be demarcated to biological. So, for example, my anatomy is demarcated to the biological, but the fact that I might potentially be a better nurturer than a man, I would demarcate that to the social. You might demarcate that to the biological. In which case we have differing moral scales of value. I would ask why we should necessarily prioritize your moral scale of value, which prioritizes things like the birth rate, when in actual fact there are various other moral scales of value. And if you yourself are a free market American, why is it the case that you would not, like the previous speaker noted,
I've already answered.
extend personal freedom?
You don't look at that, chat. Don't look at that. Don't look at that. You can't see that. No. Yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. That's the whole thing. There's also a professor. I guess we could look at that one, but I don't know if I would. If it's becoming a little bit late. I have a few more minutes left on the live anyway. She did good. She did good. Like the Cambridge students were doing pretty good. There was a little bit too. There were funny clips with like Naima versus Andrew Wilson. Naima literally in that debate, or what's called not Naima, Andrew Wilson in that debate literally couldn't open up the like a jar after like making fun of Naima for it. I like posted on X about it, and I posted on YouTube and everywhere about that. It's actually fucking hilarious. Actually fucking hilarious. Also, I posted a TikTok today, and like I posted something everywhere. Literally, it's like someone admitting to being a cannibal, and it's got limited on every social media platform. Like literally, I don't think it likes that terminology. Insane work. Yep. Yeah, I'm gonna get off here very soon. If you have any questions, you can ask me in the comment section. Darling, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. I will be answering a few more questions, then I will get off for tonight. But yeah, if you would like the stream, I would really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. By the way, tomorrow morning, I should be up. Actually, really early. Actually, I should probably get off here because I should be up really early. I'm going to be doing a stream earlier on, with Athena. So I should post an announcement. All right, all right. I'm gonna post it in my Discord, like the announcement. Hopefully, people will see it. All right, all right. Why are y'all doing early streams? Tomorrow, I don't plan to do fully early streams. I just plan to do like that stream to start with at 10 a.m. Pacific time to start with a stream. I'll kind of just tell y'all right now, that's not my whole stream. My whole stream's not going to be that early. That's actually just going to be the first one of the day. I might after that take like an hour or take a little bit of time in between, eat food, and then come back and do my debates for the day. I'm going to post the announcement to Discord here right now once I get off. But yeah, I'll let y'all know tomorrow. It should be, I don't know how long it will be. But Athena and I are going to be co-hosting it. But yeah. All right. I love y'all so much. Have a good night, everyone, and peace out, y'all. I love y'all so much.